Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Hold on now. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. I think it goes something like this. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Cause every time I turn around, there's something trying to keep me down. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Whoa, can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. When I look up, don't you know, burdens knocking at my door. So won't you come and take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Oh, come and take these burdens off of me. Off of me. Somebody come and take these burdens off of me. Off of me. Soon as I get up off the ground, my burdens knock me right back down. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Somebody take these burdens off of me, off of me. Somebody take these burdens off of me, off of me. Somebody take these burdens off of me, off of me. Well, off of me, off of me. Oh, off of me, off of me. Well, off of me, off of me. Get them off of me, off of me. Come and break the chain. Come and break the chain. Off of me. Get it off of me. Off of me. Get it off of me. Off of me. I need somebody. I need somebody. I need somebody. I need somebody to get this burden. To get this burden. Can somebody take these burdens off of me?
Porter, you can begin.
I mean, deputy.
Oh, deputy, you know what I meant.
All rise.
All right, everyone, can we be seated? Good morning, everyone. I think we're ready to go. You have a witness?
We have a witness. Hold on. Oops, hold on. We have a witness. We can bring him out. Just one quick thing, Your Honor. Our third witness is going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, and we are prepared to immunize him. I think usually we do that outside the presence of the jury.
Yes.
So if we could take a short break after our second witness, it probably will align with the morning break.
But 11:30, I have another matter.
Okay.
That's good. To take a hot second, but yes, we'll figure that out. How long do you think this first two are going to be?
I was just corrected. He's actually our fourth witness, but
Maybe after lunch.
probably.
Okay.
And then one other matter, that witness has an attorney who will be present in the courtroom. And so we just need to know at some point where the attorney should be located.
I think we decided that the attorney is going to be over where you've helpfully placed your...
Our card?
Yes.
We'll move it.
We'll figure that out. But that's the fourth witness.
Yes.
All right. Anything else that we have to do before we start? Nicole. Nicole. Spitting fire. Spitting fire. Okay. Pieces. Okay, I'm going to say, I have just one thing, Judge. Yes, Into the mic. Yes.
Are we on the judge? There were medical records. We're on that part, right?
I didn't expect people to jump off, but
Well, I'm here if anyone
I
needs
need
me.
somebody to be a Nicole. Somebody could jump in and come in and be Nicole for me, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Why did you change your name? I had you as the person that I need you to come in at.
Okay. Well, let me know. Can
Yes.
Guys, I'm so sorry about this.
I apologize, you guys. I got kicked out and I was looking for the page, Miss Sylvia.
Are you there? Do you have it now?
I really need the page because I'm on another device.
That's why I asked you guys to come in early.
I know, I apologize.
293.
293.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
293, we will be on line 20.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
You're welcome.
293, line 20.
Guys, people,
right.
they're gonna
I'm
come.
gonna go out and change the name and come back.
Don't worry, I'll change it.
It said right there where it says you testify.
293, line 20.
Line
Yeah.
20.
Says
You said
judge.
293 in the right hand corner or 293?
293 in the right hand corner.
All right, and then line 20 says you testified and showed us.
No.
Mm-mm.
Page, it's gonna be 470.
Yes.
The corner is for 471.
Okay, I'm going all the way down. Sorry, so sorry, guys, but I'm gonna get it right, and you won't be upset. Okay.
Not 471, 472.
Okay. 467. I only got 463. 465 and 467 is the index.
Oh, Sylvia.
Y'all killing me over here now.
I apologize, Miss Sylvia. I'm gonna read it to the best of my ability, though. I'm gonna do the best that I can, but I can read it off the screen if you want to go ahead. If you keep it up.
Sylvia, Deja said, do you still need Nicole?
Yeah, I need Nicole. I need Nicole right now.
Yes, Deja, she need Nicole.
I can read it off of the screen if you keep it up.
Don't you have? Didn't I send it to you?
You sent it, but it only goes to 460, 460 something.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to start over because this is like, hold on.
You gotta you gotta download it.
Who, me?
No, like if it's shown, like when you open it up at first, it shows like that 460 stuff. But you have, once you download it into like a PDF, then you'll be able to see it like with the 1 through what page 1, page 2.
Right. It's showing that, and it says matter adjourned to Friday, August the 20th. So it's like the end of the paper. So I only went to like page 466 in the right hand corner.
What's your email starts with?
MS like Victor. I mean M like Mary. S like Sam.
I got it. I got you. Guys, I tried. These people not prepared. I tried.
It's us, y'all. It's not Miss Sylvia.
I tried. Oh my God, Lord.
Do you want me to read until they find where they need to go?
Please be patient, y'all. I'm so sorry. We got 225 people wanting to hear the reading, and we playing around, y'all.
Sylvia, Miss Sylvia, send it to this one. So because
I
I'm right.
sent it to your email. You go ahead and get it off your email. I sent it to your email already. Go ahead, read for me, until she's ready.
Okay, you talking to me, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Miss Blank Becker. Okay, I just have one thing, Judge.
No, you should go back to 20. Judge, there's a medical record.
Oh, Judge, there were medical records that were discussed yesterday, and I believe we have a stipulation and agreement that those records are not to be produced to the media, to the
Okay,
public.
excuse me. Everybody needs to mute while she's reading, please. If you're not reading, mute, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Blankbecker.
Oh, I'm done. It's the court.
All right. I mean, they are personal records. Yes, that makes sense to me. Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Would you like us to bring our witness out now?
Well, I guess that's fine. Yes. Just have a seat over there, and we'll turn to you just a second. Deputy. Okay, guys, come on now. Deputy court deputy. Okay, we're gonna have to get new people.
All rise. You may be seated.
All right, good morning, everyone. I feel like it's a little warmer in here, but it could be just me wishful thinking. Some of you are shaking like your heads, all right? Anyway, I hope everyone had a good night. Are we ready to proceed? The government is calling another witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The government called Anthony Navarro.
Mr. Navarro, oh, sorry, go ahead. Do we have a court deputy? I'm gonna kick her out because she's not even responding. What is she doing? Court deputy.
Mr. Navarro, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear
Oh,
or affirm?
okay, my mic was muted. Sorry.
Okay, you back?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the answers you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Navarro. Oh my God, what is going on here? Okay, I'm kicking
Said
everybody.
yes. Can you hear me? Hello,
No.
can you hear me?
We don't hear
Did you
you.
mute me?
We didn't mute you. You're not saying anything.
Yeah, I said yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh Lord. Oh, hang on, I done lost my place. I was ready to go, and then did I click? Okay. Anthony Navarro.
Thank you. Be seated.
Okay, Mr. Navarro, just a couple of things. First of all, our court reporter takes down everything that you say. So please don't talk too quickly and don't talk over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. I just want to make sure they can get everything down. If there is a question you don't understand, you need to be repeated, let me know. And just do your best to answer only the questions that you're being asked, okay? Sir.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
You know what? I just realized what our problem is, and this is going to help us. You can't have the script up on your phone and chat at the same time. It mutes you.
Okay, maybe you need to find another device to do it then.
Absolutely. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I know.
Who's the court?
I am. I'm going back. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Continue to the following page. Okay. Oh, this is Anthony Navarro anyway. Oh, is that, do I read this part, Anthony Navarro?
Yeah, you call that.
Okay. Anthony
Call it.
Navarro, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination by Ms. Geddes. Good morning.
Hi,
Did you receive a subpoena to testify here today?
I did.
Do you want to be here?
In New York? Yes, but not here.
How old are you?
$36.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
What do you do?
I own 2 businesses. Oh, wait.
I have a music production studio called Modus Flow and a smoothie shop called.
Keep your voice up.
Okay.
Proper nutrition. Come
Oh,
on.
proper nutrition.
Much better.
How far did you go in school?
5 years worth.
Where did you go to school?
Pensacola State College in Florida and Full Sail University.
What is Full Sail University, or what did you do at Full Sail University?
I studied audio engineering and recording arts.
How long were you there?
It was for an associate's program, so about 2 years.
When did you graduate from Full Sail?
Yes,
When did you graduate?
2006.
Where is Full Sail University located?
It's in Winter Park, Florida, which is right outside of Orlando.
Where, if anywhere, did you move after you finished at Full Sail?
So right after I graduated, I moved to the Los Angeles area in California.
And when you graduated, did you get a job in or near the field of audio engineering?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get a job?
It was R. Kelly's recording studio called the Chocolate Factory.
In what city was the Chocolate Factory?
Olympia Fields, which is like a suburb of Chicago.
When did you begin?
I started in the summer of 2007, like July-ish.
Did you see the individual you knew as R. Kelly in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of his clothing?
Gray suit, brown shirt.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you. By Ms. Geddes. How long did you work for the defendant?
It was about 2.5 years.
When you stopped working for the defendant, where was he? What was he doing?
He was on tour.
Did you go on tour on that particular tour with the defendant?
No, I did not.
Do you recall to whom you gave your notice that you were stopping working for the defendant?
Yes.
Who did you give your notice to?
His manager, Tom Arnold.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 31. This is for the witness only, please. Do you recognize the individuals shown in Government Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tom Arnold.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of Tom Arnold?
It is.
The government offers Government Exhibit 31.
No objection, Judge.
That's in, and you can publish it.
Thank you. Government's Exhibit 31 was received in evidence. Exhibit published by
You
Ms.
don't, have to,
Getty.
you don't have to read that part.
Oh, okay. You
Okay,
testified that you gave notice to Tom Arnold. Do you recall where it was that you gave notice to him?
yeah, it was at one of the shows, and I believe it was we were in, I believe, Chicago.
And when you say one of the shows, whose shows are you referring to?
Rob's.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
It was 2009.
And as you sit here today, do you know that show that it was in connection with?
I believe it was the Ladies Make Some Noise tour.
And where again did you say the show was where you gave notice to Tom Arnold, in what city?
It was in Chicago.
During the time that you worked for the defendant, where did you work?
It was at the recording studio, which was in his house.
In the defendant's house?
Yes.
I'm showing what's in evidence as government exhibit 502A. Do you recognize 502A?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the security gate to the property, to the house.
Where the defendant lived and where you worked?
Yes.
And I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as government exhibit 502C. Do you recognize what's shown in 502C?
Yes.
What is that?
That is that's Rob's house.
And can you tell from what vantage point that photograph was taken?
Yeah. So that's the front. As soon as you get into the past the security gates, that's facing the front of the house.
And is that fair and accurate photograph of the location where the defendant lived and where you worked?
Yeah. There's it looks like there's more trees than I remember, but that's it.
The government offers 502C.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right. That's in, and you can publish it.
Now, you testified that you worked at the defendant's home. Where specifically did you work?
In the recording studio that was inside the house.
And was there a name for the recording studio where you worked?
Yeah, it was called a chocolate factory.
Now, when you pull up to the defendant's residence where you were working, what do you see? What's the first thing that you see?
Like, are you saying when you're driving into the it's the security gate?
And once you go through the gate, can you describe the structures that are on that property?
Yes. Oh, are you asking me to describe?
Oh, yes.
So as soon as you go in,
As soon as you go in. Is that me?
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. I think we lost your mic.
the battery's dead. Okay. So structures. As soon as you go in, there's, you can see the house, and then there's a few different structures. There's there's to the right, there's a basketball court, tennis court type of thing. There's a log cabin, like a miniature log cabin in the yard.
Where is the log cabin?
It's in the front yard of the house. There's a garage. There's a few tents.
You mentioned a garage. What type of garage was it? Was it an attached garage or a detached garage?
It was detached from the house.
And you also mentioned some tents. Where were the tents situated?
So the tents were like next to the garage. It was like tents to the parked cars. And then there's also a gazebo tent for just that was on the side of the house, which they had a patio up there.
You testified that there was the chocolate factory at that location, correct?
Yeah.
Where was the chocolate factory located?
The chocolate factory was in the basement of Rob's house.
And how would someone access the chocolate factory, the studio?
To get into the studio, you had to there was a side entrance towards the back of the house, and you had to go down these stairs to access it.
Fair to say you spent some time in that studio as part of your employment with the defendant.
Yes.
Can you describe what is inside the studio, the layout of the studio?
Yeah. So as soon as you walk in, there's a front desk reception area with a computer, a couch, sitting area, and then it's you walk in, there's a long hallway, a bunch of platinum plaques on the wall, and to the right, at the end of the hallway, there's a recording studio, a storage room, and then you go past that, there's another door. There's a stairwell to the to get to the main part of the house. And then you go down another hallway, there's another recording studio with a machine room that has equipment. And then when you go past that, there's another hallway with a movie theater, more storage rooms, a bathroom.
Now you just mentioned, I think, that there was a stairway to get to the other part of the house. Is that another way to get into the studio?
Yes.
So you could get to the studio in addition to the side entrance, which you previously testified. You could also get there from inside of the defendant's residence.
Yes.
You mentioned 2 different recording studios in that basement area. Were there any times were there any names for those recording studios?
Sorry, y'all. Yeah. The first Music One was Music One, or Studio One was the name of one of the studios. And then the Cabin was the name of the other one.
Any reason why the other recording studio was called the Cabin?
Like the decor of the studio was designed to look like the inside of a log cabin. So there was logs on the wall.
Was there a kitchen area in that basement part of the studio, or in the basement part where the chocolate factory was located?
Yes.
Where was that?
The kitchenette was in the as soon as if you're coming in from the side entrance of the house, there's the reception at the front desk, and then the kitchen was right there.
Now, as part of your employment with the defendant, did you have an opportunity to also spend time inside the main house? So, apart from the basement area where the chocolate factory was located?
Yes.
How many floors do you recall in the main house?
The main house had 3 floors.
Have you been on each of those floors?
Yes.
Can you describe what's on the first floor?
Yes. So the first floor was a kitchen. There's a pool room.
And when you say pool room, what are you referring to?
Like an indoor swimming pool. So the kitchen, the living room, there is a giant stage built for performances. There was a sunroom. There was another room that was set up like a bar, cigar, and a cigar room, a couple of bathrooms.
How about on the second floor? What's there?
So the second floor was more bedrooms. And then also there's a game room, which was a room for, that had a pool table and things like that, TVs.
And how about on the third floor?
The third floor was where more rooms, the master bedroom was there.
And when you say more rooms, are you referring to bedrooms?
Bedrooms, yeah.
By the way, when you describe the 2 studios in the basement, does the chocolate factory refer to that area, that entire area, or just one particular studio there?
The chocolate factory was the whole studio.
You also testified that there was a garage, a detached garage on the property. Have you been inside?
Yes.
What was inside the garage?
Inside the garage was like workout equipment. There was a boxing ring. There was a bed, a shower, bathroom.
What, if anything, do you recall being parked at the defendant's residence?
So there's quite a few vehicles there. Do you need me to like describe the vehicles?
Sure. Yes, please.
All right. So there's a handful of SUVs, a Denali Expedition, a couple of Jeep Cherokees. There was a Maybach, a Lamborghini,
A what?
Oh,
A
oops, I'm
what?
sorry.
a Lamborghini,
But what did you say before that?
a Maybach.
Okay. What is that? A kind of car?
It's like a super luxury sedan type of Mercedes.
Okay, keep your voice up.
She know what that is.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do you recall any other vehicles that were there when you were there?
Yeah, there's usually a couple of tour buses.
Where were the tour buses kept when you were there?
The tour buses were kept in the driveway.
Before you moved from Los Angeles to Chicago? Let me back up. Did you move to Chicago because of the job that you got with the defendant?
Yes.
So before you moved, what did you understand your job was going to be when you first started?
So it was what I understood it was it's like an entry level job into the recording studio business. So like a general assistant, which does everything for the studio and everything from like setting up sessions, cleaning, doing food runs, and like helping out the staff.
Did you understand it was going to be like a paid or unpaid position?
Initially, they got me on as like an intern, which was an unpaid position. And then eventually I got hired on as a paid position,
How long were you in that unpaid position?
like 2 to 3 weeks.
And then you eventually were transferred over to be a paid employee?
Correct. Yes.
What, if any, paperwork were you given when you first started working at the chocolate factory for the defendant?
Just like the standard W-2 forms, and then there was a non-disclosures agreement as well.
What did you understand were your obligations? Did you sign the non-disclosure agreement?
Yes.
What did you understand were your obligations as part of that non-disclosure agreement?
It's along the lines of like privacy. So I wasn't supposed to share any kind of like information of what happens there. No, I couldn't take pictures and things like that.
Once you arrived at the chocolate factory, what were your responsibilities? First as an intern and then later as a paid assistant.
Well, the first thing that I did when I worked my first shift was I had to move a giant trampoline from the front of the house to the back of the house, and then cleaning duties, food runs, stocking up on the studio with groceries and things. So that was like the initial duties.
Did those duties change over time or did you get additional duties over time?
Yeah, there were more responsibilities. So then it was more picking people up from the airport, driving around, delivering packages and things, more studio time. So I would be in the studio more helping with or helping the engineers and like things like that.
What you mentioned that one of your responsibilities were cleaning duties? What areas were you responsible for cleaning or what did you end up cleaning?
Pretty much the whole place. But most of it was down in the basement in the studios. So all of those rooms, like the theater, the studios, sometimes I would clean the buses, the garage, pool room.
What, if any, camera equipment did you ever see inside the defendant's residence at Olympia Fields?
Yeah, so there's, it's a recording studio. So there was always camera equipment somewhere. I've seen handheld cameras. There's cameras in, like professional cameras, video cameras.
Did you testified about the fact that it was a recording studio and you saw cameras in that capacity? Did you ever see any camera equipment up on the third floor of the residence?
Yes.
What did you see?
In the master bedroom, there was one time I had to go in there to get something, and there was cameras set up in there.
Can you describe the cameras that you saw?
Yeah, it was just a tripod, and there was like a medium-sized camera.
Were you able to determine whether the camera took still photographs or a video camera that would take video?
This was a video camera.
When you were an assistant for the defendant, where would you spend most of your time when you were inside of the studio and not running errands?
Most of the time I would spend so either in the studio, or there was also like an area for us, like the front reception area. So there's the desk and the chair and the couch and stuff right there.
What would you do when you were stationed in the reception area?
So there was a computer, a security camera that with a TV screen, so you could see the front gate, and other security cameras. Like from there, you could let people into the gate. There's also the phone stations. The phones are stationed there, and you'd answer the phone, take messages, things like that.
Generally speaking, who were the individuals who called the phones in the reception area where you were answering phones?
So there's a lot of people that called. There was, Rob will call the studio, any of the managers, staff, and then there will be like business associates, and then there will be the Rob's like girlfriends and guests and people inside the house.
Now, as you sit here today, do you recall the telephone numbers that were in the reception area?
No,
Do you remember the defendant's telephone number?
no.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as 3500 A&E. I'm going to start with showing the second page. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes,
Generally speaking, what is it?
that's the phone number to one of the lines at the chocolate factory studio.
And do you know where this phone number came from?
That's my I put that in there.
Is that a screenshot from your telephone?
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the phone number for the studio?
Yes, it does.
What is the phone number? What was the phone number for the studio back then?
So it's 708 747 6569.
And I'm showing you the first page again, the witness only. Generally speaking, what is shown there?
All right, so that's the office number for the business office in downtown.
And when you say the business office downtown, what are you referring to?
Like so for the chocolate factory
Where was the business office located?
in Chicago.
Downtown Chicago?
Yeah.
So not at Olympia Fields, is that correct?
Right. This was a separate place.
Do you recall who worked at that business office?
Yeah, so it was Rob's business manager and like accountant, Daryl McDavid.
I'm showing the witness what's in the evidence. I'm showing everyone what's in evidence as government exhibit 12. Do you recognize government exhibit 12?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Daryl McDavid.
That's the defendant. That was the defendant's business manager at the time that you worked for him.
Yes,
And going back to showing the witness only, do you recall the telephone number for that office?
yes.
What is it?
708-848-2115.
Also, I asked you, and I also asked you about the defendant's telephone number. Did you speak with the defendant over the telephone when you were working for him?
Yes.
I'm showing the witness only the third page of Government Exhibit 3500 A&E. Does that refresh your recollection as to what the defendant's phone number was when you were working for him?
Yes.
What is it?
630-220-1166.
Now, you testified that you would answer phones in the reception area. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the procedure for answering phone calls at the chocolate factory?
So you answer the phone, you do the greeting, chocolate factory, how can I help you? And then, whoever you find out who the call is for. If it's for Rob, then you'll find out who's calling. And then you would just write a message down for him and give it to him. To give it to Rob so he could answer it.
You testified that you would write a message. Do you recall how you would write those messages or on what you would write those messages?
Yeah, it was just on a piece of paper with, you would just write down like who the caller is, the name, and then you would write down which line it was. So it's either line 1 or line 2.
When you were working as an assistant for the defendant, did you have a regular schedule that you worked?
Yes,
What was that?
I work 5 days a week, and either the night shift or the morning or the day shift. And those shifts were from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
And do you recall when in your time with the defendant, you worked the day shift and when you worked the evening shift?
Yeah, so when I first started, it was in the evening shifts. And then towards the later half of my time there, it was the day shift.
Can you describe for the jury or can you give some examples of some of the tasks or errands you were asked to complete when you were an assistant?
Yeah, so there was a lot of food runs.
Who were you making food runs for?
A lot of food runs for Rob, and a lot of food runs for the people at the house,
Who was at the house?
the girls.
And when you're referring to the house, what house are you referring to?
Rob's house.
And can you tell me what you mean by a food run?
People will call and request that we order food for them and bring it back.
And when you say people will call, who will call?
Rob will call, or the girls in the house will call.
What would you do when you received a telephone call from one of the women in the house who called?
So you would if it's a food run, you would write down the order, and then you would get permission to go get it.
Who would you get permission from?
So it's either Rob or any of the managers, Tom Arnold, or who else? Junebug.
Anyone else you recall?
It could be Donnie
Do you know Donnie's last name?
Lyle.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 4. Do you recognize who's shown in Government Exhibit 4?
Yes,
Who is that?
there's Junebug.
And is Junebug a nickname or a true name?
That's a nickname.
Do you know Junebug's true name?
I can't remember it, but
Okay. Oh, the government offers government exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No
no.
objection.
Oh,
That's an evidence you can publish.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as government exhibit 32. Do you recognize what's shown in government exhibit 32?
yes,
Who is shown there?
Donnie Lyle.
And is that the Donnie Lyle you were just talking about?
Yes,
Is that fair and accurate photo of Donnie Lyle?
yes, it is.
The government offers government exhibit 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
Let me ask, do you have any objection to any of these photos coming? If you rather do them photo by photo, that's completely fine, but it seems like you're in a fair amount of agreement here. So if we'll move things along.
Completely understood.
Why don't we figure it out at a break, okay? I just think there's a way that we are not disagreeing about it. There's no reason to go through this, but go ahead.
Thank you.
May we publish 32? Now, you said that you would get permission from, I think you said the defendant or Tom or Junebug, and on occasion, Donnie. What would you do once you received permission to get the food?
So you would call the order in and then go get it. Sometimes you'd have to get money if there wasn't any money from in the petty cash drawer.
So what would you do once you picked up the food?
You bring it back, and so you bring the food back to the studio, and then you will let Rob know that the food has arrived, or one of the managers know, or you would just go deliver it to the person.
And where would the person be?
The person could be anywhere in the house. So
When you said that you would let one of the managers know, who are you referring to when you said one of the managers?
like it's whoever's on shift usually, but so Tom Arnold or Junebug or Donnie Lyle.
Were those considered some of the managers who worked for the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I had asked you some examples of some of the errands or tasks that you were asked to complete, and you just described that one of them would be to go on food runs. What are some other examples of errands or tasks that you were asked to do while you were an assistant for the defendant?
Well, there was a lot of driving around people and a lot of picking things up. Like, excuse me, yeah, you might have to go to the office to pick something up, or pick something up from somebody, or drop stuff off.
What page are we on? I got
500.
500.
Okay.
500, line number 3.
500. Okay, hold on.
Line number 3.
Okay. Oh, that was jumping. Okay. 503.
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with there. There was a lot of driving people around. What do you mean by that? Who were you driving around?
Like, mainly it was girls that were coming into the studio.
And where would you be driving some of these girls who came to the studio?
Like, where were they? Oh, like, where were they when I picked them up?
Yes. From where to where would you be driving them?
Navarro.
I'm sorry. Okay, so airport was they could be at the airport from flying in from a different place, or they could be somewhere in Chicago.
And where would you take these individuals after you picked them up from either the airport or somewhere in Chicago?
The place where I took them was always different. So it could be the studio, the house, or it could be anywhere. Like, it could be at the mall or a hotel, or oftentimes like the tour bus was parked somewhere and I would take them to this tour bus.
And what would you do upon taking someone to the tour bus?
I will let somebody know, either Rob or one of the managers, that the person has arrived.
And would the individual then spend time on the tour bus?
Yeah.
What, if any, rules or guidelines or protocols did you understand you were to follow while you were in the chocolate factory working for the defendant?
I mean, some of the rules were just obviously do your job. Also, like, I wasn't supposed to be talking to any of the girls or the guests that were in the house.
Hello?
The court?
Oh, where is that? Why don't I see me? Where am I at?
Oh,
Oh,
501.
I got it. Can you just speak up just a little bit more?
Where there's
Okay, where it's talking louder into the mic. I just want to make sure everyone can hear you. Sorry, go ahead. Can you continue with your answer?
I forgot the question. Sorry. Can you?
That's okay. I'll stop and then we can go back. You testified that you weren't supposed to speak with any of the girls or other guests. Is that correct?
Yes.
When did you learn that particular rule from? Who did you learn that particular rule from?
Rob. That's one of Rob's rules that for us, and then also Tom told me when I started.
You're referring to Tom Arnold.
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you supposed to do when the guests were in your presence?
Like if I'm transporting them somewhere and I was just not supposed to talk to them.
You testified that you would transport some of these guests. Who gave you instructions about who to pick up?
Usually it was one of the managers, Tom, Junebug, Donnie Lyle, or Rob.
And once when you were bringing one of these guests to the house, to the defendant's house, where would you bring them? You testified that on occasion you brought them to the tour bus. Where were there other locations within the house that you would bring these guests on occasion?
Yeah, so I would bring them all over the property. So it could be into the studios, it could be upstairs in one of the rooms. Yeah, pretty much anywhere on the property.
How would you know where to bring a particular person?
I was given instructions to on where they were supposed to go.
Who would give you these instructions?
One of the managers or Rob.
For the particular places in the residence where you would more often bring these guests to?
I mean, I can't remember. They would go everywhere.
When you say everywhere, could you explain some of the places specifically where you would bring them other than the tour bus, which you already identified?
Yeah, so they could go to the garage, the tent, the log cabin outside, Music One, log or the cabin studio, the reception area, the game room, the theater, the living room, kitchen, pretty much any of the rooms in the house.
What car would you use when you were picking up and transporting the defendant's guests?
So at one point we had like a minivan, but then the minivan broke down. So we used, it could have been one of the SUVs, but usually we were instructed on which car to take during a particular pickup.
And whose car would you see, or whose car would you use? Would you use your own car or somebody else's?
Usually we use one of Rob's vehicles. Every once in a while we use my own personal vehicle, but not that often.
Did you ever drive a Chrysler 300?
Yes,
Whose car was that?
that was Rob's.
That was another car used by Rob that you would drive.
Yes.
Once a guest had been, and let me back up a moment. The guests who you described that you picked up and brought to a particular location within the defendant's residence, generally, who were they?
Who? Who were the guests who came?
I don't mean that particular names, but who were they? What was their relationship? What did you understand the relationship to be with the defendant?
They were girlfriends of Rob.
Once one of the defendant's guests was in a particular room or on a tour bus, what, if any, communications would you have with that guest?
So they would call the guests that were staying on the property were called down to the studio lines.
What would be some of the questions? What would be some of the reasons they would call?
Oftentimes it was to talk to Rob, or they wanted to order food, or they needed stuff, like whatever they needed.
Were there any other reasons that a defendant might call? Excuse me. Were there other reasons that a guest might call?
So they would call for food. They would call to talk to Rob. Oh, they would request rides sometimes.
Rides where?
Some of them went like home to their house, and then some of them wanted rides to they would request rides to go to meet Rob wherever he was.
What, if anything, would you do when you received a request for a ride from one of the defendant's female guests?
So any of the requests from any of the guests, we'd have to run it by one of the managers or run it by Rob.
And when you say run it by one of the managers or Rob, what do you mean?
So to get permission to do it, and then also receive instructions on what to do with them.
What, if anything, do you recall about the manner in which the defendant's female guests were dressed?
So, if they were going out or going somewhere, like going to the mall to go shopping or going out, they would have just normal clothes. But then most of the time they were just like lounging in the house somewhere. So they would be in like pajama type clothing.
Continuing, what was your understanding based on your interactions with these guests and the time you spent at? In the time that you spent at? Okay. Olympia Fields working for the defendant. What was your understanding of the rules that some of the defendant's female guests were to follow?
Objection.
Overruled.
So the question was, what were my understanding of the guests' rules?
Yes.
Well, they had to get permission to do most things. Like they'd have to call either down to the studio or get a hold of Rob if they wanted anything like food or things like that.
How did you know that? How did you know those were the rules?
I was told that.
By whom?
By Rob and by managers. If anyone called, the rule was like, if anybody calls for anything, run it by, ask us first, and we'll tell you what to do.
What, if anything, did you understand that you should do if you encountered a female guest outside of the location or room where that guest had been escorted to?
I would pretty much just ask them if they needed help or if they were looking for something, and then you would also let somebody know. One of the managers know that the person's out and about.
And what, if any, conversations did you have with the defendant about an individual leaving her assigned room?
The general rule was if they're not where they're supposed to be, then you'd have to call and tell either Rob or whoever is managing at the time.
When you say if they're not where they're supposed to be, where did you understand they were supposed to be?
Nicole.
Objection.
Overruled.
So
Objection.
the instructions whenever they were to go to where they were supposed to be, like for instance, if they're supposed to be in the cabin recording studio, they weren't supposed to be wandering around. They weren't supposed to leave that room. And if they did, then we were instructed to let somebody know.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 70. Do you recognize the individual shown in Government Exhibit 70?
Yes.
How do you recognize that individual?
She was one of the guests that were at the house, the studio.
And is that a fair and accurate photograph of one of the guests that was at the studio?
Yes.
Do you recall this particular individual's name?
It's something with a J.
The government offers Government Exhibit 70.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, let's end evidence. You can publish it.
Where do you recall seeing the individual shown in Government Exhibit 70?
Inside the house, so she was just there.
What, if anything, do you recall about this particular individual?
I just remember like giving her rides. I think I picked her up. I've picked up food for her as well and brought it to the house.
I think you testified earlier, but tell me if I'm wrong, that you would also bring guests to other locations, bring guests home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how again would you know that it was time to bring a particular guest home?
So if they're at the house, then if they wanted to go somewhere, they would call down to the studio to get permission. So either they would directly talk to Rob to request a ride home, or they would ask us, and then we would relay the message to Rob.
And what, if anything, do you recall giving to an individual as they were leaving?
Sometimes they would get like envelopes of money.
How would you know to give an envelope of money to a particular individual?
So either one of the managers would give it to me and instruct us to give it to them, or I would.
As part of your job as an assistant, were you ever asked to pick up any medication?
Yes.
Where were you asked to pick up medication from?
A pharmacy. I think it was Walgreens. Also, like I picked it up from the doctor downtown.
Who is the doctor?
I can't remember his name.
Okay, who did you understand the medication was for?
It was for Rob.
Did you ever see the types of medication that you picked up?
Yes.
What type of medication do you recall picking up?
The medication is called Valtrex.
You testified earlier about a gate that was outside of the defendant's residence. What, if any, security did the defendant have in place in addition to that gate?
There's usually a security guard or a couple of security guards out there in a truck.
So where were the security guards stationed?
At the front gate. They had a vehicle that they would sit in.
And what were the security guards? What were the security guards? What did you understand the security guards were responsible for doing?
They greeted people that were coming to the gate, and they also would escort people around. Yeah, so whenever Rob would go out, there would also be like bodyguards, security people.
I think you testified that they would also escort people from the front gate, from the gate. How is the gate opened?
So they had like the security guards had a gate clicker that they could click it to open the gate. And then sometimes they would call down to the studio to open the gate.
Was there a mechanism from within the studio to open the gate?
So it's from the inside of the studio. We also had another clicker. So we would have to walk outside and go up the stairs and walk out to the side of the house to click it so that it will reach. Yeah.
So the clicker would have to be within a certain distance from the gate in order for it to be activated.
Yeah. So one of the clickers, you'd have to go outside to do it. But then there's another one where you could do it from the inside of the cabin studio. So you could point it and it will reach from the inside of there.
While you were at the chocolate factory, do you recall a time when someone tried to get through the gates without a guard opening the gate?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes. While you were working at the chocolate factory, do you recall an instance where someone was able to get through the gate without the security guards opening the gate?
So people, the gate was usually closed. Yeah, so people couldn't get in unless they hopped the fence.
Did that ever happen?
Yes, I've seen that happen before.
How did you see that happen? From what vantage point did you see it?
I saw it from the security camera from the reception desk.
And do you recall that happening on one occasion or more than one occasion?
I've only seen that happen once.
What do you recall from that particular occasion that you saw that happening?
So it was two girls that had climbed over the fence, and I could see them running across the lawn, the front lawn, and they ran. I don't know where they ran, but they disappeared off the camera. I guess they hid somewhere.
What, if anything, did you do when you saw that happen?
I called. At the time, I called one of the managers to let them know what had happened.
And you can describe the quality of the footage that you saw?
It was black and white footage, security camera. Oh, and it was pretty clear. You could see.
Did you recognize either of the individuals?
Yes.
Who did you recognize either of the individual to be?
So one of the girls was someone that had been to the house before.
What, if anything, do you recall about the ages of those girls?
Objection.
Overrule. Did you form an impression about how old they were, or did you know?
Yeah, they look really young. The one girl in particular that had been there before just looked pretty young, younger than me.
At the time you were working there, how old were you?
I was in my early 20s, like 21, 22, around then.
And when you say look really young and younger than you,
No objection.
Mechanic. Where mechanic? Hold on. Lolo. Lolo, you sleeping?
oh,
Huh? Lolo. Yeah, I think he sleep.
Objection. Let's go.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me go back.
Old Navarro can do it.
I'm sorry. Only the lawyers who is doing the cross-examine can objection. Can make the objection.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'll take it. I'll take it. Miss Becker is making the objection.
Yeah.
The objection is overruled.
continuing. When you say that you thought they looked really young and younger than you, can you be support specific, and how old, if you formed an impression, you believed them to be? What's he talking about?
Well, back then, I mean, I thought they were like mid-aged teenagers, pretty young.
And I'm now showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 34. Do you recognize 34?
Yes.
Who is shown in 34?
That's a picture of me.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you?
Yes.
The government offers 34.
No objection.
Okay, that's in evidence. You can publish it. How old were you when that picture was taken?
Is this my driver's license? I feel like that's my driver's license.
Do you recall how old you were?
So that was my Illinois driver's license photo, but I had to have been 22 at the time, or 23.
Is that approximately the time when you were at the chocolate factory?
Yeah.
Are you aware of parties that were held at the defendant's residence in Olympia Fields?
Yes.
And did you attend those parties?
I did. Yes.
What was your role at those parties? Were
I was
you there as a guest or as an employee?
I was there as an employee.
What did you do?
So there's different types of parties, but a lot of the stuff I did was like stocking the bar because they would they would have alcohol. Sometimes I would bartend. I would clean, take trash out. I would, go shopping for the parties, pick stuff up, pick people up as well.
Did you learn where the guests would park who were attending parties at Olympia Fields?
Yeah. So they either would park on the actual property, or if they ran out of space, they could park. Excuse me. There's a hotel down the street. They could park there.
Approximately how far was the hotel?
It was really close. It was like a 5-minute drive, not far at all.
How would the guests get from the hotel to the party in Olympia Fields?
There's different ways. A tour bus would taxi them back and forth, or they would use any of the vehicles that Rob owned to taxi them back and forth.
I'm showing the witness only was been marked for identification as government exhibit 521. Do you recognize 521?
Yes.
What is 521? What is shown there?
So that's the Holiday Inn hotel that was down the street from the studio.
And what, if anything, happened at the Holiday Inn Hotel?
That's just where people would park. Sometimes guests would stay there.
Is that a location where guests at a party will park and then be transported to the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Government Office 521.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's in evidence. You can publish it.
When you were working for the defendant while the defendant had a court proceeding in Chicago?
Yes.
What was your role?
So my role while I was with Rob during that was just like an assistant. So I would have to deliver things or pick up food or pick up people. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
What, if anything, would you do with respect to getting the court proceeding?
I don't understand the question.
Did you have any roles in transporting anybody to the court proceedings?
Objection.
Overrule.
Yes.
What was your role? What did you do?
Like I would drive people, either guests or the crew.
In what vehicles would you drive people?
It would be one of Rob's vehicles. So it could be any of the SUVs or the Chrysler, whichever vehicle was available.
And where would you drive people to?
We would usually meet at we would park at the there was a park nearby the courthouse.
And what, if anything else, was parked in that park? You said you would drive some of the defendant's vehicles. What, if anything else, would be in that park?
So there would be a few of his vehicles and his staff, and then sometimes the tour bus, one of them or two of them would be there.
Did you ever travel with the defendant?
Yes.
For what reason?
I traveled with him during one of the concert tours that he did.
Do you recall which tour you traveled with the defendant for?
I do. It's called the Double Up Tour.
Do you remember when that was?
2008.
What was your role when you traveled with the defendant on the Double Up Tour?
My role is pretty much the same types of job things that I would do at the studio in Chicago. So whatever Rob needed, if he needed food or if he needed things picked up or people picked up, that's what I would do.
Were you often in the same location as the defendant?
During the tour?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same place that the tour cities that we were in.
What, if anything, did you see being distributed while you were with the defendant on tour?
Can you say it again?
Did you ever see anything being given out to other people while you were on tour?
Yeah, there like,
Your phone is messed up.
mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is like, I guess people would get invites and things to go to after parties.
You sound real funny, like far away.
And what are you offering?
Did you get a
and what-
call?
Ma'am?
Did you get a call? That's what now I hear you.
Okay, it must have, I apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
and what are you offering to, you say invites? What was it that was distributed?
It was like Rob's phone number.
And how was Rod's phone number distributed?
Usually just on a piece of paper that was just handed to the person.
And did you have an opportunity to see those pieces of paper?
Just his phone number.
Was it a handwritten or typewritten, as you recall?
These were handwritten.
And who did you see giving out the defendant's phone number?
So Tom has done, I've seen Tom Arnold distribute that. Who else? There were people that was on the tour with us. Yeah, so any of the crew that was with us at the time would do it.
And where would you see the defendant's phone number being distributed? Where would this happen?
Usually it was in the crowds at the shows. So the audience of the show, sometimes it was out when we would go out places. Yeah, they would give it out.
And what other places outside of the shows do you recall seeing people give out the defendants?
The mall, restaurants.
I want to finish my question for the record. Is that where you would see individuals giving out the defendant's phone number in those locations that you just testified?
Yes.
You testified that you would transport some of the defendant's guests in and around Chicago. Would you also transport guests while you were working for the defendant on tour outside of Chicago?
Yes.
And did you ever transport guests on longer trips?
Yes.
What do you recall? Where do you recall transporting a guest on a longer trip?
So from one of the shows, it was in Alabama. I can't remember the city, but I think it was Birmingham. I took someone from, well, I had to stay overnight at that tour stop. The rest of the crew had left. The rest of the crew had left it to go to the next city.
And where was the next city?
The next city was in Atlanta.
What did you do the following day after you stayed overnight?
So I was instructed to take a guest and take her from that stop, from that city in Alabama to Atlanta.
And you said you were instructed to take her. Was it a female guest?
Yes.
What did you understand the female guest relationship to be to the defendant?
Just one of Rob's like girlfriends that was going to visit him.
What, if any, conversation did you have with, well, let me withdraw that question. How long is the drive from where you were in Alabama to where you brought this female guest in Atlanta?
It was long. I don't know. I don't remember like
More than a few hours?
Yeah.
That is not long.
Judge.
Sorry.
What, if any, conversation you had with the female guest during that trip?
There were no conversations.
Why not?
No objection.
Is there a reason why you didn't speak to the women you were? The girls, whatever the females that you were driving?
Yeah, we were instructed to not talk to anybody, any of the females.
Okay.
How were you paid while you were working for the defendant?
Like check?
How regularly did you receive a paycheck? Was it on a regular basis?
Yeah, it was like weekly or bi-weekly. I can't remember how, but it was like weekly.
Do you recall whose name was listed on the paycheck as the payer?
Yeah, it was Base Production.
And what did you understand Base Productions to be?
That was the company, like the I guess the corporate entity of the recording studio, the business.
Was there ever a time when you were in fact working for the defendant, when you were not paid for the time that you worked for the defendant?
Yeah. So when I first started as an intern there, I wasn't paid.
Aside from the time when you went on as an intern, was there a time when you believed that you were going to get paid, but ultimately you were not paid for the time that you worked?
Yes.
Why did you understand that you were not paid?
So it was overtime.
So aside from the overtime, was there another time when you expected to be paid, but your honor not paid?
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened?
I was fined
By whom?
by Rob.
And when you say fine, what do you mean?
So, when like NBA players get fined for, I guess, breaking a rule and they like deduct their pay as a penalty. That's what it was.
And do you recall why you were fined and not paid for time that you worked?
I can't remember why. It was something trivial that I don't know.
When you say trivial, what are you referring to?
Just
Objection. He said he doesn't remember.
Overruled.
yeah.
Why did you call it trivial?
Well, it was just something stupid. It didn't make any sense. That's what I meant. Didn't seem like a valid reason to be penalized for your pay for doing this. I just don't remember what I did.
When did you go? When did you got fined? Huh? When did you? Oh, when you say you got fined? When you say you got fined, did that mean that you didn't get paid at all, or that a portion of your pay was that you didn't get a portion of pay?
At that time, I remember the fine. I can't remember if it was my whole check or if it was a partial check.
Okay, go ahead.
You testified earlier that you received checks from Base Productions. Who did you understand to be in charge of Base Productions?
So Daryl McDavid, and then the lady that was like the manager of the office that we would talk to her. Her name was Shirley.
Now, you also mentioned that there was an issue with receiving overtime. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you file a lawsuit against the defendant?
I was just compensated.
Oh, and how was that lawsuit resolved? I was just saying, when in relation to that time that you were working for the defendant, was at that lawsuit filed?
That was after my time. I wasn't working at the time for the defendant.
And the lawsuit that you filed against the defendant. Oh wait, hold on. Where are we at again? I got lost again.
525.
You was at.
Okay, you said 525.
Yep, and
25 at the bottom. 25.
Okay. Oh, that was after my time. Oh, and the lawsuit that you filed against the defendant, was that the nature of that lawsuit? Just very generally speaking, was it related to the overtime dispute?
Yeah, so it was just a request to get compensated for some overtime that I did. And I asked the office for it, and they said they didn't want to do it. So I brought a lawsuit.
And when you say you asked the office for it, what office are you referring to?
Base Productions.
What, if any, contact have you had with the defendant since you filed and resolved that lawsuit?
There hasn't been any contact.
One moment. No further questions.
Somebody needs to mute. You said one moment, didn't you?
Yeah, I said no further questions.
Okay, cross-examine. Sorry, I was trying to get Lolo in.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
Okay.
can hear you.
Can't hear Nicole. Nicole, you need to get louder.
She said she can't hear us. Is Navarro still here? Is back?
Navarro,
So
you
where we
here?
at now?
We can't hear you. You need to talk a little louder.
Well, this is peace as Navarro now. I'm talking about the man Navarro.
Can't hear.
We can't hear you, Nicole. You talking about
Thank
the
you,
guy?
Judge. Thank you, Judge.
They have to come back in and leave out and come back in like I did.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Navarro. How are you?
Oh God.
I'm fine. How are you?
She paid both. Can you do it, Lolo? Since you don't have a part right now. Be Navarro.
Sure.
You're on number page 526 down
522.
to 526 down to 22, line 22.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Mr. Navarro, my name is Nicole Blank Becker, and I'm going to be asking a bunch of questions. If one of them doesn't make sense, or if you need me to repeat it, just let me know, okay?
Sure.
All right, Mr. Navarro. My understanding is that you worked for quite some time for Mr. Kelly. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you were pretty familiar with Olympia Fields. Fair enough.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right. That was your home base, for lack of better words. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And you were kind of giving us a map, if you would, of the home earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This house in your estimation, would you say this is a small house, a huge house? What would you say?
It was huge.
Did you have any, and I know some people aren't good with square feet and so forth. Did you have any concept or any idea of how many square feet this house could be?
No. No.
Huge is the best description. Is that fair?
Yeah. It was a mansion.
Okay, mansion. Thank you. And it was on a main road. Is that fair to say?
The man. No. It was in like subdivision.
Okay, a subdivision. You know what?
Subdivision.
Okay. You know what? I shouldn't have used that type of verbiage. It was in a subdivision, but there wasn't like neighbors right next door. They were spread out. Is that fair to say?
There was. Yes. And the other houses were like, because the property was pretty large, so the neighbors were like, they weren't really anywhere nearby. Like, you couldn't see the neighbors from the property.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to parking cars when guests would come or individuals who were employees and working at the studio, would they park on the street in the front?
They were parking on the street, but like the driveway of the house.
Okay. So you saw the picture of the gate earlier. Is that do you remember that? Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you were saying that, excuse me. So when you were saying they would park on the driveway, you're talking past the gate that they could park on that driveway, that part of the driveway to the house. Is that correct?
Yeah. You have to they would park on the inside of the gate.
Okay, so they weren't typically parking on the outside of the gate. Is that true?
Are you asking me if the staff did that?
The guests who were coming and, employees that were working in the studio.
Usually the guests would, like, people would park on the inside. Yeah.
And then when there were big, large parties at Olympia Fields, that's when it was necessary to sort of, I believe you indicated, there was a tour bus at another location, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you use the word tour bus. And I apologize. I'm just going to be a little specific. It wasn't actually a tour bus. It was sort of like a charter bus. Is that fair to say?
No, these are tour buses.
Okay.
These were the buses they used on tours.
Okay. And again,
But I guess that's the actual name of it as a charter bus, but I don't know.
okay. And I apologize. Let me try and clear that up for you. The buses that were used to bring the guests over, those were different buses than the tour buses that were used for a long journey for a tour. Is that correct?
No, these were like actual tour buses that you use for a tour.
Oh, that Mr. Kelly would use for the tour?
Yeah, yeah,
Got it, got it. So you've been in those buses, correct?
yes.
Okay. And when you're in those buses, did you notice that there were any bedrooms?
So there is a bedroom like in the back of the bus, had a room, a bed in it.
All right. And then how about prior to getting to the back of the bus? Do you remember the bunk beds?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Did you ever sleep on any of the tour buses?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you slept on the tour bus, where would you sleep?
I would sleep on the bunks that were on the bus.
The bunks that you didn't remember out? So there were bunks on the bus.
The bunk. So the bus when we went on tour, that was a different bus. The staff had a separate bus than Rob's bus.
Oh, okay. So there were different buses that were used during the tour. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, there was additional buses that we booked that were booked.
Okay. So you're saying, yes, you would sleep on some of the tour buses. There were different tour buses than were shuttling the guests, correct?
I didn't sleep on the I didn't sleep on Rob buses, no.
Okay. You had been on Rob's buses. I'm pretty sure what you said, right? You've been on the tour buses,
Yeah.
which are different. Okay. And that's where, when you were on tour with Mr. Kelly, you too would sleep in one of the bunk beds on that tour bus. Is that correct?
Objection.
Miss Sylvia?
I'm muted. Sorry. I'm sitting there saying it. Okay, sorry. It's a bit confusing. Are you saying that Mr. Kelly's bus did not have bunk beds? Correct so far as you could recall?
I just can't remember if his buses had bunk beds.
But when you were talking about where you and other employees slept, were you talking about separate buses? Is that correct?
Yeah, there were different buses that they got and different drivers that came in for that.
For the employees?
Right, right.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. You were aware that there was always a lot of people, for lack of better words, on Mr. Kelly's tour bus. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you would go on tour, it sounds as if what you're saying, there was different tour buses for different people who were going along with you on tour. Is that true?
Yeah, yeah.
And with regards to in regards to specifically Mr. Kelly's tour bus, you see people get in and out of that tour bus. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So it wasn't always, it wasn't just Mr. Kelly getting in and out of the tour bus. Is that true?
On his bus? Yes.
Okay. There would be women that would go in and out of the tour bus. Is that true?
Yes.
And maybe men, his friends that were coming along.
Yes.
And ultimately, was there a name for the tour bus that you were on? Was there a name for the bus?
No.
Who else was on the tour bus with you when you would go on tour?
So it would be the different people. but like the band, or not the band, but like other employees that were on the tour.
Okay. And were there ever women that were getting on your bus and staying on the bus perhaps overnight, going from tour to tour? Excuse me, going from concert to concert.
Yes,
And that was a regular thing. Is that true?
there was a time on the tour bus where um, there was a guest on our bus staying in the bedroom in the back room of the bus.
So your bus too, that you would go on with the other employees that also had a bedroom in the back. Is that correct?
Yes,
So, in other words, to get to that bedroom, you had to pass by the bunks where you had slept and perhaps some of the other employees, correct?
yes,
Got it. And you indicated at one point there may have been a woman that was on the bus. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And is that wasn't someone that was on the bus the whole time? Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that maybe at one of the concerts, one of the cities you were in, that woman came onto the bus?
No, it can you repeat that question?
Sure. Where did the woman come from that was on the bus? Do you remember?
She was she was one of the dancers of the tour. So yeah, I don't remember like where she got on to the bus.
Understood. Understood. Dancers. They had another tour bus. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And that tour bus was for the dancers. They were all females. Is that correct?
the bus was for the dancers.
The bus for the dancers.
All the dancers were
Oh,
females. Yes,
thank you. And on your bus, they were all males. Is that correct?
yes,
Now, these tour buses, they had bathrooms, correct?
yes. They did.
Locks on the doors on the bathroom?
Yes.
From the inside, the lock was on the inside or on the outside? I know it sounds like a silly question, but I have to ask. In other words, you go into the restroom, you lock it on the inside when you go in.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember that, but I don't know.
You don't remember you don't remember thinking you're going to go in the bathroom, someone else might walk in?
The lock was on the inside.
Got it. Thank you. And were there any rules about when you could or when you could or couldn't use the bathroom on the tour buses?
The only rules was like you couldn't take a number two because like um tr- you know the smell travels with you and the drivers all get mad.
All right. So maybe for lack of a better word, it would stink up the place.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And- okay. And everyone would smell it and there was an issue.
Yeah, you would smell it the whole time.
Okay. So in order to relieve yourself in that manner, were there stops taken if that was necessary?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to Olympia Field specifically. And you indicated that you were responsible sometimes to coordinate the guests there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to go through the process of what would happen when you would bring a guest there. I believe initially you indicated that once you arrived at Olympia Field and you had a guest with you, you first obviously had to stop at the gate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when the security would come to talk to you, or you guys did it on the phone. How did that work?
The both ways really. So you could the security guard would come out or would just call.
Okay. And the purpose of having to go through security is to make sure nobody's coming in that's not supposed to be. Fair enough?
Yes.
At the time when you were there, Mr. Kelly, for lack of a better word, was a celebrity. Is that correct?
Absolutely yes.
He had security guards, correct?
Yes.
And he, Mr. Kelly, part of the role and the strike that. Part of the reason that individuals were stopped was to make sure he was safe in his own home. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you would get and see security and or by phone or in person, the security had another role, which was they check IDs. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So specifically, they would check and make sure it's the person's name that's supposed to be there. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have no idea why the guest that you would bring to Olympia Fields had to give their ID to the security.
Gabby,
Objection.
why don't you rephrase the question?
Sure. You saw the guests that were in the vehicle that you were bringing. You saw those guests hand over an ID. Is that correct?
When I brought people over, no. They the only time I seen them check IDs were at parties.
Okay. So you never saw the security checking ID at the front gate.
Well, actually, yeah. Never mind. I have seen that.
Thank you. And after they would do a check of the person's ID, do you also remember then they would have those individuals sign non-disclosures?
Yes.
And the non-disclosure would be handed over, and then the guest would choose to sign it or not sign it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then after that part, that's when security and or yourself would escort the person to the home.
Yes.
And then eventually bring the person into the home. Is that true?
Yeah. So security checkpoint, and then they were given instructions on where to take them.
Great. Now you indicated, well, strike that. The first thing that they would do is you indicated there was sort of like a separate entrance instead of the front entrance to get in to go to the studio. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you would enter through that second entrance and go to the studio, you didn't have to walk through the home. Is that correct?
No, this was that second entrance, no, but that was not through the home.
Okay. And take us through when you open the door, you come in and take us from the point then to the front desk. What happened? Is it immediately there? You're at the front desk? Tell us about that.
So when you're going into the basement to get into the studio, as soon as you walk in, the front desk is the first thing on your left.
Got it. Now, oftentimes you will be seated at the receptionist desk.
Yes.
All right. So if a guest came and you were not the one who picked up the guest, is it fair to say sometimes they came themselves to the studio and you didn't have to pick them up?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. In fact, were Ubers often used? And obviously you didn't have to drive anyone anywhere.
Hmm.
And I said Uber. Maybe it was a cab back at that time.
Yeah, I don't think Uber was around then.
Yeah, sorry.
Taxi cabs would. Sometimes people had their own cars as well.
In their own cars? Got it. So I take it's fair to say they're driving their own car, they're catching a cab, no one is directing them to the house. In other words, you didn't have, I believe earlier you were saying that you had directions of what to do once you picked up a guest, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to move forward. All right. So someone comes into Olympia Fields. They come downstairs, and the first thing is the desk to the left, correct?
Yes.
The front desk, I believe you referred to it, or I referred to it as, right?
Yes.
All right. What else was in that area? Were there some couches and so forth?
In the front area of the reception,
Yes, yes.
So there's a couch, there's a TV, there was like a kitchen, there's a kitchen.
Okay. Now, not to sound silly, but the kitchen, did that have food in it? Was there food in there? Um, yeah.
There is a fridge, but there was usually not food in there. There was usually drinks. Sometimes we would have our like lunch. We would store it in there, but there wasn't stuff to eat. I mean, sometimes there was groceries in there, but I guess yeah, there was food in there.
Thank you. And with guests who come to the studio there, was it like immediately they go to see whomever they were there for? Or sometimes you would have them actually hang out there at the couch and wait?
Yes, sometimes they would wait.
All right. When I use the word wait, maybe that's why you hesitated.
Could you just put a question to the witness, please?
Of course, Judge.
Thanks.
Sometimes they would wait, not just for a couple of minutes, but maybe hours. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And when they were waiting there for hours, they could get up and leave if they wanted to, right? Go back out the door that they came in.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So sometimes guests will wait for days. Is that true? Like stay overnight waiting? Is that true?
Yes.
Again, they could have left if they wanted to.
Yes.
Now, the next thing that happened when someone came to the studio is soon as someone was there, you would call the office and or call Mr. Kelly or Mr. Arnold or whomever and let them know that a guest had arrived. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you strike that? You didn't know where the guest was supposed to be hanging out or if they were coming to sing for Mr. Kelly. You didn't know those details. Is that fair to say?
The details of why they were visiting, is that what you're asking?
Yes, sorry, yes.
No, I didn't.
Okay, because you said to us earlier you weren't even allowed to speak to them. Speak to them. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Obviously, you could, pleasantries, so forth. But their actual purpose for being at the house, at the studio, that wasn't your conversation or the conversation for you. Is that correct?
I was only instructed on what to do with that person. So they didn't tell me why they were here.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Sometimes, I mean, if there would be someone that's recording and they would tell me to bring them to the studio or something like that.
Okay. So basically, you did your job. Is that fair to say? With regards to you, would find out when a guest gets there where the guest was supposed to go.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I believe you indicated that wherever you were told the guest should go, you would then take the guest to that place. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you also said it was oftentimes throughout the house, throughout the entire house. It wasn't one specific place. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you took them. You would take them on that level, which is the basement level, maybe to different studios. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then on the main floor, you indicated there was a game room and such. Sometimes you took them there. Is that right?
Yes.
And the top floor of the house, where there were bedrooms, sometimes you went up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to start at the top floor. You indicated there was a number of bedrooms, plus there was a master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The number of bedrooms, do you remember that? Each one of the bedrooms had a bathroom?
I know the master bedroom had a bathroom, but I don't remember if the other bedrooms had bathrooms in it.
Fair enough. If you don't remember, I want you to say, I don't remember. This is the mansion we're talking about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The Olympia Fields mansion.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection.
Objection. Overruled.
Now, you indicated something about the fact that you recall in the master bedroom seeing a camera with a tripod, correct?
Yes.
Well, prior to coming into court today, you spoke with the government, correct?
Yes.
And you kind of went over everything that you might testify about, right? Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were certain things that you probably didn't remember because it's so long ago. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And they helped you remember those things. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Just talking over it several times, kind of.
Talking over it several times?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the more you talk, the more things will be discussed about specific facts, correct?
Yes.
And they even showed you pictures in that meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, most recently, they even showed you the picture that you identified today as someone with the name Jay. They showed you that picture, right?
Yes.
We're going to have to take a break at this point.
Okay.
It's time for a morning break. I also have another matter to handle. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you, and it will probably take about 15 minutes. Please do not talk about the case. We will see you in a few minutes, all right? Thank you so much. Court deputy.
All right.
Okay, the witness can step down and we will get back here, let's say 11:40.
Your Honor, do we have to clear our stuff?
No, it's a telephone conference. Court deputy?
All
All
right.
right.
You could all have a seat.
You may proceed.
Getty. The other Gettys left. I need another Gettys. Okay, let me see who's in here.
Your Honor?
Your
No.
Honor, should we bring in the witness? Your Honor,
I'm
should we bring
sorry.
in the witness?
I'm sorry. No, Getty.
Your Honor, should we bring in the witness?
All right. Are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, Judge.
The other witness is going to be after lunch, correct?
Definitely.
All rise.
You may be seated. Okay, folks, I apologize. That took a little longer. This other matter that I had, that people were just too chatty. But we're ready to continue with the cross-examination.
The witness is reminded that he is still under oath.
Yes.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Navarro, we left off discussing a number of things with the studio and what would happen when the guests arrive. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Another thing that would happen when the guests arrived at the front desk is you were responsible, or whomever was at the front desk, to scan or copy their ID, correct?
That usually wasn't my responsibility, though. So no.
Okay, so that was someone else's responsibility to do
Yes.
at the front desk?
Yes.
Whenever a new guest would arrive?
Yes.
So that would be, if my math is correct, that would be 2 checks of their IDs, once from security and then once when they were actually inside the house, the studio. Is that fair to say?
Are you asking about the security checks?
You know what? I'm going to move forward because we already went through that. I don't want to be a belabor. Thank you. Let's talk about some of your duties, some of your role, your description, okay? My understanding is one of the things you indicated that you were an intern initially, correct?
Yes.
And then you were paid.
Yes.
All right. Part of your job, though, is you kind of had to do things that maybe nobody else wanted to do, so to speak. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that included, I think you said earlier, cleaning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you would have to clean, is it fair to say that times when you would clean some of those rooms, the odor would be pretty bad?
Yes.
And is it that kind of smell that you would have told the government that is like sort of resonated in your head that you can't forget it?
Yes.
You never saw any buckets of urine anywhere in the house when you were cleaning, did you?
Oh no, 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 no.
You never saw any buckets with feces, did you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You never picked up a bucket and thought it smelled so awful. And the smell that you remembered was that of urine, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So now, when you would have to clean, another thing you would often see is condoms or boxes of condoms. Is that fair to say?
Like whenever I clean, I don't remember seeing stuff like that.
Okay. Let me change that then. You remember that you would see boxes of condoms all over the studio.
No.
So you remember that earlier we talked a little bit about how you had spoken to the government prior to today, correct?
Yes.
And you actually had spoke to them for the first time back in February, the 2nd of 2020. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you talked to them and you for sure talked to them once, right?
Yes.
Okay. You you for sure talked to them twice, right?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to them a third time?
Last the other day.
I'm sorry, the other day, you remember?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just trying to understand the other day. Now, is it possible in one of those conversations that you had with them that you told them that you remember seeing boxes of condoms?
It's possible, yes. It's possible.
All right. And when you would go, and I believe I'm going to move on to another duty, so to speak. You indicated that you would go and you would get food sometimes. That was happening, what, daily?
Yes, ma'am.
And the food that you would get, the food would be for staff members. Is that true?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. There was no Uber Eats or anything like that at the time. Is that correct?
No, not at that time. Pizza delivery.
I'm sorry.
Well, that was pizza delivery. I think that was the only thing that was delivered.
Okay. So who delivered often to the studio? Is that fair to say too?
That was yeah, we had a lot of pizza come in.
Okay. Isn't it fair to say as well that food was around a lot there in the studio? That was a common thing for Mr. Kelly and or any of the staff to ask to get that food, right?
Yeah, it was a daily thing.
Okay, so now, not only did you get food, and I believe you indicated this a bit earlier, not only did you get food for staff and Mr. Kelly, but for any of the guests that were there as well, that was part of your role.
Yes.
All right, and the way you would know what those guests wanted is they call and they tell you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then strike that. When they would call you and tell you they're hungry and they wanted food, you didn't just hang up on them and say, no, you can't have food, did you?
Oh no.
Okay. And then I believe you indicated that in order for them to get the food, you had you had asked someone, is this okay? This is what they're requesting. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. So you weren't allowed to just go get someone lobster and steak every day. Is that true?
Correct.
There was like a budget. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay, not that you were in charge of the budget, but the purpose. One of the purposes for calling someone else is you needed money to pay for it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you always got like a receipt for whatever food you went and picked up. Is that fair to say? For the most part, I should say.
I don't remember needing receipts. No.
Okay. So how was it that you would sort of report back as to how much money was actually spent for the times you would go and get food?
I didn't.
You never wrote that down?
I don't remember writing that down. I know so there's a pretty cash drawer that had like a till, but I remember if we had to write it down there.
Okay.
But I
But
don't remember if
ultimately,
we had to write it down there.
oh, okay, okay. So, but ultimately, you could use the petty cash that was supplied, obviously, by someone, not you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, another one of your duties is you would run errands for either the staff, Mr. Kelly, or any guest. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of the things I believe you indicated that you did is you would go to Walgreens and pick up prescriptions, you said? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that's not the only thing you would pick up at Walgreens, right?
I think yeah. I picked up other things from there.
Like tampons,
Yes.
pads, maxi pads for women.
Yep. Yep.
In fact, sometimes you had lists from the guests of things that they needed, and you would go to the drugstore and grab them for them, right?
Yeah. There was always a list of things to get that came from not specifically the guest, but from Diane, which was somebody in the house.
Okay, so let me just understand that a little bit more. You said the list would come from Diana. Diana, that was one of the assistants for Mr. Kelly. Is that right? Correct?
Yes, Diana.
Okay, and Mr. Kelly, excuse me, Diana, for lack of a better word, she was a go-between for guests, sometimes with you and other employees. Is that true?
She was just like, I guess, the assistant to R. Kelly. So she was like a house manager, did things, yeah.
Okay, so as the assistant, are you saying that sometimes she would give you the list of things that the girls had, excuse me, that the women had asked for? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't specifically know who the list was for, but there was always a shopping list of things to get.
Okay, you want to do that again?
I didn't specifically know who the list was for, but there was always
Okay,
a shopping list of
so
things to
this,
get.
and I'm not trying to bog you down on the details of that, but the shopping list that you're talking about, this is something that you'd receive and then you'd go and get what you would have had to get and then bring it back. True?
True.
Got it. Thank you. Now, when your job title changed a little bit from intern to, and I apologize, were you like assistant engineer? Is that what you said? Was that the name?
Like a general assistant.
General assistant.
Runner is what they called it.
Sorry?
The title is runner,
Runner.
which is a general assistant.
Okay. And that little runner, no, and that title runner, is that the only time you've heard that word used in the music industry, or is that a pretty common thing that's word that's used for?
It's a common thing in the music industry.
Okay. And speaking of common words, when you would be at the studio or around Mr. Kelly or around the guests, they being the guest, would refer to Mr. Kelly as Mr. Kelly. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
You never heard them refer to him as daddy, correct?
I heard of that. Yes,
So you've heard that coming from whom?
yes.
Guess. Okay. And when you heard that word coming from guests, the context of it, were they telling you, strike that? What was the context of them using that word?
In conversation. So
With you?
no. With Rob.
Oh, so you will be present for conversations between Mr. Kelly and his guests.
Sometimes, yeah.
And so the context, strike that. Would you describe when the guests will use the word daddy as a negative connotation or a positive connotation, if you know?
Objection.
Sustain as to a form.
Okay, so remember when you talk to the government on at least 3 other occasions that we've established, remember that? You said at least 3 other times, right?
Yes.
You never told them about the word daddy, did you?
I don't remember. No.
And the word daddy, fair enough to say, is often used as a term of endearment.
Objection.
Overrule. Can you answer? Do you have an answer for that?
I don't know what that means, endearment.
Sorry. In a somewhat positive way, as opposed to in a negative, in a nasty negative way.
Okay, that will sustain.
Okay, you tell us what, how, when you would hear the word daddy. How did that make you feel? What were you seeing?
It was, I guess, more.
The demeanor. Sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. Dallas just walked in and she was talking to me. I do not understand the question. I'm sorry. Would you repeat the question to the witness?
Judge, I'm just going to move on. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So when you were working at the studio, I believe you indicated, or I'm not sure if it was even discussed, but you yourself had, oh yeah, it was a non-disclosure, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not a big deal. Common thing to do in the music world. Is that fair?
Yes.
And at some point, I believe you indicated that you were working throughout the night, like 9 to 9. Is that true?
Yes.
And then there were times you started to work even during the day, correct?
Yes.
You were working a lot of hours. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In fact, there was always things that needed to be done there at the studio. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you didn't have all the burden of doing everything on your shoulders. You guys sort of worked as a team. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if there was something that needed to be done and someone else who would normally be in that role, you would help out or vice versa. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And in all the hours that you were at the studio, Mr. Kelly, for the most part, was working. Is that true?
Yes. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Kelly was also known to work throughout the evening hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he had the engineers in the studios oftentimes working with him doing that as well. Fair to say?
Yes.
And that was also going on sometimes through the entire day. True?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that Mr. Kelly couldn't read or write. Is that correct?
I was aware that he uh, I was told that he couldn't read, but I'm not sure about the writing thing.
Okay. Well, he never wrote any letters to you or anything like that. Is that true?
I did not receive any letters, no, from him.
Thank you. So there, when Mr. Kelly was working in the studio, you've been in the studio where he's been working. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that Mr. Kelly does his work is by getting melodies or songs and he would tape it. And again, I apologize. I'm probably not using the right verbiage, but make a recording there in the studio. Is that true?
Objection.
Sustained. Did you ever see Mr. Kelly make a recording of a song in the studio?
Objection.
Sustain.
Was there ever singing?
Can somebody take over my part for a minute, please?
Yeah. Can.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So was there ever singing going on when you were in the studio?
Objection. Overruled.
Overruled.
Yes.
And were there engineers actively working in concert with Mr. Kelly when that was happening?
Yes, ma'am.
How many engineers would you say there was given at any time?
Are you asking about the sessions with Rod?
Yes, thank you.
Usually it's one engineer and then one assistant.
And one assistant?
And then there might be the music director will be there, or musicians or other producers.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
There could be other musicians or producers there as well.
Okay, and sometimes those individuals will be there for hours and hours and hours too. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and speaking of other musicians, Mr. Navarro, is it fair to say that there was some larger than life musicians that showed up at the studio sometimes?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, Whitney Houston?
Objection. Sustained.
Okay, so when the larger than life celebrities would show up at the studio, they would come with their own security. Is that correct sometimes?
Do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay, so when celebrities would come to the studio, is it fair to say that oftentimes guests or whomever was at the location they had to sort of stay where they were and not interact with the celebrities and whoever else they brought with them?
The guests
Yes.
in the house? I don't remember them being around in the sessions, but well, yeah, I guess they were around in the studio sometimes, but I don't remember any kind of interactions between guests and the people that came in.
Okay, so at this point, I'm just asking about the celebrities when they would come there.
Okay.
You should really only answer the question if you know the answer to it, okay? If you don't know, say you don't know.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay, so let's now discuss. We're going to. You talked about different cars that you'd have to drive when you would go pick up any guests. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you listed a couple different vehicles. You never drove a black Range Rover, did you?
Did he disappear? I think he kicked himself out. Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
Out.
All right. You want to take about a 2-minute break?
Yeah, we need.
Till he I need to go get me a Newport.
You need a Newport. All right, y'all. We're taking a break.
Look, it's hard being Becca, honey. She has a lot of stuff.
Yo, I just had to get some food in my. That's the reason why I disappeared from y'all. Sorry.
Her questions are just rambling. Like, how can you answer that?
You ready? You ready now?
Hold on one second, Miss Sylvia. You said that you heard like a echo back then. I wonder if I'm still logged into the chat.
Probably.
Okay, so can I go out and come back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, guys. You guys enjoying this so far? Is that better now for all the people that was complaining about the reading? You guys are better now?
Who was complaining about the reading?
People were sending me messages left and right.
Oh, I don't know what just happened. I just got kicked out. I was in the middle.
Everybody got kicked out. No, I just, you know what? It is good. This intermission. Let's play a song. Let's play what's the name song? Intermission time, y'all.
You playing Peter?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the message from Peter to brother, from Nigeria to America, yeah. I'm calling on for. Stay in the faith that your mama left you in with Christ. I'm calling on for. My brother, even though you were thinking you were losing it all, I'm calling on for. You might not even know that your Father in heaven is here. I'm calling on for. Remember, you said me when you took a look around your life, you said me. How you took out to cry. On your knees when you're full of blood. How he showered down on you with God. How he healed you of cancer. How he blessed your family with kids. How he made your mountain big up high. This is the message from Peter to brother, from Nigeria to America, yeah. I'm calling on for. Stay in the faith that your mama left you in with Christ. I'm calling on for. My brother, even though you were thinking you were losing it all, I'm calling on for. You might not even know that your Father in heaven is here. I'm calling on for. Remember, when you never knew Him all your life, you only go to church on Easter day. Even though He took your mom, you know, you were not the only one out there. And He died, but you live today. He took the lives of all the stars and times. Wrote them songs, producing for them, giving life to helpless children, helping you to lift up Africa. This is the message from Peter to brother, from Nigeria to America, yeah. I'm calling on for. Stay in the faith that your mama left you in with Christ. I'm calling on for. My brother, even though you were thinking you were losing it all, I'm calling on for. You might not even know that your Father in heaven is here. I'm calling on for. Remember, if you see it, then in their darkness, you look for yourself to look out there. Even if they appear the reachers, you are greater than they are, you know. Even if they offer you money, even if they offer you that fame, even if they offer you position, even if they offer you the greatest deal, they may not give you Grammy, but you know your friends believe in you. You don't need no bad society. You're strong because it's there for you. Jesus Christ is watching you every day, and I think He's proud of you right now. This is the message from Peter to brother, from Nigeria to America, yeah. I'm calling on for. Stay in the faith that your mama left you in with Christ. I'm calling on for. My brother, even though you were thinking you were losing it all, you might not even know that your Father in heaven is here. Don't you giving, don't you giving, don't you giving, don't you giving to them now. I believe you can fly. The storm is over. Don't you giving, don't you giving, don't you giving to them now. Your Father has known He lost you staying.
All right, guys, we're back. We're back. All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Huh?
Y'all ready?
We are ready.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back up a little bit. Okay, so let's now discuss. We're going to. You talked about
Which number are you at? Page what?
at the bottom of 563. Just my part.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so let's now discuss what we're going to do. You talked about different cars that you had to drive when you would go and pick up any guests, correct?
Where's he go? Where did he go?
Lolo, you
Yes.
muted?
Lolo.
Okay.
Lolo,
All right.
unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
Okay. And you listed a couple different vehicles. You never drove a black Range Rover, did you?
No.
Do you remember even seeing a black Range Rover as a vehicle that Mr. Kelly had?
No.
And you drove a bunch of the different cars that were there, right?
Yes.
Including the Maybach?
Yes.
Okay,
All
I
right.
wasn't making all that noise.
All right. And so if there was a black Range Rover there, you would know about it.
Yes.
Okay. So now you indicated there was a number of different guests that you would pick up. Maybe you would have to pick them up at a train station, ever,
Yes.
airport,
Yes.
hotels.
Yes.
And when you would pick up these guests, none of them appear to be underage to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you picked up someone at the train station and brought them back to the house, that person seemed to be sort of maybe around the age at the time, 21, 22. Is that fair to say?
Who are we talking about picking up? Just one? Just anyone? I just want to understand the question.
Okay.
Is there a particular person to whom you're referring?
Sure. Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
When you would pick up the female guests, did they appear to be around the same age as you at the time, 21, 22?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you indicated you would pick up guests at the train, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you remember having to pick up the girl that was in the picture, and you said you thought the name started with a J. Do you remember picking her up at the train?
I don't. No. No.
You don't remember that, right?
No.
Because if you did remember that, you told us earlier, strike that. You've told us about a camera that caught two younger girls on the property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated those girls look really young. Is that true?
Yes.
You can tell. I believe you said the camera was pretty clear, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could tell from the camera that those two girls look super young, right?
Yes.
And you also said that when you watched, you could see them running. I believe you said across the property. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then you thought maybe that's when after that, that's when they may be hid. That was your word, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know if instead of hiding, they actually went into the house. Is that true?
Do you know where they went? That's the question.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't know where they went.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You were at the house looking at the security cameras. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the security cameras were in the basement.
Yes.
And the security cameras in the basement, you weren't by yourself when the girls, excuse me, these two women, girls, whatever, jumped over the fence, right?
No, I wasn't.
Bubba, someone by the name of Bubba was there too, right?
I don't remember if Bubba was actually there.
You don't remember that when you saw these two individuals come into Mr. Kelly's property or come on Mr. Kelly's property, you don't recall seeing, excuse me, having a conversation with Bubba about what you saw?
I don't remember.
Okay, so someone called Mr. Kelly and told him about what you had just seen, correct?
Objection.
Interesting.
Unless it was you, did you call him?
I called somebody. I don't remember. I don't think it was Rob that I called. I think it was maybe Tom. Yeah.
Okay.
I called somebody though and told them that what was going on actually.
Okay. You don't remember Bubba being the one who called someone to figure out what was going on?
Objection.
I'll sustain it as a to form. You call someone, you don't remember whom you called, correct?
Yeah, just to to tell them that someone had ran onto the property.
Okay.
Judge, may I have just one moment, please?
Sure.
This guy. Thank you, Judge. Okay, so you indicated that when you would pick up different guests, oftentimes you were picking up the same guest, like a repeat guest. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was yes. There was regulars that came.
Okay, so you never received any calls at the front desk that said that they wanted to leave or they weren't allowed to, correct?
There's been times where there's people that wanted to leave and they couldn't because either they couldn't get a ride or couldn't get a hold of ride.
Okay, so these people, they had cell phones as well, correct?
I don't know.
So are you saying, Mr. Navarro, that if a guest wanted to leave, they couldn't just walk out the door?
No, they could walk out the door.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Judge, I'm just thinking.
That's all right.
All right, so when you saw the different bedrooms, strike that. Were there bedrooms in the basement level?
No, ma'am.
Were there bedrooms on the main level?
Yes.
And then upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you indicated for some of the guests, you were the one responsible for sort of taking them to go to different rooms, true?
Yes.
And when you would take them to those rooms, did you need a key to get into the room to open it up for them?
No.
Did you have to unlock something on the outside to allow them to get into the room?
No, ma'am.
For lack of better words, it was a normal kind of doorknob, nothing special about it, right?
Yeah, it was just a regular doorknobs.
Thank you. At some point earlier, you were talking about the fact that there was a long hallway, correct? That you had to sort of take guests through.
Yes.
And you said something about platinum plaques.
Yes.
What is that?
A platinum plaque is like a certificate that shows.
Objection.
Overrule.
Thank you.
Overrule. It's not particularly relevant, but you can answer.
Okay. It's like a certificate that says you achieved a certain amount of record sales. So like kind of like a trophy.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Now, briefly, there was some conversations about the garage of the home. Do you remember that? There were some questions and answers about that.
Yes.
All right. There was, and you mentioned something about boxing. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was an actual, like, full-size boxing ring in there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. There wasn't, you said something about that. You remember there was a bed in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what did the bed look like?
Just like just a bed with blankets on it. It might have been queen size probably.
Have you ever seen anyone in it?
I have never seen anyone in it, no.
Okay, thank you. In fact, have you ever seen Mr. Kelly in his home or in the studio engaging in sexual activity?
No, no.
Again, Judge, I apologize. I'm just trying to get
That's
to
all
the
right.
point. Okay, thank you. Again, Judge, I apologize. I'm trying to speed it up.
It's all right. Take your time.
Thank you. There were there was things that you talked about with regards to getting fined. Is that true?
Uh, yes.
Okay. And you equated it to like a basketball team when individuals get fined on a team, correct?
Yes.
All right. And typically, the purpose of a fine is because you did something wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And it didn't have to be the worst penalty in the world, correct? That's what you were saying.
Objection. I'll sustain it as a form.
Sure. Okay. So you indicated that sometimes you thought the fines were for, like, I don't know if this was your exact words, but little things. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. You thought sometimes you got fined and you shouldn't have. True?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So, all right. Now, fines are typically in basketball. If someone breaks the rules, they get a fine, right?
Please just ask the question. Let's keep the preludes out of it. Just put the question to the witness.
Okay. So sometimes basketball players get fined because they did not follow a rule, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Sometimes employees working with and for Mr. Kelly, they will get fined for not following their job duties correctly, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. In other words, if someone didn't show up when they were supposed to, fine. Is that true?
Yes.
If someone was late, they get fined. True?
No, I don't remember that.
Were you ever late
Probably, yeah.
and you don't remember getting fined?
No.
And this was between the evening hours and the day hours?
Correct.
And the fine didn't come directly from the, I shouldn't say that. The breaking of a, you know, not doing your job correctly. If there was going to be a fine, I believe you indicated that was Mr. Arnold sort of followed through on that. Is that correct?
The fine did not come from Mr. Arnold, no.
And that was probably a bad question on my part, and I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, I was getting caught up. All right, so Mr. Arnold was someone that would talk to you if there was a fine. Excuse me. If there was something that was done that wasn't supposed to be done. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. Have you ever seen the security for Mr. Kelly armed?
No.
You never saw Mr. Kelly armed either, correct?
Correct.
You never saw any physical abuse while you were at the studio, correct?
Nope.
You never saw any what you would consider verbal abuse while you were at the studio, correct?
Yes.
And yes, you saw verbal abuse? I'm sorry, that probably is a bad question. How about this? Did you see any verbal abuse when you were there?
To
To guess.
anybody?
Yes, guess. Did you? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I wouldn't see it.
You would see it? You would see verbal abuse?
Yes.
Okay. So when you talked to the government back in February the 2nd of 2020, do you remember telling them that you didn't see any physical or verbal abuse at the studio?
Yes. I remember now, but I guess I just had a memory just now.
So just now you're saying you remember something about that.
Yes.
Wait, I'm just unclear. You say you remember verbal abuse now. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. And when you say you remember verbal abuse, there was times where employees got reprimanded for things that they would do. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said something, and I'm just about done. You said something about tours that you would go on some tours with Mr. Kelly. Fair enough?
Yes, ma'am.
More than one or just one?
I've only been on one.
And that tour lasted about how long?
Let's say about 3 months.
Okay, so as part of that tour, you remember after the concerts, there was usually a backstage. Everyone would get together backstage afterwards. Is that true?
Yeah. There is a there was a backstage area for the artists.
Okay. For the lack of better words, like a green room. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, a common thing with musicians or artists.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, okay, got it. All right. And in the green room after the concert, that was typically for like autographs, true. That was one thing.
Yeah, that they would do meet and greets for the fans.
Okay, thank you. And fans sometimes would be there. Would there be kids there with their parents?
Yeah.
And sometimes were there just a lot of women.
Yes.
And there was food back there. Is that right?
Yeah, there is a there's food in the backstage areas, yeah.
Drinks?
Yes.
And did you happen to strike that? Were there any there was no underage girls back there at the time, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. In fact, there is an announcement that is made prior to the green room gathering that's unless you're over 21, you couldn't come backstage unless you had a parent with you. Is that true?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Well, are you familiar? There's a very mm, strike that. Are you familiar with the music of Mr. Kelly?
Objection. Sustain.
When Mr. Kelly would perform at a concert on stage, were you there?
Was I at the concert? Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And at the concert, when you would be there, is there a time in his concerts that he would allow for individuals from the audience to come up on stage?
I don't remember.
How about, do you recall whether or not there was a certain song that he was sing and there would be a sign that someone from
Objection. Yes, just put the question to the witness if you could, not compound. If you have to do it in more than one, you can do that, but just put the single question to the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Do you remember a sign that was sometimes held, that was held by someone on stage?
No, I don't remember that.
So you don't remember the sign that was paraded sort of back and forth on the stage that said you had to be
Objection.
over 21?
No,
I'll sustain it as to form. Do you remember any signs?
no.
Okay, next question.
Got it. Thank you, Judge. Was it your understanding that in order to be backstage, you had to be 21 or over? Sorry.
I don't know what the age thing was for that.
Okay, so it could have been
I wasn't told.
18, it could have been 21. You just don't know?
Objection. Sustain as to form.
Were you the one responsible for checking IDs prior to the individuals coming backstage?
No, ma'am.
That was someone else's job?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge, may I have one moment?
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, any redirect? Briefly, Your Honor. Okay. A few minutes ago, you were asked whether or not you recalled hearing any verbal abuse, and you indicated that you had. What do you remember?
The employees getting like verbal abuse
By whom?
by Rob.
And by the way, when you were initially interviewed by agents on February of 2020, how were you feeling?
I think I had coronavirus. I was pretty sick.
I didn't hear the answer. I'm sorry, Judge.
Can you just,
Yes, I was very sick with coronavirus.
you are asked on cross-examination about the procedures when individuals came to Olympia Fields and you were asked about the identifications that were checked. Were guest identifications always checked at the security gate?
Not always.
And what was the purpose of, um, did you understand the purpose of those ID checks?
No.
And the same question, when guests were entered to the studio area at the reception area, were IDs always copied then?
When whenever security would check IDs, they did. Yes, they usually made a copy of it.
But did they always check?
They didn't always. No.
And I think on cross-examination, you were also asked about copies of IDs that were made in the studio itself. Do you recall those questions?
Yeah.
Were guests, were IDs also checked when they were entered in the studio at the time?
Not always. No, not always. There was a time when IDs weren't being checked and people were in and out.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
They weren't always checking for people that came in.
You were also asked about whether certain practices were common in your experience interacting in sort of a music industry. And I think one of the things that on cross you were asked about were whether it was common to sign an NDA. For an employee to sign an NDA, do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And were you also asked about, common terms that were used in the music industry? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was working for the defendant common based on your experience?
Objection, Judge.
Overruled. Was my Can you
Was
repeat the question? Oh, that's yours. I'm sorry.
oh you go ahead, go ahead. You that's you.
My bad. Okay. All right. Yes. Was your experience working for the defendant simply to the way of each other, your other experiences in the music industry?
No.
Objection.
Overruled. How was you?
No.
describe your experience working? Oh, I'm sorry.
The answer to the previous questions was no.
How would you describe your experience working for the defendant?
It was a weird time for me, but just the things that you had to do were just a bit uncomfortable. The music part, the production, and all that was really good, but all the other stuff that was going on was just kind of strange. It was almost like the Twilight Zone when you went into the gate, like you're getting this different world that was just a strange place.
Nothing further. Any recross?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Judge. When you say the Twilight Zone, the Twilight Zone, Mr. Navarro, have you ever worked for any celebrities that were known as nationally or internationally as Mr. Kelly before?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, you don't have anything to really compare your relationship to, or your employment to at that time, correct?
At that time, no. It was my first job.
Do you have something now to compare to it and compare it to?
I've done gigs with Taylor Swift, Jay-Z, Kanye, yeah, but it was just normal kind of who else? Yeah, most of the work is just professional work. There's not a lot of extra personal stuff you had to do.
Okay, sure. And when you say you've done gigs, you worked in sound in different capacities than what you're talking about in how you worked for and with Mr. Kelly, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Navarro, you had indicated, and the government had asked you about the fact, how you were feeling when you gave the interview initially when they spoke with you on February 21st of 2000. And you indicated something about the fact that you had the coronavirus and you weren't feeling great, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Navarro, did you also have the coronavirus the second time you talked with them?
No. No.
You sure?
Objection. Overruled. I think you mean 2020. Is that right?
I did. I apologize. 2020. Was that when you had corona?
So here's the thing. The first time that I talked to them, is that what you're asking me?
Yes. If the first time was on February 21st, 2020.
And 20.
Oh, geez. I keep saying that.
2020.
I'm so sorry.
You had corona then, correct? What the lawyer is asking you is that you have corona the second time you spoke to the government.
The second time I spoke, no.
Okay. How about the other day when you spoke with them?
No.
You didn't have corona then either?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect? No, Your Honor. All right, you can step down. I think it probably makes sense to take our lunch break now. So let me just check to make sure your lunches are here. I assume they are. Is that right?
I didn't hear anything.
Your Honor, our next witness is relatively short. Okay, why don't you press ahead? Let's make the best use of our time. Call the next witness, please. The government calls Courtney Wilson.
Please remain silent. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'll be Courtney. So you want me to say Courtney Wilson?
Yes.
The witness.
You didn't
Say
say
yes.
please state your name. I said yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Please state your name for the record.
Courtney Wilson.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, hold on for just 1 second. Okay, Ms. Wilson, just a couple of things. Please speak slowly and the court reporter can get everything down. You don't speak over whichever lawyer is questioning you. And if there's something that isn't clear or you need to have repeated, just let us know, okay?
Okay. Courtney Wilson called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn or affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified as follows.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
I want to direct your attention to January of 2010. Where were you working then?
I was working at the law firm Susan Logan and Associates.
And what city was that?
Chicago.
When you were working at Logan's law firm in 2010, what name were you using back then?
Courtney Hancock Martin.
And Courtney Wilson is your married name.
Yes.
How long did you work at Logan's law firm?
Almost 2 years.
In what capacity?
As an associate.
Maybe move a little bit closer to the microphone. Move it to you. Sorry about that. The chairs don't move. Go ahead. You testified that you were working as an associate. Were you working as an attorney?
Yes.
In an associate position?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened? Generally speaking, when there was a prospective client who contacted Logan's law firm.
So, in general, we would probably take a call from a prospective client. I would take down the basic facts, date of the incident, the facts surrounding the case, and at that point, we would make a determination whether we would want to bring them in for an in-person meeting. And then we would set up a meeting for them to come in person.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 70. Do you recognize the individual shown in Government Exhibit 70?
Yes.
And who is that?
Geronda Pace.
And how did you meet her?
In a client intake meeting.
Do you recall the date that you first met Ms. Pace?
It was in January.
Of what year?
2010.
And I'm showing you the witness only. What's been marked for identification for 3500 CW1? And I'm going to show you the first page, and then I'm going to show you the second page. Does this reflect your recollection as the particular date in January when you met her?
January 27.
Of 2010?
Yes.
And at the time that you met Ms. Pace, do you recall what name she was using?
Geronda Johnson.
And did you subsequently learn her last name as Ms. Pace?
Yes, I did.
Where did you first encounter Ms. Pace?
At the law firm, at the office.
And what were the circumstances under which you encountered her?
A new client intake.
Did you conduct a new client intake?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Ms. Pace say to you occurring on January 18th to the 21st of 2010?
Objection.
Sustained. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the basis for
The prior consistent statements on the part of Ms. Johnson. Yesterday, she testified about a journal entry, but it was unclear on the date that the journal entry was prepared. Ms. Wilson is going to testify that she met with her on January 27th, and she's only going to testify about two things. The fact that Ms. Pace said the defendant was calling her, and that Ms. Pace said occurring on January 23rd of 2010, showing that it was just 4 days later where she described what happened. And she also says that she used her t-shirt to wipe off the defendant's semen. And so it's one additional part that was not included in the journal entry.
how long ago? How long after the last date she saw the defendant was this?
It was 4 days.
4 days? It is pretty similar to what came in yesterday, to which there was no objection.
So long
So
as
long as
you
I can, so long as I can cross-examine the witness on the entire document.
the government objects.
Well then, well hold on.
She's testifying solely about prior consistent statements. You do you did not cross-examine Ms. Pace or give her an opportunity to explain any other statements to the extent that you are going to assert that there's prior inconsistencies and therefore eliciting them now is completely improper.
No, that was the same thing. Oh, fair enough. But I'm allowed to ask her about the information that she took down specifically in the report without any characterization. No, that was the same thing. The question is, I the question is, you can't cross-examine her about anything that she wasn't confronted with, because the witness has to be given an opportunity to explain. Lolo.
Oh, I understand that. So long as there's a connection to Ms. Pace's direct testimony.
So the issue with the prior inconsistent statement is it can only come in if you have confronted the witness, Ms. Pace, with the inconsistency. I've perused this statement. I don't know what's in it. I don't know that she has to be confronted with the inconsistency in this particular document, or if it can be something else. I think it can be.
Even so, she has not confronted any way on any inconsistencies that are set forth in this document. During cross yesterday, there was some confrontation about whether she said that the defendant said she should act 25 instead of 21. That's not referenced here.
But hold on.
Is there something else that you want to say? Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. And I think there's okay, and I think there was one other inconsistency about honestly, I can't recall, but there was one other inconsistency that she was confronted on. Those aren't in here. So what inconsistency is set forth is here
There's a number.
that she was confronted on.
I've actually pointed them out in the transcript. I can point to them. Okay, so what are we going to do? What we're going to do is I am going to excuse the jury for lunch. We will excuse the witness. You tell me, how many inconsistencies are you talking about? There with my notes, but it's about 5 or 6. All right, so let's see what they are, and then I'll decide.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, hold on just 1 second. This is actually going to take me a little longer than I thought. So I think what I'm going to do is excuse you for lunch. I just want to see if it has gotten here yet. So we think our lunch is here. So let's come back at 2:15. Please do not talk about the case, look anything up, form any opinions about the case, but have a good lunch.
All rise.
All right.
All right. Everybody can have a seat. The witness can step down. All right. The question is, all right. The question is the extent to which, let me just go back a little bit.
Mhm.
The government wants to ask the witness about fairly limited aspects of the exhibit that is marked 3500 CW1. And this document was prepared 4 days after the witness testified that she last saw Mr. Kelly. Most of what the government seeks to bring out was really what was contained in Ms. Pace's journal, with one additional. And I think part of this had to do with the date. Is that right, Ms. Geddes? Ms. Geddes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
I was
right.
muted.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, Mr. Farinello says that he wants to ask her about the entire document. I mean, I don't know why you would want to do that with some of these questions, but he wants to ask about the entire document, but 5 different aspects of it. Is that correct? Approximately, Your Honor.
Approximately, Your Honor.
And what are the areas? Because just to be clear, the rule is, as you know, the rule is that to bring out a prior inconsistency, the witness, Ms. Pace, has to have been confronted with the inconsistency.
Correct, Your Honor.
For example, asked, you never told X.
Yes.
So why don't you identify those inconsistencies that Ms. Pace was confronted with?
So Ms. Pace was confronted with, first, she said she was asked about whether or not Mr. Kelly had left the Chicago area. And in this item, it talks about June 3rd, June 5th, June 12th, June 13th, June 14th. Ms. Pace testified specifically. Do you know where Mr. Kelly went in June 2009? And she said yes. And Ms. Geddes asked where, and she said South Africa.
Okay. And so you want to bring out the fact that she told these lawyers that she was with him on various dates in June? And just from my quick perusal of this document, those dates that she says she was there were June 3rd, June 12th, June 13th, and June 14th, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And so you want to cross-examine. You have no problem with that, do you?
I only have a problem with it, but I don't think it's a proper number one. I don't think there's anything inconsistent about this statement because
It is not all of June. Is it not all of June? But besides that, you don't have any problem with it, right?
if he's going to say it isn't it true that Ms. Pace told you that she was with the defendant on June 3rd, June 12th, June 13th, June 14th? I have no problem with that one question.
Good. That's fine. That's what you want to ask, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mm. Next question. Ms.
Ms.
Pace
Pace testified.
testified.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ms. Pace testified yesterday that she witnessed Mr. Kelly speaking with an attorney. The subject of what was said was not, well, was obviously not testified to, but she specifically stated that she overheard Mr. Kelly on the phone with the lawyer. In this statement, she says here that there was a party and the police were there because police showed up at the front gate looking for a 17-year-old girl. Right. This is relating to the person that we discussed yesterday. And it says Mr. Kelly called his attorney, Ed Jensen, and then walked out of the room. Okay. So that's an inconsistent statement. It is not inconsistent. And it is also not at all helpful to you. Do you really want to bring that out? Well, the other issue is really not inconsistent. I mean, if you want to bring it out, I'm going to say bring it out. Go ahead. The other issue is that the 17-year-old girl that was being looked for was that the reason why yesterday when the police officer testified he spoke to the business manager occurred was because Mr. Kelly was out of the country. So this never happened is the point. Oh, well, I don't think that that was the testimony yesterday. But if you want to ask about that, about her saying that, you can surely ask about that.
But Your Honor, again, it's not inconsistent.
No, it's not.
Your Honor struck the fact that she was even speaking with the attorney at the defendant's instances.
Oh, I did? I did?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to that, the rules state that you have to confront her about the inconsistent statement. They never said. You told somebody else that he walked out of the room. They didn't say that. She never was given an opportunity to explain her prior statement. It is completely improper for them to be able to elicit a prior inconsistent statement without that, even assuming there's any inconsistency here.
It is improper. And I didn't realize that I had struck the reference. So you can't do that then. You stopped me. I don't. Well, I recall looking at the transcript and I don't see that you struck the reference. You stopped Miss Page from continuing. I'm sorry. Yes, that's fine. Right. So the testimony did not come out because I told her not to say it. Yes, that's what happened. Her testimony is in the record that he was on the phone with his lawyer, and I heard, okay, so that he was on the phone with his lawyer, that's what this says. So it is not inconsistent. But she says she was in the room with him while he was on the phone. Okay. Well, he still not inconsistent. You may have a theory. It is inconsistent. Let me finish. You may have a theory that he wasn't there, but she said the same thing twice. So that is not a thing. I mean, like I say, I don't know the case like you all do. I don't see how this helps you, but if you didn't confront her with it and it's not an inconsistency, I am not going to permit it. What else? One moment, Your Honor. May I confer with counsel? Yes. So, Your Honor, the other issue is I believe the government is seeking to use this in connection with her journal, correct? With the witness's journal. Well, the witness was, I think, cross-examined about the contents of the journal. I don't know when she prepared the journal. I don't recall. I believe she prepared it after. After. Okay.
She testified she prepared it when she retained a lawyer.
Okay. And the government also seeking to use this to corroborate the witness's statement with regard to the spit and semen regarding the t-shirt. Right. Okay. The problem is that we should be able to ask the question. Are there any notations in your report that indicate that the witness stated that she still has the t-shirt? You can ask that. Go ahead. Yes, that's fine. All right. Anything else? Let me just check. If I could just take it over to the lunch break, Your Honor. If I could just take it over the lunch break, Your Honor. Sure. And I hate to keep interrupting you. It makes it very hard for the court reporter when we speak too quickly. And I say that as a reformed fast talker. So just try to slow down, all right? I'll make believe I'm in the Midwest. I didn't hear you. I'll make believe I'm in the Midwest. All right. Let's get back at 2:15. All right. All right. So, okay. So, what did you decide you want to do with this witness? Your
Your Honor,
Honor.
one
Okay.
second.
Thank you, baby. Sure.
So, Your Honor, I would just like to have the opportunity to suggest the last portion that we talked about before we broke into what was the t-shirt.
So, you want to be able to ask her about that? About it?
I believe the government's going to ask her about the t-shirt.
Right.
So I would like to permit to ask her if, in fact, that report contains any notion regarding, the potential client having evidence.
Sure, that's fine, not a problem. So I think we're all on the same page then, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. All right, let's get the witness. Then let's get the jurors.
All rise. You may
The
be
witness
seated.
reminded that she's still on the oath.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. When we broke, I was asking what, if anything, did Miss Pace say to you occurring on January 18th to 21st of 2010?
She said that there was some physical abuse and that she had a relationship with Mr. Kelly. And
And let me stop you for a moment
sure.
because I want to better frame my question. I'm talking specifically what Miss Pace told you happened between her and the defendant on their particular dates. So I think you testified earlier that you met with Miss Pace on January 27th of 2010. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically what Miss Pace told you happened on January 18th to the 21st of 2010?
Yes.
And what happened?
That she had gone to see him, and I think that he had choked her and spit on her, and then they had sex.
And I just want to direct your attention to a particular date. As you sit here today, do you remember the particular date that you said the incident happened?
No.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked for the identification of 3500 CW1. And I'm going to think, and then I'm going to direct your attention to this paragraph right there where my pen is pointing. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
And let me if that refreshes your recollection.
You just have to focus it there.
And can I bring it to you if that's easier?
That's fine. I can see it. January 23rd.
She said that the incident you just described occurred on January 23rd
Yes.
of what year?
2010.
And what, if anything, did the witness say about the t-shirt?
That she had a t-shirt that had semen on it from Mr. Kelly.
And did she say how it came to be that she had a t-shirt that had Mr. Kelly's semen on it?
That she had used the t-shirt to wipe it off.
It wiped off of what?
Her body.
From an incident that happened on January 23rd?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. So you just excused me, so I had to just testify the document that you reviewed said that she had a t-shirt, right?
Yes.
Is it a fact that the document doesn't say that she had a t-shirt?
That she used a t-shirt to wipe it off.
Yes, but you said that what you just read indicated that she had a t-shirt.
Yes.
Okay, but that's not in the document, right?
I don't know.
My document does have a notation on it.
Do you want to show it to her? And I think maybe put your question to her again. It's a little confusing.
Okay. You had just testified when you were asked about the memo you prepared, and you had indicated that it stated that the new potential client had a t-shirt, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your memo, that you prepared, it does not indicate that the new potential client had a T-shirt. It simply says,
No, that's really not an appropriate question. Why don't you show her the document? Ask her to take a look at the part you want her to look at, and then put your question to her.
so we'll mark this as defense exhibit.
You don't even have to mark it. Just show it to her. We're not putting it in, I don't think.
Counsel, which document are you showing her? Is it
It's the memo.
this free? Okay. CW1?
Yes,
Yes,
CW1, page 3.
thank you.
Yes.
Yes. So you've reviewed the memo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that memo, it does not indicate that the new potential client stated she had a T-shirt, right?
That's correct.
It just simply states that she used T-shirts.
That's correct.
Okay. And one last question. Isn't it a fact that you have, at that point, when you're interviewing your client, you had no independent knowledge of the truth about the information that she provided to you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You can step down. Do we need, who is your next? Okay, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Judge. The government calls Carolyn Harris to the stand.
Carolyn Harris.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Court deputy.
Please raise your right hand.
Hello.
Yes. I think we the only 3 people. But we playing 5 people.
Come on, y'all. Are you gonna come in and say something, or should I just boot y'all off?
I'm sorry.
I have to boot some people off.
I'm sorry. I had my mic muted. Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Please state your name for the. Come on, Sylvia. Bring it up.
Go ahead, Miss Sylvia.
You don't have your thing with you in front of you?
Yeah, I do, but I have to like switch pages and stuff. Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Carolyn Harris.
Thank you. You may have a seat, and you can remove your mask.
Okay, Miss Harris. Just a couple of things. The court reporter takes down everything that you say. So please make sure you don't speak too quickly and that you don't talk over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. That way it makes their job easier, okay?
Yes.
Second, if you don't understand a question or you want to have it repeated, just let me or anyone know. And the final thing is, please just do your best to answer the question that you're being asked, okay?
Yes.
All right, good.
Melendez Cruz gonna
Miss
ask.
Melinda.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harris.
Hi.
Are you employed?
Yes.
And how are you employed?
Cook County Clerk, Karen Yarborough.
Say it again. I'm so sorry.
The Cook County Clerk, Honorable Karen Yarborough's office.
How long have you worked at Cook County? What was the last?
Cook County Clerk.
Clerk, yes. And how long have you worked at the Cook County Clerk's office?
21 years.
Miss Cruz Melendez, you also need to speak up.
Yes, Judge.
Better.
What is your current title at the office of the clerk?
Supervisor.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a supervisor?
Supervise over 24 people in birth, marriage, and death.
Can you explain to the jurors what Cook County is, where it's located?
Cook County's clerk office is located 118 North Clark, Chicago, Illinois.
And how long have you held the position as a supervisor?
21 years. Well, 15 years as a supervisor.
And prior to being a supervisor, what, if any, position did you have?
A clerk.
What were your duties and responsibilities as a clerk?
To serve the public.
In what manner?
Birth, marriage, and death certificates.
Now, during sounds like almost 30 years of working there, have you become familiar with the policies and procedures related to members of the public seeking to be married in Cook County, Illinois?
Yes.
And in that capacity, as part of your work as a clerk and then later as a supervisor, are you familiar with the documents generated by the Cook County Clerk's Office related to marriage?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the procedures that were in place in 1994 as well?
Yes.
What's the procedure of obtaining a marriage license in Cook County, Illinois in or around 1994?
Well, both persons must be present with a valid ID over at the age of 18.
So you mentioned valid IDs. So what, if any, documentation did a person seeking marriage license during the time period of 1994 need to present prior to obtaining the license?
A state ID, a driver's license, and a U.S. passport.
So you previously mentioned that individuals coming in would have to provide an identification, correct?
Yes.
And you used the phrase both people.
Yes.
Who are the people you are talking about?
The expected bride and groom.
Now, if a person didn't have the state ID or driver's license, what, if any, other forms of identification did the clerk office take?
They were required to produce 2 pieces of identification.
Okay, and what kinds of identification?
Things like birth certificate, council card, foreign passport.
Anything else?
Nope.
Does the Cook County Clerk Office ever accept baptism records?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
What, if any, eligibility requirements existed in 1994 with respect to the individuals seeking to get married in Cook County, Illinois?
What was that?
Eligibility reimbursements?
Well, you had to be 18 and older. And as we also accepted minors, but they must be accompanied by an adult.
When you say minors, how old of a minor must she be?
16, 17.
So when you say must be accompanied by an adult, which adult are you referring to?
The parents.
The parents of minors?
Yes.
Generally speaking, now and in 1994, how could an applicant prove their age?
By the ID.
So once the applicant, the expectant bride and groom, provides identification, what happens next in the process?
They would enter the information into our system.
And what system is that?
That's the vital check. The marriage license system.
And once a couple obtains the marriage license, is it automatically effective on the date that the marriage license is issued?
It's actually valid anytime after that date.
Is it valid on that day?
It's valid anytime after that date.
Okay, so is there a waiting period between when the marriage license is issued or when it is effective?
Yes, 24 hours.
Okay, and is that true in 1994?
Yes.
And there are exceptions to the 1 day waiting period for them that you mentioned.
Yes, military.
And when you say military, can you explain to the jurors what that exception?
That would be military services, like active duty, or they will be able to, the ability to be able to get married within the same day.
And if the person in the military was seeking to get married before the 1 day period, how, if at all, would that reflect on the marriage application?
Well, it would be reflected by them showing their military ID.
Okay, what, if anything, would happen if the couple was married on the same day that their marriage license was issued if they were not military personnel?
We would actually conduct the customer. Conduct the customer.
What would you say to the customer?
We would have to. They would have to come to back in and redo the marriage.
So does that mean that their marriage would be void?
Yes,
And how long is the marriage license effective?
it's valid for 60 days.
And was that true in 1994?
Yes.
Now, when the accepted bride and groom, the applicants, first let me ask you this. Once an application is drawn out and the marriage license is issued, do they receive a copy of the marriage license?
The marriage license, yes.
Okay, and when they receive the copy of the marriage license, do they also get a copy of the application for the license?
No.
So once a marriage license is issued to the expected bride and groom, what, if anything, are they required to do in the order for them to be officially married?
To get married by an if officiant, a priest, or an elder.
And do they have to provide documentation?
They would provide the marriage license.
And that, if any other information would be on that marriage license?
The information that we keyed in the computer, in the computer.
And any other information?
Information for the officiant to fill out.
Once that's filled out, what needs to happen with the marriage license?
They must return back to our office.
And generally speaking, how is the marriage license returned to the clerk's office?
Through mail or walk-in.
And again, the procedure that we just discussed was true in 1994.
Yes.
So what happens once the marriage license is returned to the office that you work at?
We would then enter it in and generate to generate a certification copy.
And is that the certificate of marriage? Certification of marriage?
Yes.
Okay, now once the certification of marriage is generated, what, if anything, does that mean with respect to the marital status of the couple who came in to obtain the license?
Just letting the world know that they are married.
So once the certification of marriage is issued, are they officially married?
Yes, in our office, yes.
And at that point, can the married couple get a copy of the marriage certificate?
Yes.
And how would they go about doing that?
They would pay a fee of $15.
Now, if a member of the public, so not a married couple at issue here, wanted a copy of the documents related to the marriage, so we talked about 3 documents now. We talked about the application, we talked about the marriage license, and the certificate of marriage. If a member of the public wanted to get a copy of those documents, could they?
A certification copy? Yes.
How would they do that?
They will come in, present their ID, and a $15 fee.
I'm sorry, I may have confused you with my question. So I'm not talking about the married couple. I'm talking about the member of the public who is not married, not the married couple. Can they get access to a married couple's application, marriage license, or certification of marriage?
They can get a copy of the certificate of marriage.
A member of the public? Is that what I'm asking? Is what I'm asking.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And how would they go about doing that?
They will come in and see one of the information to search a marriage.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a moment. So, Your Honor, at this point, I would like to move to admit the certified record pursuant the Federal Rule of the Evidence 9024, Government Exhibit 803A, 803B, and 803C.
Any objections? May I see the documents?
Certainly.
No objection, Your Honor. That is in evidence and you can publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Harris, I would like you to take a moment and look at the documents. Are you familiar with these documents?
Hold on a second. Somebody's coming in. Sorry. I had to go back. Yes.
And prior to testifying here today, did you have any opportunity to review these documents?
Yes.
So I'd like to turn your attention to Government's Exhibit 803A. Can you explain to the juror what we're looking at here?
Application of marriage.
Okay, keep your voice up a little. Keep your voice up a little.
Application of marriage.
You don't have to holler, but thank you.
Yes.
And does Government Exhibit 803 reflect the names of the applicants seeking a marriage license?
Yes.
And I'm so sorry to laugh. Okay. And I want to direct my attention to the top portion here where my pen is. Do you see that there?
Yes. Yes. Where'd she go?
So can you tell me what the name of the groom is in the application? Until she come back, I guess.
Robert S. Kelly.
Damn.
Your thing
Does the
is-
groom?
I can hear the echo.
Oh, I'll be putting it on pause. Does the groom area of information also include a date of birth?
Yes.
What's that date of birth?
January, I can't hardly read it. January 8th, 1967?
Okay, so does it also include an address?
Yes.
And does the address say 195 North Harbor, Chicago, Cook County, Illinois?
Yes.
Is there also an age indicated?
Yes.
And what does that say?
27.
Do you see here, just to the right of the age, 2 boxes over, where it says Social Security number? Do you see that there?
Yes.
And there are a series of zeros listed.
Yes.
What, if anything, does that indicate?
Optional.
And what do you mean by optional?
They could either give the Social Security number or not.
Okay, so did the individual provide here? Did Robert S. Kelly provide his Social Security number?
Nope.
Okay, so moving to the next entry to the right, over to the right, it says occupation.
Yes. She's back.
Okay, there she go.
We're at number 10.
She
620.
said she'll do Farinella.
Okay.
Okay, and what's the occupation listed there?
Singer.
All right, so now moving on down one row. Do you see where it says father's name?
Yes.
And it says legally omitted, correct?
Yes.
So what does that mean?
The father's name was not given.
Okay, and one box below that where it says mother's maiden name, do you see that there?
Yes.
What's listed there?
Mother's name, Joanne Kelly.
Okay, and in the address box to the right of that, does it say deceased?
Yes.
So the information that we've just gone through here with respect to the groom's name, address, and date of birth, how is that information generated?
Generated off the ID.
Okay, so the identification provided by the groom.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to now your attention on a little further down in the section that says bride.
Yes.
Okay, do you see that there?
Yes.
What name is listed for the bride's name? Do you see that where my pen is?
Yes.
Okay, so what does it say?
Aaliyah D. Horton.
Horton?
Yes.
Okay, so did I read that correctly? Horton?
Yes.
All right, so to the right of the last name, do you see where it says maiden name? It says same there, correct?
Yes.
All right, so on the row below that, there's an address listed, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that address is 1322 South Trip, Chicago, Cook County, Illinois. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of questions. I'm gonna try to speed it up. All right, and just below that, the leftmost of the next row, there's a date of birth listed, correct?
Yes.
And does that date of birth say January 16, 1976?
Yes.
So, I'm sorry. So January 16, 1976. It said 1/16/1976.
Yes.
Okay. Is there an age listed?
Yes.
What's the age listed?
18.
Moving over to where it says social security number. You see that there?
Yes.
All right. So there's another series of zeros, correct?
Yes.
Does that mean the same thing as you previously testified to, that the bride also did not provide a social security number?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to the right of that series of zeros, there's another box for the bride's occupation. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Does that say messenger or SER?
Yes.
All right, so moving down one row for the father's name, does that say Michael Harty?
Yes.
And then to the right of that, there's an MI. What is that?
Michigan.
And one row below where it says mother's maiden name, do you see that there?
Yes.
All right, does it say Diane Hankerson?
Yes.
All right, and in the address line, does it say Michigan
Yes.
or MI?
Yes.
Okay, is it correct that that means Michigan?
Yes.
All right, so again, with respect to the information that we've gone through here, so the bride's name, address, the date of birth, how is that information generated on this application?
With the identification given.
So you testified earlier that identification is necessary to obtain a marriage license, correct?
Yes.
So does government's exhibit 803A reflect the form of identification that was used by Robert S. Kelly?
Yes.
So I want to direct your attention to the leftmost entry here. Do you see where it says ID, little g, and ILDL, followed by the letters and numbers? K is in kite, 4007777470008. Do you see that there?
Yes.
What does that IDG mean?
ID for the groom.
Okay. So the G in the parentheses stands for groom.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at where it says ILDL, what can you ascertain as to the type of identification that was used by the groom?
Illinois driver's license.
Okay. All right. So now I want you to move to the right side of the document. It's based on based on the information that's on this document. Was a particular form of identification also used by the bride?
Yes.
All right. And is that reflected in 803A?
Yes.
All right. So I want to turn your attention to still the top of the document, but on the right side. Do you see here where it says ID, a small b in parentheses, and then ILIDDA, and a series of numbers following that?
Yes.
Okay. What does that B in parentheses stand for?
Bride.
Okay. Here, where it says ILIDPA, what can you ascertain as to the type of identification that was used by the bride?
Illinois Department of Public Aid.
So you testified earlier that there are a number of forms of identification that a clerk's office typically requires to obtain a marriage license. I believe when you listed those things, a public aid identification card was not included in that list, correct?
Yes.
Is a public aid ID card one of the forms of identification that would generally be accepted as an ID to get a marriage license?
No.
So who makes the ultimate decision when applicants come in as to what form of ID to accept when the applicants are looking to get a large license?
The clerk.
Oh, and is that the clerk who handles the application for the bride and the groom?
Yes.
Now, were the applicants here, Robert Kelly and Aaliyah Houghton, were they required to sign the application?
Yes.
And do we see those signatures on this document?
Yes.
So I'm going to point your attention here where it says affidavit. And do you see where my pen is here?
Yes.
Does that signature say Robert S. Kelly?
Yes.
All right. And moving to the right of that where it says bride, is that the signature of Aaliyah Houghton?
Yes.
Or does it reflect to be the signature of Aaliyah Houghton?
Yes.
Just below those signatures, do you see a signature here that says David D. Orr?
Yes.
Who is David D. Orr?
He was the clerk for the Cook County Clerk office at the time.
Okay, there was another signature to the right of David D. Orr. Whose signature would that be?
The clerk that created the application.
Okay, so does this application reflect the date that the application was created on?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that date?
I can't hardly see it.
Sorry, say August 30, well, excuse me, 8/30/1994.
Yes.
Now, looking at this document, 803A, do you see this other date where, this other date here where it says 08/31/1994?
Yes.
Is this the effective on date?
Yes.
So does that mean that August 31st, 9/1/194 is the date that the marriage license will be effective?
Yes.
So as you previously testified, the applicants, once they obtain their marriage license, they would have to wait until August 31st in order to be married.
Yes.
So you explained to the jury earlier that after submitting the application, that it's a general matter of marriage license. Okay, so submitting an application that it's a general matter, a marriage license is then issued. Based on your review of the document, was a marriage license issued for Robert Kelly and Aaliyah Houghton?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention to Government's Exhibit 803B. Can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
A marriage license.
And how is this information on the marriage license generated?
From the application.
Okay. So taking a look at the document here, do you see here the name Robert S. Kelly?
Yes.
And it says Robert S. Kelly of Chicago in the county of Cook and the state of Illinois of the age of 27 years. Did I read that portion correctly?
Yes.
And Aaliyah D. Houghton of Chicago in the county of Cook and the state of Illinois at the age of 18 years. Did I read that correctly as well?
Yes.
How long after applicants fill out marriage application is the marriage license generated?
Applicants?
Yeah, so the applicants fill out the application or have an application generated, correct? How long after that is a marriage license generated?
Once the officiant marries them.
Okay, so I'm going to go back up for a second. So we have an application.
Mm-hmm.
And the couple fills out an application.
Yes.
Okay, and then I believe you testified that the Cook County Clerk's office then generates a marriage license, correct?
Yes.
How much time passes between when they filled out the application and when the licensed marriage is generated?
Sorry?
That's okay. It comes right after?
It comes out right after.
Oh, okay. So approximately how long?
Push of a button.
Okay, so it's fair to say they receive it on the same day that they filled out the application, correct?
Yes.
All right, now looking at the Government's Exhibit 803B here, what portion of the marriage license is generated by the clerk's office?
The top portion.
Okay, so is that the typewritten portion at the top half of the marriage license?
Yes.
So looking at the middle area of the marriage license here on Government Exhibit 803B, what's the date that the marriage license was issued?
August 30th, 1994.
And turning back for just a moment with respect to 803A, excuse me, is that the same date that the application was filled out?
Yes.
So directing your attention once more to Government's Exhibit 803B, I like to start at the top of the document here on the right-hand top corner. You see here where it says Maywood?
Yes.
What does that signify?
Where they applied for the license.
And is Maywood an office? What is that?
Yes, it's one of our satellite offices.
For the Cook County Clerk's office.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and just below that, it's number, and then the numbers 9428588. What is that?
Marriage license generated that day.
So that's the marriage license number?
Yes.
Okay, and here we see what says return date and then September 6, 1994. What's that date?
That's the day it was returned back to our office.
So that return date there, that September 6, 1994, would that date have to occur before or after the couple gets married?
After.
I'd now like to turn your attention to the bottom third of the Government's Exhibit 803B. This information here, who is required to fill out that information?
The officiant.
Okay, so, okay, so the handwriting here is filled out by the officiant. What's an officiant?
Pastor, minister, elder.
Okay, so the person who presides over the marriage ceremony, basically.
Yes.
Okay, so looking at Government's Exhibit 803B, where it says print name of person officiating, what does that say there?
Nathan J. Edmond.
All right, and to the right of that, does it say Elder Nathan J. Edmond Sr.?
Yes.
And it says below that, hereby certified that Robert S. Kelly and Aaliyah D. Houghton were united in marriage by me at 6501 North Manheim Road, Rosemont, Illinois, the county of Cook and state of Illinois on the 31st day of August, 1994. Do you see that there?
Yes.
All right. So is there a signature there that reads Nathan J. Edwards?
Yes.
And then address below that says 8515 South Indiana Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 600619.
60619.
Okay, and that address, is that the efficiency address?
Yes.
Okay, and the address above that where it says, "Were united in marriage by me at 6501 North Manheim Road in Rosemont, Illinois." What address is that?
Where the marriage took place.
All right. So now I want to turn your attention to the government's exhibit 803C. Can you explain to the jurors what government's exhibit 803C is?
Certification of marriage.
How was the information on the certification of marriage generated?
Generated off the marriage license.
Okay, so I like to first start from the top of the document where it says license number. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Okay, it reads M as in Mary 199-494-28588. Do you see that number?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that capital M stand for?
Marriage.
And then the first four numbers, 1994, what does that mean?
The year.
I'm sorry, just let me finish the question. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, let me finish the question.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. 1994, what is that?
The year.
So 1994.
Yes.
Okay, is that followed by 942-8588?
Yes.
Okay, and just for a moment, putting up government exhibits 803B, is that the same number listed here as the marriage license number 942-8588?
Yes.
Just a few more questions. So moving down the certificate, it says the groom's name as Robert S. Kelly. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the age is listed as 27.
Yes.
It says the bride's name, Aaliyah D. Houghton, age 18. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, how is that information generated?
Generated from the marriage license.
The date of marriage is also listed there. Is that correct?
Yes.
It says August 31, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, how is the date generated?
From the marriage license.
All right, and when it's generated on the marriage license, and when you say generate from the marriage license, turning your attention back to 803B, the dates of the marriage, where was that located?
The lower part is the efficient box.
Okay, so that's that handwritten date here where it says the 31st day of August, 1994.
Yes.
So who fills this portion out?
The efficient.
Okay, so continuing down these certification of marriage, it says, "Were united in marriage in the county of Cook and state of Illinois in a religious ceremony by Nathan J. Edwards." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then it says the officiant title, elder at site of ceremony, Rosemont, Illinois. Did I read that correctly as well?
Yes.
Okay, and again, how is that information generated?
From the marriage license.
Okay, and from the handwritten portion that's filled out by the officiant.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Generated from the marriage license.
Okay, it's generated from the marriage license, and it would be from the handwritten portion that's filled out by the officiant, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and just below that, it says date recorded, September 6, 1994. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and just below that, it says date. Oh, I'm sorry. What does that mean?
The date it was returned and recorded.
What was returned and recorded?
The marriage license.
Okay, and we see here just below that, it says application date August 30th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and I will put up 803A for a moment. Is that the same date as the date on the application?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors when a marriage is considered official?
Once we put it in our system.
And so, when you put it in your system, is that the certificate of marriage?
Yes.
Okay, so once the certificate of marriage is issued, that's when the marriage is official.
No, sorry. Once we receive the marriage license back, then we enter the marriage license to generate a certificate.
Okay, so now I want to go back for a moment with respect to the documents we see here. If someone other than Robert S. Kelly or Aaliyah Houghton wanted to get either the certificate of marriage, the marriage license, or the marriage application, what, if anything, would they have to do?
Other than the bride and groom?
Other than the bride and groom?
The certificate, they would come and search for a certificate.
Well, what about the application?
Application? No.
They couldn't get a copy of the application?
No.
A member of the public couldn't get a copy of the application, correct?
No.
So based on the marriage certificate issued for Robert Kelly and Aaliyah Houghton, what was their marital status as of the date of this certificate of marriage? The government 803C.
You say who?
The groom, Robert S. Kelly and Aaliyah D. Houghton. Once the certificate of marriage was issued, what was their marital status?
They're married.
To each other?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. All right, cross-examination. Thank you, Judge. You still ready, Miss Sylvia?
I'm still Miss Harris.
All right. Good afternoon, Miss Harris.
Hi.
Miss Harris, I just have a couple of quick questions. Miss Harris, I believe one of the things that you indicated is at the beginning, when someone comes in for a certificate of marriage, both the partners have to be there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when they fill out some paperwork initially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular instance, we've been talking about a specific marriage between Mr. Kelly and Miss Houghton, correct?
Yes.
And if I also understand correctly, you were not the individual who helped them back then. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when it came to the application and the marriage license, that would have to be, I believe, as you indicated, 1 day later. Those two things cannot be done on the same day, correct?
No. They're not done the same day.
Excuse me?
No.
Thank you for correcting me.
Oh.
Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. Those two things are done on the same thing. But then the next day, you have to wait 24 hours for something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What do you have to wait 24 hours for?
To get married.
Okay. Now, you've had the opportunity to see a copy of the marriage license, right?
Yes.
Okay. And their marriage license indicates that they were married on the 30th, August 30th of 94. Is that correct?
The marriage license indicate they were married August 31st.
Give me one moment, please. May I, Judge?
Sure. Oh.
Same thing. Okay. And I apologize, but can you bring up the marriage license, please? At this point, it is just so the witness can see it. But there is an earlier exhibit that has been allowed in. Can I publish it? If it's in the evidence, yes. You can publish it. Thank you. This is the marriage license that you had a chance to see. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just for the record, government exhibit 803B. And on this marriage certificate, there is an indication on here that when it comes to sort of in the middle, where it has the date, that would be which is the 30th. That's the date. Tell us, that's the date of what?
Hold on. Somebody just got picked up. That was the date.
Oh, that's me again.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify, it's the marriage license, not the certificate. I apologize. You are correct. Okay. So marriage license, towards the center of that marriage license, there's a date there that says August 30th. What is that date?
The date they applied.
Okay. That they applied for it, which would have been the day before the actual license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there ever a timestamp that's given?
No.
So earlier when you said it had to be 24 hours, how do you determine if it's 24 hours or not?
We advised them that the marriage license is valid anytime after that date.
Okay. So it's not necessarily a 24-hour thing. It's just if it's a Monday, it's got to be Tuesday, the following day, not necessarily 24 hours.
Yes.
Thank you. And was that also true back in 1994? That's how it worked?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about the certification of marriage. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, that was another exhibit that was looked at. There's no reason to have more than one certification of marriage. Is that correct?
What? To obtain or?
Sorry, let me be more specific. All right, the certification of marriage that we had a chance to see, that's sort of a final documentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, and there's only, strike that, and a certificate of marriage, which I apologize. Okay, and the certificate of marriage, which is what I am showing on the Elmo currently on the bottom right, there is a number there that says 6002844. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that number refer to?
The paper number.
Paper number meaning what?
Yes.
I apologize.
The paper number, the count of the paper.
Oh, and if you could explain to us what you mean by that, the count of the paper.
Meaning 1 to 600, whatever the thousands. The paper.
Oh, okay. Does it have significance, meaning that does that number correlate at all to the fact that this is the certificate of marriage for these two individuals?
No.
Okay. That number has to do with, you're saying, just something that has to do when it's processed.
Just a paper count.
Paper count.
Yes.
So there could be a variety of different people who could print it out with a different number on the bottom right. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Harris, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
I just want to clarify two things, Your Honor.
Sure.
All right, so Ms. Harris, on cross-examination, I think Ms. Becker stated that the marriage license occurs. It's generated a day after the application. Is that correct?
No.
So when is the marriage license created with respect to the application?
The same day.
And again, looking at the marriage license, which is government exhibit 803B at the bottom, we talked about this on direct examination. There's the date that the ceremony occurred according to the marriage license, correct?
Yes.
Does the Cook County Clerk's Office do any independent verification with respect to the actual date of marriage?
No.
So with respect to the certification of marriage, I will put that back on the screen. That's government exhibit 803C, where it says here, date of marriage, August 31st, 1994. Again, is that coming straight from the handwritten information provided by the officiant on the marriage license in government exhibit 803B?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harris. You can step down.
Thank you.
Is now a good time to take our afternoon break?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break, 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case. I'll see you in 15.
All rise. I just wanted to.
All right, everybody can sit down. So is the next witness the witness? Is the next witness the one you told me about this morning?
Yes.
Can you just put on the record what it is that is this someone that I have signed an order for previously?
Your Honor, you haven't signed an order for, but there is an order that's dated October 22nd, 2019. As Ms. Geddes mentioned this morning, we anticipate the witness will assert his Fifth Amendment privilege, and the government is prepared to offer immunity if that occurs.
All right.
And it was signed by Judge Moskoff.
Okay, so what's the procedure then? I haven't done this in a while. If I remember correctly, you bring him in and I ask him whether he intends to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege. Is that right?
We certainly can do it that way, Your Honor, or I can ask a question and see if he asserts his Fifth Amendment.
But outside of the presence of the jury?
Yes, outside of the presence of the jury.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. And then the immunity includes immunity except for perjury. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. Oh, okay.
Just put on the record what the condition of the immunity are.
It was my intention to read the order, Your Honor.
Great.
So I would ask, I think the simplest thing, Your Honor, is when the witness comes in, if you would like to ask the witness if they intend to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege.
Okay, who is the witness?
His name is Demetrius Smith. Assuming he does, he is going to have an attorney here as well. That's correct. Anything else that you want to put on the record about this? Nothing further from the government.
I am simply
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The
No,
dogs
you're
are.
fine.
I simply plan to ask him if he intends to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, and then if he says yes, I will tell him that you are going to read the order then.
That's correct.
And then he will no longer have a privilege to invoke, and I will advise him of that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense on his subject?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we take our break and then we'll handle this in about 10 minutes, okay?
All rise.
Everybody can sit down. All right, shall we bring the witness? I'm sorry, Miss Cruz Melendez. Can you tell me his name again?
Demetrius Smith, Your Honor.
Okay, and I take it his lawyer is with him?
Yes.
Who is his counsel?
Can we call
Susan Marcus?
Please remain standing.
Hold on, guys. Let's get Demetrius, you here?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
all right. Everybody's here in place, right? Canic, Demetrius.
Canic is here.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's here so we can start reading it. Okay.
Okay, who's Becker this time?
Huh?
Who's Becker, just in case she comes up?
She's not Becker right now. Becker's not gonna come in.
Okay. All right, I'll just fall in, whatever.
Oh, well, you could be when if she comes in and say object, whatever.
Okay.
All right, y'all. You ready? This is gonna be the good one here, y'all.
Do you still want me to be the court, or do you want me?
Yes, I want you to be the court. You
Okay.
sound good because I don't feel like doing it. All right, we're ready, guys. Here we go.
All set.
Miss,
right.
do you want to stand next to the witness? Is that helpful?
Susan Marcus.
Sure.
Please remain. please remain standing.
Huh?
Go ahead, say it.
I
Please.
read, please remain standing.
Yeah, you're supposed to say, state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm down here. State your name for the record.
Demetrius Smith.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
I can't.
This is gonna be good.
Oh my God.
It's about to go down.
Here we go, y'all. Here we
I
go.
was not expecting that one.
The call by the government having been sworn was examined and testified as follows.
Mr. Smith, just have a seat. There is a microphone right there. To ask you a couple of questions. I'm told if you are called to testify, you plan to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege against your self-incrimination. Is this true?
Yes. I don't want to be here, period.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz Mendez,
Your Honor, the government would like to now read into the record in order, I'm sorry, in order to sign for the judge Moscow dated October 22nd, 2019. It reads, in retestimony of Demetrius Smith on motion of Richard P. Donahue, United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, by Assistant United States Attorney Maria Cruz Melendez, filed in this matter on October 22nd, 2019, in appearing to the satisfaction of the court that Demetrius Smith, the witness, has been called to testify or provide other information before the grand jury, that in the judgment of the United States Attorney, the witness is likely to refuse to testify or provide other information on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination, that in judgment of the United States Attorney, the testimony or other information from the witness may be necessary to public interest, and that the aforesaid motion filed herein has been made with the approval of Jennifer A.H. Hodge, Acting Deputy Assistant of the Attorney General of the Criminal Division of the United States Department of Justice, pursuant the authority vested in her Title 18 U.S. United States Code Section 6003B and Title 28 Code of Federal Regulations Section 0.175A. Now, therefore, it is ordered pursuant to the Title 18 United States Code Section 6002 and 6003 that the witness give testimony or provide other information which he refuses to give or to provide on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination as to all matters about which he may be questioned before the grand jury and in other further proceedings resulting in their form or accelerating thereto. In this further order that pursuant to Title 18 United States Code Section 6002 and 6003, no testimony or other information compelled under this order or any information directly and indirectly derived from such testimony or another information may be used against the witness in any criminal case except in prosecution for perjury, given a false statement, obstruction of justice, or otherwise failing to comply to this order. This order shall become effective only if, after the execution of this order, the witness refuses to testify or provides other information on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination. It is dated October 23rd, 2019 in Brooklyn, New York. It is signed by the Honorable Rosalind R. Moskoff, United States District Judge, Eastern District of New York.
okay, Mr. Smith, have you decided discuss this with your attorney?
I do have a question for you right now.
Speak to your lawyer, okay?
She is telling me stuff, but I just don't understand it.
So I'm going to give you a little more time to consult with your lawyer. But the bottom line here is you had invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. And I don't know, and I know you know what that means, correct?
Yes, I was told that was given to me, offered to me, but I didn't want to be here anyway. But
Well, you would be in good company. There are lots of people who don't want to testify, but that's really not the question. The question is now that the government has secured an order signed by another district judge in the courthouse, that if you testify, you cannot be prosecuted for anything that you talk about.
all right,
So you don't have, well, you can't take the fifth anymore because you have order that you have immunity from
You're
prosecution.
breaking up.
Oh, sorry. So you have a good lawyer here with you. She will explain what that means to you. But the bottom line is that you have to testify about those things that you were concerned that you couldn't yourself face prosecution for. Do you understand that?
yeah, I don't feel like I did on the first prosecution for. So why do I have to testify here?
Do you want to speak to your lawyer for a minute?
May I have a
May
moment?
I have a moment?
Yes,
Oh,
go ahead.
Your Honor, can I address something?
Of course you can. Take your mask off.
Your Honor, previously admitted Government Exhibit 241, subject to connection. That was that blue T-shirt with Miss Pace identified as one that she had used to wipe semen from her face. The government is prepared to call 2 witnesses next week who will testify that there was, in fact, semen found on the shirt, and the semen matched that of the defendants. Your Honor, previously admitted subject to connection, but I believe I should be period, because the witness identified it as the T-shirt that she used to wipe off the defendant's semen. The defense counsel claims that they want to challenge the change of custody, but any challenge to change of custody go to weight, not to admissibility. The government is planning to call additional witnesses who will establish a chain of custody. But I want to be able to call the DNA witness next week, and I'm not sure that those other custody witnesses are going to testify before them.
I don't think you would have any objection to that, do you? It it is true essentially that the chain of custody issue in this circumstance really will go to weight, not assumability, but they are planning to establish it anyway. You can take your mask off too.
Oh, Your Honor, I will maintain my objection. I I certainly would not object to the witnesses testifying without that custody change.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I mean, it sounds like whatever objection you have will be, if the government can do it, will be made moot by the testimony of the chain of custody. People assuming they can't. So I think we are in agreement about that.
So that exhibit is now in evidence.
Oh, no, 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 no.
It is still subject, and it's fine. Your DNA people can testify.
Okay.
It's not a thing.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, while they're talking, can I run out real quick?
Yes.
I have one other procedural matter. I'm sorry.
Maybe co-counsel can handle it.
Your Honor, we previously discussed not sitting on the 2-day Rosh Hashanah holiday, and I think Your Honor was going to perhaps talk with the jury about whether they wanted to take both days, if there was anyone who celebrated those days.
I don't know that they celebrate both. I know they are. I know there are that celebrate one day. We will find out.
Okay.
Judge, just for a second, I'm Jewish as well. I do celebrate Rosh Hashanah.
We are taking the day off.
Okay, I just thought that was the discussion we were having.
I think the question is whether we take off 1 or 2 days.
Do you want to take both days off?
I would, Your Honor, because I have to fly home and come back. All right, that's the plan.
That would have been good to know before. When is Rosh Hashanah?
The 7th and 8th, Labor Day is Monday, the 6th, and then the 7th and 8th are Tuesday and Wednesday. My understanding, and certainly Ms. Becker can correct me, is the first day, is that the first day, the day that celebrates almost by all. The second day is for the most religious individuals.
Well, Donnellys generally don't weigh in on things like this. I'm not telling you you have to, but since it is going to be Labor Day before, you're going to have the whole weekend. Can you consider coming back on the Tuesday, assuming the jurors don't want to? It's just that we have a long road ahead of us, and if we can make the most of the time that we have, it may all be rendered moot if there is also a juror. I got the idea from Ms. Becker that this was a travel issue rather than an observe observation issue.
Judge, because I hadn't been asked about it before, I wasn't trying to keep anything from you.
I know, listen, I habit to inquire of the lawyers what their particular religious observances are. I'm simply trying to keep the trial on schedule. There are a lot of moving parts here, and if you want to take both days, you can take them, but I'm just suggesting that because it's on the Tuesday after a long holiday that if you don't need it, you don't have to. But let's not get into a debate about it. Let's find out from the jurors what they are doing, and we will deal with that issue when we have to deal with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, we have just received word that Mr. Smith and his attorney are done. So I think we might be able to bring them back in.
All right, did he testify in the jury?
He did, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
you. Judge?
Wait, why didn't we wait until Mr. Canick gets back? There he is. Now you can go and get the witness. Okay, you can take the mask off. I want to make sure the court reporter can hear what you are saying. Have you had a chance to speak with your lawyer?
Yes, I have.
And you understand the consequences of what we saw earlier?
Yes.
All right.
Something's wrong with your phone, Judge. You're breaking up.
I don't know what's wrong. Let me see. Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. All right. So I think we can get the jury. He is going to be here, and this is just because of our COVID protocol. And if you need at any time during the course of your examination to counsel with your lawyer, just let me know, okay? And then we will make the arrangements.
Yes, ma'am.
That's you.
Oh, how's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today?
Let's just wait until we start the questioning, okay? It won't be that bad.
All right. You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue. Are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The government calls Demetrius Smith.
And here he is. Mr. Smith, I'm just going to give you a couple of directions before the testimony starts. The first thing is our court reporter takes down everything that you say, so it's important first that you speak into the microphone so she can hear you, and second that you not speak too quickly, and the third part is that you don't speak over whoever is questioning you. It just makes it hard for them to do their job. The next thing is there is a question that isn't clear or you want to have repeated, just let me know. And finally, do your best to just answer the questions that you are being asked, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Did you receive the subpoena to appear here today?
Yes, I did.
You don't want to be here to testifying, do you?
No, I'd rather not.
Have you also received a grant of immunity for your testimony today?
Yes,
What do you understand that to mean?
that I won't be prosecuted for anything I had to say.
Now, you also understand that the grant of immunity does not extend to perjury
Yes,
or giving false statements. Do you understand that?
yes, ma'am.
Or obstruction of justice. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Or otherwise failing to comply with immunity order issued. Do you understand that?
yes.
Mr. Smith, how old are you?
65
Where did you grow up?
in Chicago, Illinois.
Are you employed?
At the present time, no.
And what did you do before your unemployment status?
I worked as a limousine driver and then COVID hit. Yeah, I worked as a limousine driver and then COVID hit. Since then, I've been unemployed.
Could everybody mute except the two that's talking, please?
Just do
I need everybody muted except the ones that's talking. Thank you.
just do your best to use that microphone. It's a big room.
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. Go ahead.
Do you have any nicknames?
My family calls me Johnny.
I'm showing the witness what has been marked as identification purposes as Government Exhibit 6. Do you see Government Exhibit 6 for identification purposes there? Do you see that there are on the monitor?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the individual in that photograph?
Yeah.
If the defense has no objection, the government moves to admit the Government Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection. All right. That will be in evidence.
Okay, there's a couple of people that's not muted that's not talking yet. Guys, mute because it's messing up the
I'm
other
muted.
I
I'm
always
muted.
it's messing up other people then while they talking. Okay. Judge, just come in and out when you need to, Judge.
I am.
Okay.
Do you want me to reread it?
Yeah, reread it so he can say it.
Okay. No objection. That was Mr. Canick. I don't know where he's at. All right. That will be in evidence.
You can publish it.
Are you familiar with the individual named Robert Kelly, also known as R. Kelly?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I need to back up for a moment. Who is the individual in this photograph?
That's me.
I moved too soon. So back to my other question. Are you familiar with an individual named Robert Kelly, also known as R. Kelly?
Yes, I am.
Have you met R. Kelly in person?
Yes, I have.
I'm showing you that in evidence at Government Exhibit 1. Do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
It looks like Robert.
When you say Robert, do you mean Robert Kelly?
Yes.
Do you see Robert Kelly in the courtroom here today?
Take off your mask. Oh, take your mask off.
If you see him, can you please point him out
That's Robert.
and indicate an item of clothing he is wearing?
He's wearing a gray suit with a brown shirt.
Indicating the defendant.
Mr. Smith, approximately when did you first meet the defendant?
I met Robert Kelly in 84.
And how did you meet the defendant?
I met him at a talent show at Kenwood Academy.
And what is Kenwood Academy?
It was a park district function, and Kenwood Academy is the high school.
Now, when you met the defendant, were you in the entertainment business?
Yes,
What did you do in the entertainment business?
I was a singer and I had a band.
After meeting the defendant, what, if any, relationship did you have with him?
When I met Robert, he was performing. He was a youngster. He was singing original songs, and at the time I was looking for songs for Robert Tolley, and Robert Tolley impressed me, and I had approached him for it. And from that moment, we began working together.
And in what capacity did you start working for the defendant?
Well, I just assisted him with everything he needed to further his career.
And approximately when did you begin working with him?
1984. Remember it like yesterday.
Over that total period of time, did you work with the defendant?
I worked with Robert from 94 to 96. I think is when we ended. 94, we ended.
84 to 96.
84, 96.
What did I say? Oh, I said my bad.
You said 94.
94 to 96. I'm sorry. Okay.
84.
Oh, 84 to 96. I'm sorry. I went back again. Pretty much 96, it all ended.
Would it be fair to say that you took some breaks from your employment with the defendant?
A couple, yes. Yes.
Now, during the periods of these breaks that you mentioned, did you maintain contact with the defendant?
Well, we ran back into each other. As far as me calling him on a regular basis, in the beginning, no. We got separated again. You know, I went to prison at one time.
Now, you have mentioned that you had almost immediately began working for the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
What was your title and how would you describe yourself?
Well, in the beginning, I would say I just wanted to be somebody that he could look up to, that he could help. But as time developed, I was like a personal assistant to him.
And what were your responsibilities as his personal assistant?
Again, just seeing to it that he got things that he needed to further his career. I mean, I just wanted him to be comfortable, to write.
What, if any, responsibility did you have with respect to the defendant's schedule?
When we signed with the record company, they gave me tools to do. So I would do the scheduling, and yeah, I did pretty much everything.
Did you have any responsibilities with respect to travel?
I did scheduling. Scheduling included traveling. He needed something to get something to his family or something, I would do that,
Now, were you paid when you were the defendant's personal assistant?
Well, in the beginning, there was no money. And as time went on, I was paid.
And how were you paid as time went on?
I was paid in check.
Prior to being paid in check, did you have any other, what was the agreement in terms of how much you would get paid?
In the beginning, me and Robert, we've always discussed 5%. That was with me, him and former manager Chuck Smith, and we discussed 5%. And pretty much Robert, in the beginning, he would make money in the subways, He'll make his money. He'll give me 5%, which was a little bit.
Now, when you were working with the defendant, did you have any opportunity to meet people in the defendant's inner circle?
Yes, I did.
Who did you meet?
I met his buddies.
And who are they?
They had,
Your Honor, I'm going to object for relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
well, I met his buddies. I met his family. I met his brother. I met his, brothers. I met his sisters, his mom, his buddy Larry, Tori.
Do you remember Larry's last name?
Larry, we don't, if I may say,
Sir?
if I may ask.
Oh, you want to speak to your counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Larry Hood.
And the other names, do you recall, are the people you met while working with the defendant?
Tory Diggs, Jim Pratt's, neighborhood friends,
Are you familiar with individuals named Bruce Kelly?
Yeah, that's his brother.
And you say his, who do you mean?
That's his brother.
And are you familiar with individuals named Tyree Jameson?
Tyree Jameson? Yes, I know Tyree.
And what, if any, job or responsibility did Tyree Jameson have with the defendant?
Tyree was hired as
Objection.
Objection.
Overruled.
security for Robert.
I want to make sure your microphone is on. We're having a little trouble hearing, and you can take your mask off too. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Linda.
My computer conked out. I'll be back.
You had mentioned that you originally met defendant at a talent show. At some point, did the defendant begin singing professionally?
Yes.
And was the defendant signed to a record label?
Yes, he was.
And which record label was that defendant signed to?
Signed to Jive Records.
And approximately when was he signed to Jive Records?
About 89, 88, something like that, maybe.
Now, as part of the defendant working with the record label, did the defendant release any songs?
Yes, he did.
And when you were working with the defendant, did the defendant release any albums under Jive Records?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Did the defendant release any albums under Jive Records?
Yes.
And what was the name of the defendant's first album?
Born into the 90s.
Generally speaking, who wrote the songs released by the defendant?
Robert Kelly.
And after releasing Born into the 90s album, did the defendant release any other albums?
Yes, he did.
Now, at the time the defendant was signed to Jive Records, did he have a manager?
Yes, he did.
And what was his manager's name?
Barry Hankerson.
After signing with Jive Records, did the defendant ever perform live?
Yes.
And did the defendant come to see his performance? And did people come to see his performances?
Yes, they did.
Now, you testified earlier that you first began working as the defendant's personal assistant, and then at some point you were also assisting with tours. Is that correct?
Yes, I worked as a tour manager as well.
And approximately when did you become his tour manager?
Our first tour.
And do you recall when that first tour was?
The Born into the 90s album.
Do you remember an approximate date?
Not off the top of my head. Let me see. Born into the 90s, we did shows way before that. We did shows with Heavy D and the Boys. We did this was before his deal. So signed with Jive. We got Born into the 90s, came out. So I would say 90s, in 1990s,
In the vicinity of that time frame.
In the vicinity, yeah.
So, as his tour manager, what were your responsibilities?
To get him to and from the tour and on stage on time, safe, and at the same time, make sure everything was accommodated. You know, his payroll. I took care of all the artists. I took care of the crew. My responsibility was a lot.
Now, you mentioned you were assisted with the tour responsibilities. Did the defendant ever perform live outside of Illinois?
Yes,
And did you travel on the tour with the defendant?
yes.
What locations do you recall traveling to with the defendant on tour?
We did tours over down south. We had tours all over the states.
Are you
We went overseas. We did a lot of tours. We covered a lot of ground.
familiar with the individual named Javante?
Yes, I remember that whole. I remember Javante.
And did Javante ever travel on tour with you and the defendant?
One time I remember, yes.
And what, if any, role did Javante have with respect to the defendant's tour?
That whole didn't have, she didn't have a role. They were just like little singers. They were singers, and he wanted them to see what it was like on the road and watch other acts that were out there as well.
So you testified that you traveled on tour with the defendant outside of Illinois around the country?
Yes.
Did people come to see the defendant perform when he performed outside of Illinois on tour?
Yes.
And when the defendant performed live at shows, did any other musicians perform any of those shows?
Yes.
Earlier, you also testified that the defendant generally wrote his songs. Did the defendant ever write or produce any songs for other musical artists?
Yes, he did.
And did the defendant ever collaborate on music projects with other artists?
Yes, he did.
Are you familiar with the individual Aaliyah Houghton?
Yes, I'm familiar with Aaliyah.
Did you ever meet Aaliyah Houghton in person?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing just the witness what been marked as an individual purpose of the government's Exhibit 54. Mr. Smith, do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
Yes.
And do you recognize it to be?
That's Aaliyah.
Your Honor, if there is no objection to this for this defense, the government moves to admit Government Exhibit 54.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, that's in evidence. You can publish it.
Is Aaliyah still living?
No, she's not.
How did you come to meet Aaliyah?
I met Aaliyah through her uncle, Barry Hankerson.
And what, if any, relation, again, did Barry Hankerson have with the defendant?
Barry was Robert's manager.
And do you recall approximately when you first met Aaliyah?
Yes.
When was that?
We went to Detroit to meet Aaliyah and her family.
Do you remember approximately what date that was?
No, I do not remember.
If I showed you, is there something that might refresh your recollection?
Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fall of 92. That's about right.
So this refreshes your recollection.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure if I was precise, but it's around that time.
Did you say the fall of 1992?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Could have been around that time. It could have been a little later,
Okay.
And I think you mentioned that you met the defendant, you met Aaliyah in Detroit. Who, if anyone else, was with you?
I think the first time was me and Robert and
Okay, and when we're talking about Detroit, we're talking about Detroit, Michigan.
mm-hmm.
And is that where Aaliyah lives?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did Aaliyah live with in Detroit?
I met her. She was with her dad, her mom, and her brother,
Do you recall her brother's name?
Rashad,
Do you recall her parents' name?
Michael, and Diane.
At the time that you and the defendant met Aaliyah in Detroit, did you also meet her brother at the time?
Yes.
And I'm sorry if you answered this already, but oh,
Hello.
Hello, what happened?
I think a computer went dead or something.
Well, I'll read till she comes back on, I guess.
All right.
Where was she at?
Line
What
7.
was her brother's name?
And
Thank-
approximately how old was her brother at the time that you first met him?
If I said how old he was, I would be assuming, you know?
So you currently don't recall?
I mean, I don't recall his exact, you know, how old he was actually was.
Is there something that might refresh your recollection?
If I said it even before, maybe 15, 14, something like that.
Okay, so you think.
That's an assumption of his age. No one ever told me his age.
But he appeared to you to be about 15 or 16?
He appeared to be young teen. He appeared to be a young teenager.
Now, was Rashad older or younger than Aaliyah?
I think Rashad was more. I think he was older than Aaliyah.
I'm going to it. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, then he's speculating.
He can say he thinks. What made you think that?
Well, he was a big boy, you know, taller, you know. I never really knew their birthdays or nothing like that.
Okay, so you're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right.
I think Rashad was older.
Do you recall how old Aaliyah was at the time?
I think at that time, Barry told me she was.
Objection to what he was told.
Overruled.
Your Honor, can my attorney sit here?
If it makes you more comfortable, let's just do it 2 seats apart, if that's okay.
It's okay.
Miss Marcus?
It's fine with me.
Okay. Your Honor, I make sure that the jury can see Mr. Smith. Can everybody see the witness? Collectively, yes.
Yes.
What would you prefer? I sit here? That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay. So what was the last question? I'm sorry, do you mind reading it back? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't need to wait on me. I'm trying to reboot my computer.
Okay. So you can answer. How old do you think Aaliyah was?
I think at the time she was maybe 14, 15. I remember they told me that she had won some kind of TV show, American Got Talent, something like that. Back in the day, she was about 13, 14. Yeah.
Where were you and the defendant when you met Aaliyah?
We were at her house with her mom and dad.
Why were you and the defendant in Detroit?
Barry wanted us to, he wanted Robert to meet Aaliyah because she had talent, and he wanted to see if Robert, see if Robert thought she had something.
And where had the two of you and the defendant, where had you traveled from?
Chicago.
And did you travel together to go to Detroit?
Yes.
How did you get there?
I think we drove. I mean, you know, if we got there, we drove, you know. So from Detroit, you know, Chicago, yeah. We drove.
Can
Shit.
you explain to the jury what happened when the defendant first met Aaliyah?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Again, I can't hear.
It's on.
I know, but I guess I'm getting old.
Well, join the club.
I'm going to object to form. Okay, the objection is overruled. Go ahead. Mr. Smith, can you please explain to the jury what happened when you and the defendant met Aaliyah?
When we first met Aaliyah, first of all, her mom and her dad were just special, you know? It was like walking into the Cosby's house, you know? Bill Cosby, Felicia Rashad, and that's how the family greeted us.
You have to speak into the microphone. That's how
the family.
Oh.
That's how the family greeted us. It was open. It was warm. It was just a good place to be at that time. And Robert and Aaliyah was kind of shy when he asked her to sing. So Robert went to the piano, and he'll play something and that relaxed everybody. And he'll have Aaliyah do something very special, and it brought her voice out, and we started to hear something angelic, some angelic stuff out of her, and it was like a special time.
So Leah sang?
Okay, you're back?
She's not, I don't think, but I'll go ahead.
I'm back.
You're back?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. So Aaliyah sang?
Yes, she did.
For you or the defendant?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say about Aaliyah singing after Aaliyah sang for you and the defendant?
Thought she had something special. Barry asked him, "What do you think?" And he thought she had something special.
During your trip to Detroit with the defendant, did you and the defendant spend any additional time with the member of the Aaliyah family?
We went to play basketball with Rashad. We played with her uncle, Joe Mo Hankerson. We played with Tommy Turns, and you know, we went out and had fun, you know.
And how long were you and the defendant in Detroit for that trip?
Maybe a day or two.
Now, you testified that Barry Hankerson had wanted the defendant to hear Aaliyah sing.
Yes.
At some point, did the defendant begin working with Aaliyah on her music?
Later.
And once he began working with Aaliyah, the defendant began working with Aaliyah on her music. What, if anything, did the defendant do with Aaliyah with respect to her music?
I mean, he wrote his songs.
Did Aaliyah put out albums?
Yes, she did.
And who wrote that album?
Robert Kelly wrote her first album.
And what was the name of her first album?
Age Ain't Nothing But a Number.
Did Aaliyah ever travel to Chicago to work in the studio with the defendant?
Yes, she did, with her parents.
Now, when Aaliyah came to Chicago to record in the studio, which studio did she and the defendant use to record music?
As I remember, It was CRC Studios downtown, Ohio Street.
And did you and the defendant ever travel back to Detroit to visit Aaliyah?
We went back to Detroit several times. We did visit Aaliyah's house, and we did another musicians in Detroit that Robert worked with a lot. So we had other purposes in Detroit other than Aaliyah.
Did Aaliyah and the defendant ever socialize outside the studio?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did they socialize
outside?
Yes.
Did they socialize outside the studio? Yes. I mean, we all socialized. We went out, had ice cream, we went to movies.
Including Aaliyah and the defendant?
Whatever Robert did with Aaliyah was all about music. I mean, if Robert wanted to be alone with Aaliyah in another room in the studio, it was over vocals and stuff like that. I would just say if Robert took Aaliyah out by herself, I couldn't say she did that. No. Didn't see that. No. Oh, but leave her alone in a room. Leave her alone in a room a while. Well, I'm sorry. Let me say. But leave her alone in her room while, or if Robert was in the studio doing something and Aaliyah was uncomfortable, he would clear the studio and he would be there for her. If he wanted to go eat with her, he would take them to eat. If he wanted to spend time, it was all about her music.
So, sir, you just testified that at the time the defendant might clear the room when he was with Aaliyah. Is that correct?
Well, I mean the studio, not just clear a room to, like, just for him and her. It's like if Aaliyah was not bringing out a note, he might say, turn the lights down in there. And he'll be on one side and she'll be on the other side. And he'll go in and talk to her. Stuff like that, you know?
Sir, is your testimony here today that the defendant did not spend time alone with Aaliyah?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so did the defendant spend time alone on occasion?
Yes.
With Aaliyah?
Yes.
What did the defendant say to you about needing to be alone with Aaliyah?
Mr. Smith, please have pity on our court reporter. She can't hear what you're saying.
Speaking to the microphone?
Do you need to have your recollection refreshed?
Yes, I do.
Hold on.
Are we here?
Is she still there? Your Honor?
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
So what, if anything, did the defendant say to you about needing to spend time alone with Aaliyah?
To work on her vocals, as it says in there, that he would say he need to spend time with her to work on her vocals. In other words, I'm always under him. So go get something, go get you something to eat.
In a private setting, is that correct?
A private setting in the studio, wherever we are. It's a studio, yeah.
But alone, correct?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What page are we on?
687. 687.
Line 10. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To your knowledge, were there times when the defendant and Aaliyah ended up being alone in the defendant's apartment?
Yes, I would think so, yes.
And how long would they spend time alone in his apartment?
I mean, her mom would come up with her and they would all sleep, you know, all stay over. And if her mom left out, Robert would be there with her and stuff like that.
Sir, my question is,
I'm just trying to see where you're trying to drive me with your questions.
So here's the deal. You listen to the question that Miss Cruz Melendez is, and then answer the question. Remember that instruction I gave you at the beginning to answer the question that you are being asked. What is the question that you were asking, that you're asking?
I asked how long might they spend at his apartment?
Do you know how long? Do you know how long that?
The defendant and Aaliyah, when they were alone, how long might they spend at his apartment?
That's the question. A, did you spend time alone at Mr. Kelly's apartment?
Yes.
And when they did that, how long did that happen? How long were they alone together?
Maybe an hour, maybe sometimes 15 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes. I'll go back and forth sometimes, you know. It's like I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay, again.
Yes.
Listen to the question.
I listened to the question.
And if you don't understand.
I heard the question. I understand the question.
Okay, so remember, I also told you at the beginning, if you don't understand the question.
I understand the question.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
So do your best to answer it, all right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I think you said you mentioned 15 minutes, 10 minutes, but you also said an hour, correct?
Maybe an hour, yeah.
Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah?
Okay, can you ask the question again? Can you ask again,
Yes.
please?
Yes. Did you ever have any conversation, sir? Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah?
I've asked Robert at times. I thought that they were, you know, playful. They played a lot. And I thought that at times I was concerned that Robert, that it was all playful. Yes. So at times I've asked him, Robert, everything cool with you and Aaliyah, man?
And what did you mean by that when you asked the defendant if everything's cool there?
I mean, I just thought that they were playful, you know, just over playful and sometimes.
Sir.
And I might have to ask him every time, Robert, everything, you ain't messing with Aaliyah or nothing like that or something like that? Yeah. And he'll say no. He said no. And I believed it.
What, if anything, did you see or hear that made you ask the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah?
Being too playful. Just being together and being too playful. That was just like, you know, it was like just being too playful, and Aaliyah was young, and I didn't want people to have the wrong vision of things.
Did you raise concerns with the defendant more than one time?
A couple of times, maybe. I just don't remember all that, but maybe.
Now,
I remember that one time. I remember a time I only remember one time actually right now.
You had used the phrase you asked the defendant whether or not was messing with Aaliyah. What did you mean by messing with Aaliyah?
Yes, I did ask him that before. I did ask him that.
Okay, can you explain to the jury?
This was a few years after. Well, what I meant by that was, well, I just thought they were too playful. I just thought that I didn't assume anything. I don't want to assume anything now.
I'm not asking you to assume anything, sir. I'm asking you.
What I meant by that.
Your Honor, can he be allowed to answer?
Well, I think she needs to put the question. So let her finish the question and let him finish the answer and just listen to the question and answer it. Go ahead.
I'm asking you, sir. Okay, I'm asking you, sir, what did you mean by the phrase messing with Aaliyah when you spoke to the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah?
Again, I thought they were kind of too friendly. And by being so friendly, I just wanted to make sure that Robert wasn't messing with Aaliyah. Messing with Aaliyah means flirting, being flirtatious, seducing her. Aaliyah.
At some point, did you, in fact, learn that Aaliyah and the defendant were more than friends?
Objection.
Overruled.
Ask again.
Did you learn that Aaliyah and the defendant were more than friends?
They were more than friends from the very beginning. Aaliyah was a happy spirit. And at times, and at the same time, Robert seemed to be on the same page with Aaliyah in respect to their communication. They just had, and wait, ask again.
I'll rephrase my question, sir. Was there a time when you learned that Aaliyah and the defendant's relationship was more than professional or more platonic? More than platonic.
Well, yes. That was when boy. We were on tour and Robert mentioned to me that Aaliyah was in trouble. And we didn't explain anything until we got into the airport and got us home. And that was the only time.
Okay, so I want to go back up for a moment. You mentioned that you were on tour.
Mm-hmm.
Were you outside of Chicago?
Yes.
Do you recall sitting here today what city you were in when you and the defendant were on tour?
I think we were in Orlando, I think.
Is it fair to say you're not sure?
Yes.
And as a part of this tour, did the defendant have a performance schedule?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you prior to his going on stage? What did the defendant say?
Aaliyah's in trouble, man. We need to get home.
And did he tell you what he meant by Aaliyah was in trouble?
No, not at the time, no.
What, if anything, did you say in response to the defendant telling you that Aaliyah was in trouble?
I asked, I wanted to call Barry Hankerson. I wanted to call her uncle and figure out what was going on.
And what did the defendant say when?
He said, don't call Barry. He said, it's deeper than you think, so I'll tell you about it. And I made the arrangements. And after the show, we boarded a plane to Chicago.
Okay. And I just wanted to make sure that things are clear for the defendant. Clear for the jury. What was the defendant's demeanor when he said that Aaliyah was in trouble?
His demeanor?
Yes.
He's about to go on stage.
But when he told you that Aaliyah was in trouble, what was he like What was his demeanor?
I mean, he was concerned.
And I think you mentioned you testified that you had suggested calling Barry Hankerson.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just remind the jurors who Barry Hankerson was with respect to the defendant?
Barry Hankerson was Robert Kelly's manager and Aaliyah's uncle.
So you testified that at some point you made the arrangements. I believe that's what you said.
Yes.
What arrangements did you make?
I'll call our travel agent, and she got us some flights to Chicago.
Why did you call the travel agent?
Because that's who arranged our flights.
But who asked you to call the travel agent or to arrange the flights?
Robert said we needed to get home, so I called a travel agent.
Okay. And did the defendant say when he wanted to leave to go back to Chicago?
We had to leave after the show.
And so, what arrangements did you make?
I called my travel agent.
Do you remember the travel agent's name at the time?
I actually don't.
So what kind of tickets did you arrange? Were they one-way round trip?
I don't remember.
So is there something that would refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, they were a round trip.
What kind of tickets?
Yeah, it was round trip tickets.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask the question. What kind of tickets did you arrange?
Round trip tickets.
And you said you contacted the travel agent. How did you contact the travel agent?
Wrote a letter.
Come on.
I used the telephone. Shit.
Okay. And who paid for the tickets?
Who paid for the tickets?
Yes.
The company we were under, Blackground Records.
And when you say the company is Blackground Records,
Jive Records, whoever paid for his transit. I would submit the bill. They paid it. Who paid it directly?
you didn't pay specifically for the tickets, though.
Not out of my pocket, no. Travel agents hooked up with Jive Records and Blackground Records.
Where was the defendant while you were making the travel arrangements?
Performing.
Now, you had testified earlier that the defendant was on the tour at the time, and you also testified that he went on stage. With respect to this tour, was this the last day of the tour?
I wouldn't think so, no, because they got round trip tickets.
So there were other performances scheduled after that day as part of the tour.
Yes.
Were you surprised by the defendant's request to leave the location of the show to go to Chicago?
Yes.
Come on now. Objection.
Overruled. Can I see the parties at the side, please?
You got to move this along. You got to move this along. Just
Sorry, I
cut
was
to the
reading.
chase with him. Okay. Okay.
You're not going to get every single detail out of him, and I would love to finish him today, but I suspect you have.
Oh, I have some cross.
a fair amount of cross with him, but the longer spend with him, the more difficult it is to get information out of him.
I do understand, Your Honor. I think he's testifying with respect to the Racketeering Act 1.
I know, I get it, but some of it is, let's go. I mean, I'm kind of telling you how to do your direct, but I would like to move it along a little bit, but I recognize he's a difficult guy, but if we can just move the ball a little bit forward to see as much as we can get done, he'll be back on you Monday.
That's what I was going to tell you.
But still, just try. I'm not going to yell and scream, but I'm...
Also, note my objection. I don't know if it was, I think it was not intended, but there were questions being asked where the question proposed an answer and there was no connectivity, you know? And it's like, it's the kind of situation where the witness had already gave that testimony. I think the questions was just asked ahead of the foundational question to the answer.
I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember now.
It seemed like whatever it was, I remember the context seemed like it wasn't an earth-shattering performance.
Right. It was earth-shattering.
We have to move it along. Melendez? Miss Melendez?
I'm right here. Hold on. Lost my spot. I'm sorry.
We're on 12.
Yeah, 699, 12.
699. Okay, sorry. This stupid laptop's about to kill me. Okay. To your point, Your Honor, if I'm going to move things along, I anticipate that there would not need to be some leeway with respect to.
I don't suppose you're going to object to leading through sort of obvious things.
There are some things that I probably should be objecting to, but I'm letting it go. I'm just letting it go. So move on.
I don't want the court reporters to quit because he's freestyling a lot. He's hard to hear and he likes to add his own. Some leading, I think, is fine on this. Direct him to the answer. I've been looking at his 3,500 material, so I know we can get there. All right.
Now there's a hurricane coming, you know, and I'm told about that. I want to get up out of here.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
I want you to listen to the question and answer the question that you're being asked as best as you can. Try not to add color to the answer, all right? Just listen to Miss Cruz Melendez question and answer that question. Deal?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I believe my last question was, were you surprised by the defendant's request to leave the location of the show to go to Chicago?
Yes.
And why were you surprised?
Because it wasn't in the schedule.
Now, you had mentioned that you had made travel arrangements. Who did you make those travel arrangements for?
Me, Robert, Tyree Jameson, we went went with it. I'm sorry, Tyree James went with us.
Do you recall approximately what time the defendant performance had started?
Normally they start around 7:30, 8 o'clock.
How long was the show, if you recall?
To about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
And after the show, you had mentioned you made travel arrangements. Did you head to the airport?
Yes.
And how long after the show did you head to the airport?
As soon as the show was over, we get in the car, we go to the airport.
And you had mentioned being in the car. Who was in the car?
The limo driver, me, Robert, and Tyree.
And what was the defendant's demeanor during the car ride to the airport?
Quiet.
What, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant while on the drive?
We didn't talk. He was quiet.
And you arrived to the airport and got on the plane. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you once you were on the plane about Aaliyah?
He asked me, well, I asked him what was going on.
And what did the defendant say?
Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to think. I want to say it right. We got on the plane and
Into the microphone.
we got on the plane. Robert, again, quiet all the way to the airport until we got on the plane. I said, what is going on? He said, Aaliyah, man, I think she's pregnant. And that I was shocked. And that was a shock.
And what was the defendant's demeanor when he was telling you that Aaliyah thought she was pregnant?
Well, his demeanor was, he was concerned about it. He was concerned that I didn't know what was going on. And they were like, talking all the time. So I didn't know what was really going on. His demeanor was, he was worried about it.
How did he appear to her during the plane ride?
Worried about her. He spoke to his sister about it. She told him, I told him, that you can say it was him, but and that we were left with it. We really didn't talk about anything else about that until we got to Chicago. And I saw Darrell and it was crazy.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
is it your testimony that you didn't have any other conversation with the defendant on the plane?
Well, while on the plane, I think I told him. Like I said, she thinks she's pregnant. I said, Robert, I don't remember that. Let me see what I said.
You need your recollection refreshed.
Yes. Can I refresh it? I don't want to say something. I don't want to say yes to anything. I'm on medication. Like I said, he told me that Darrell knew he was making arrangements for him to marry Aaliyah.
And did the defendant say why he had to marry Aaliyah?
Well, they told me him that that's what he told me that they told him, Darrell and him, to protect himself.
To protect himself from what?
To protect Aaliyah. That was.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. You're asking me stuff. I'm sorry.
You're asking me stuff.
First of all, the objection is overruled. Don't have an argument with the assistant United States attorney. She's asking you a question.
Shit, I gotta use the bathroom.
You need a break?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break. You can And you can escort the witness out, please. All rise. All right, we can take Mr. Kelly in the back, but I'm staying here, so don't anybody go too far. As soon as he comes back, we'll continue. Just before the jury comes out, Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
this will go a lot smoother and a lot faster if you listen to the question and answer the question. I'm running a little bit out of patience here. If you can answer the question, answer the question.
You running out of patience?
I am, and I run the show.
Then we can go home then, right?
No, you can't. You answer the questions that you're asked and cooperate with the prosecutor and answer the questions that she asked. You, it's 5-5. Let's go. Let's go. The jury in.
All rise. You may be seated.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go. To continue, go ahead, Miss.
Your Honor, if I could have the last question read back.
Sure.
The witness is reminded he's still under oath.
Can I have the witness remove his mask?
Take your mask off, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, when the defendant said that Daryl had said that he needed to marry Aaliyah to protect himself, protect the defendant from what?
I guess jail, I guess.
I'm sorry.
I guess jail.
Objection. If he doesn't know.
Overruled.
Did the defendant say that?
Objection.
Overruled.
And you mentioned Daryl. Who is Daryl? Who is he in relation to the defendant?
He was Robert's accountant as well as Robert's acting manager.
What, if anything, did the defendant say to you on the plane with respect to where Aaliyah was?
With respect to where Aaliyah at the hotel.
What hotel?
I think it was the Sheraton in Maywood. Sheraton, or I think it was the Sheraton.
In what city, though?
What was that? Maywood.
In what state was this located in?
Illinois.
On the plane ride, who, if anyone else, did the defendant tell you he had spoken to about Aaliyah possibly being pregnant?
He spoke to his sister, and he told me that.
And what did he say about that?
He spoke to his sister. He spoke to his sister.
And what did he tell you that he told his sister?
His sister said that, well, if Aaliyah said that she's pregnant, doesn't mean she's pregnant, you know?
And when the defendant was telling you these things, what was his demeanor?
Concerned.
Is it your testimony today that his demeanor was just concerned?
This is getting out of hand. Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Was it anything else besides concern?
I mean, what did I say before?
You need to have your recollection refreshed.
Yes, I do.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, he was crying a lot. He was crying.
So did you and the defendant and Tyree ultimately land in Chicago?
Yes.
And what time did the plane land in Chicago, approximately?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning, evening?
Early morning, probably. Yeah, early morning.
And once you landed, what happened? Where did you go after you landed?
Can you ask that again?
Where did you go after you landed? You, the defendant, and Tyree, where did you go?
I remember correctly, we went to the hotel, to the Sheraton Hotel. I remember correctly, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Smith, do you recall giving grand jury?
Can I just read that so we don't have to keep going on through this here?
Does it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Why don't you show him? Direct him to the page.
Damn, I feel like I'm on a trial for Aaliyah. Shit. Aaliyah not even here to say where you go after that. We went home to his house. When you say home to his house, oh, does that mean? Yeah. When you say home to his house, what do you mean?
Don't read it.
Lake Point Towers.
Don't read it.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's all right. Just answer the questions.
And when you say his house, whose house did you go to?
Lake Point Towers, Robert's house.
And when you were at the defendant's house, what if okay, with it, and what if any conversation did you have with the defendant there about the situation with Aaliyah?
I remember that, and I told Robert that this is something that just couldn't happen. That he shouldn't listen to Darrell. I told him that he couldn't marry Aaliyah, that she was too young, and you know that she couldn't go to school without a trauma officer coming after her. Tryon officer coming after her. So that's something you shouldn't do. That's what I do remember about that.
And what did the defendant say to you?
He was confused. He was confused and just asked me whose side was I on.
And you said you asked which side you were on? He asked what side you were on?
Who you with? Me or them? That's, you know.
And at some point, did you leave the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
After leaving the defendant's apartment, where did you go? Where did you go?
I think to the hotel.
And who went with you to the hotel?
Me and Robert. I think me and Robert were together. I think.
And you testified earlier that you thought it was Sheraton?
Yes.
And why did you go to that Sheraton?
To meet Darrell.
And was anyone else at the Sheraton?
I don't remember.
Do you need to have your recollection refreshed?
Yes, please, Judge.
All right. You need to ask. You just need to ask.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think I can ask a question that might assist.
Whatever will be best.
Was it Leah there at the hotel?
Yes.
And when you say you went to the hotel, where in the hotel did you go?
To the room.
And do you recall what kind of room it was?
It was a hotel suite.
Now, once you reached the hotel, what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant about his plan with marrying Aaliyah?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's not the testimony.
Overruled. You got to use the microphone. I can barely hear you. Thanks.
I was always objecting to what Robert was being told to do.
What, if any, next steps did you discuss?
They wanted to figure out how to make that happen, make the marriage happen. And I felt I was going to get ready to get pushed out of the loop in respect to, and I wanted to keep a hold of Robert. So I suggested that we could get identification. I wanted to stay in the loop. I wanted to just do things to make it happen, but not happen.
Okay.
I said that I could get the ID SS. I know somebody who could get her ID or something like that. And that's what I did.
IDs for what?
For it, IDs to prove her age.
And why did you need an ID for Aaliyah?
Aaliyah was underage.
And when you say underage, under 18?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss at all what kind of identification you needed to get for Aaliyah?
I felt that when you go to get a marriage license, you would need to have proper identification, state ID, and only state ID. I knew it was to get a welfare ID. So,
did you discuss any type of identification that Aaliyah might need?
she needed more than one piece of ID.
How did you know she needed more than one piece of identification?
I figured you needed that to do anything to get a license, to get a marriage license, to get on an airplane, or you needed more than a piece of ID. And that ID was not official identification. It was just an ID for that office. It's supposed that there.
So did you have any other discussions about the other types of identification?
Yes, there was a FedEx work ID, a school ID. Those were the three pieces of ID, even though that's two.
So going back to identification that you mentioned from the welfare office, what, if any, discussion did you have with the defendant about how he could obtain the welfare office identification?
Well, I actually didn't have any discussion with Robert. It was with Darrell.
What did you discuss with Darrell?
I said I probably could get that. I could probably go in there and talk her into it. You know, everybody needs some money.
Now, I'm sorry, can you say that again? Can you read back to me his answer? And what do you mean everybody needs money?
I mean, I felt like I could offer somebody some money to get an ID, to get me an ID.
Who would you be offering money to get?
Shit, whoever's open to it, to be receptive to it.
Who would you be offering money to get the identification from?
Well, we went to the welfare office and I went in and hey, want to make some money?
And before you get there though, did you have a discussion about how much money you would need?
I told Darrell to give me about $500.
Now, did you have any discussion with the defendant about the amount of money you would need in order to get this identification from the welfare office?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did I have a discussion with Robert about recall?
Do you not recall?
You got to write it down. I said it before. I don't want to say that I didn't want to say what I said because I don't remember discussing money with Robert about anything in that respect. I don't remember that. Again, I might have mentioned that, but you know, my communication was with Darrell.
You might have mentioned it to whom?
I might have mentioned it to Robert.
So you testified that at some point you did, in fact, go to the welfare office to get an identification card. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who went with you?
Aaliyah, and I don't remember who I was with.
How did you get there?
Drove.
And was Aaliyah in the car with you?
Shit, I don't remember.
But eventually. But she went to the same place.
If she wasn't in the car with me, then she was in the car behind me.
All right. Next question.
And who, if anyone, was in the car with Aaliyah?
If Aaliyah was in the car, she probably was in the car with Robert.
Come on, man. Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Do you remember? Is there anything you would refresh? Is there anything that would refresh his recollection?
Yes, Judge. I'm going to show him his grand jury testimony, which is the 3500. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's a 3500 DS 14.
Okay.
Just for the record, Your Honor, when I have been refreshing Mr. Smith's recollection, it's been 3500 DS 14.
Got it. Great.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I mean, like I said, if she wasn't with me, she was in the car behind me. As that said.
My question was whether or not the defendant was with Aaliyah in the car behind you.
Yes.
Now, you testified that you thought that you could get an ID from the welfare office. Had you ever had public benefits from the welfare office before?
Oh, yes, I did.
So you had ever been to the welfare office that you want to?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was that you went to? Which welfare office that you went to?
22nd, 22nd Street and State, 22nd and State. I think it was 21st.
What happened once you got to the welfare office?
I went inside, I felt my way around and I approached a person and she agreed and she made me an ID. Aaliyah came in, she took the ID.
Now, when you say you approached the person, who did you approach?
I don't know her.
Okay, do you recall? You said it was her. It was a woman?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the woman's race?
She was black. She was African American.
And what, if any, what was her position at the welfare office?
Taking photos.
And what, if anything, did you say to the woman who took the photo at the welfare office?
I don't remember word for word, but I made her an offer and she took the money.
How much money did you give her?
I gave her $500.
Where had you gotten the money from?
Darrell.
And how did you give the money? How did you give the money to you? How did he give you the money?
Straight cash, baby.
Now, you had earning end with the woman at the welfare office, took photos there. Did she work at the welfare office?
Yes, I would assume.
Objection to this Negro's assumptions.
Overruled.
I mean, I went in there and she took a photo. Apparently she had to work there. I don't think she would have been able to do that.
You didn't know her specifically?
I don't know her personally. Specifically, I never seen her.
It appeared to you that she worked there, right?
Yes.
That's why you gave her the money?
Yes, yes.
All right, next question.
So after you gave her the money, what did you do?
Aaliyah came in. She went and took the ID. We left.
And
it was just that fast.
What kind of identification was it?
It was a public aid ID. It wasn't a state, it wasn't an official identification or anything. It was just a picture with an ID with a picture on it. It didn't have an age or anything.
So did the woman who gave you the money to, the woman who worked at the welfare office, did she take Aaliyah's photo?
Yes.
Once you obtained the photo and identification was given to Aaliyah, what happened next? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Just to back up for a moment, you had previously testified that you had obtained, you had gone to the welfare office before?
Yes.
Now, in applying for public assistance, did you have to fill out any paperwork?
Yes.
And did you have to provide any documentation when you applied for?
Yes.
For welfare service?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what type of documents did you have to provide?
State ID, birth certificate, social security card.
Did you provide your name when you were seeking benefits?
State ID, social security card, birth certificate.
Okay, and at the time that you took Aaliyah to the welfare office, did she fill out any paperwork?
No.
Now, when you and Aaliyah went into the welfare office, did the defendant come inside?
No.
Where was he?
In the car.
So what happened after you left the welfare office with the ID that you had obtained for Aaliyah?
Went back to the hotel, or let me see. She needed to get another ID. So we went somewhere else. I think like a FedEx or something like that.
And who went to?
Got another work ID.
You believed it was FedEx? Who went there?
Me, Robert, Aaliyah, and Tyree, I guess.
Why did you go to the FedEx that you went to? Why did you go to the FedEx that you went to?
To get work ID.
But why specifically FedEx?
Somebody knew somebody there.
Who do you recall knowing someone there?
I don't know. I didn't know that person. I didn't know the guy that said he knew somebody. I went with him and I didn't know who he was. I forgot his name. He was with us.
So you don't recall his name at the moment?
I don't remember his name at all. No.
Is there something that would refresh your recollection?
What, his name?
Well, she'll show you the transcript.
I'm showing the witness again, 3500 DS 14.
Mr. Williams?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Mr. Williams, I remember a Williams, but I don't remember his name. I don't remember it. I remember the Williams, though.
And do you recall anything about Williams in terms of, do you recall any information about Williams?
No, he was one of Robert's friends.
And what, if anything, did Williams do for a living?
Real estate or something like that, if I remember correctly.
And so when you arrived at the shipping place or the FedEx place, excuse me, who did you go inside?
Yes.
Who went inside?
Me and Aaliyah and Williams.
And what happened once you went inside?
She took a work ID.
And what do you mean she took a work ID?
She took a picture.
When you say a work ID, work from where?
The company, the FedEx office, wherever we went. I don't remember if it was FedEx or what, because I don't know if FedEx existed there.
What type of company was it?
It was a carrier company.
Is it correct when you say she got an ID? Like
A work ID.
as though she worked there?
Yes.
All right. Next question.
So what happened after Aaliyah obtained the ID from the courier location?
We went back to the hotel.
And what happened after you went back to the hotel?
We went to get the marriage license.
And who went to get the marriage license?
Darrell McDavid, me, Robert, and Aaliyah.
Do you recall where you went to go get the marriage license?
City Hall in Maywood.
How did you get there?
Drive.
So who went into City Hall?
And me, Darrell, Robert, and Aaliyah.
Was anyone else there?
No.
Was Tyree there?
Maybe Tyree possibly was there. Yes. I mean,
What happened once you got into City Hall?
they applied for their marriage license.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Robert and Aaliyah.
From what you observed, when Aaliyah and the defendant went into Maywood City Hall, did anyone review Aaliyah's ID?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when? Was it an employee at City Hall?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything, happened when an employee at City Hall reviewed Aaliyah's ID?
She let them sign the marriage license.
Did she let them sign the marriage license right away?
She reviewed the ID and she gave the marriage license.
Do you recall giving testimony in the grand jury?
Yes.
And do you recall taking the oath to tell the truth?
Objection.
Overruled.
You keep threatening me. I'm all ready to go home. I'm ready to go home.
Well, we're not going home yet. Do you want to show him something to see if it refreshes his recollection? Let's do that, okay?
Absolutely.
I mean,
We are almost.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right.
And the lady was a little hesitant.
Read it to yourself.
Let me just read it because you keep asking me stuff over and over. I'm getting older and I can't just remember everything.
Well, look at it and see if it refreshes your recollection. Does that refresh your recollection?
I'm uncomfortable with this, Your Honor. I'm truly uncomfortable. You continuously talking about Aaliyah. Her parents are not here, and I don't understand why I gotta do that.
Well, we can have a conversation about that another time. Let's try to move this along. The question is, does it refresh your recollection about
Yes, it does.
what happened
Yes.
and what happened?
Okay, yes, because the ID didn't have an age on it. Yes.
So what?
I don't know what Daryl did. I don't know. You know,
But you said Daryl talked. Is that what you said, Daryl?
yes, Daryl talked to somebody in there. I don't know what he did.
All right. And when did and that wait, and then what happened next?
Then they said they signed the marriage license.
All right. Next question.
Then they went and got married.
And did they obtain a marriage license?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened with the marriage license?
Took it to a preacher. Right.
So where did you go after
Back to the hotel.
the same hotel?
Yes.
And what happened once you got back to the hotel?
They had arranged for a minister and a ceremony took place.
Was the minister there?
Yes.
And do you recall the name of the minister?
No, I do not. You can show it to me and I'll remember his name. I don't know his name. I mean, I didn't remember his name because it wasn't important to me.
But he was a preacher, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Next question.
Your Honor, I would like to retrace the witness recollection.
What's his name?
Can you read that and see if it refreshes your recollection?
Ahmad, I think something like that. Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Edmund. I'm sorry, Edmund.
Sure. Actually, this is a good time to break. It's almost 5:30, and I know some of the jurors have to get home.
Okay, Your Honor. If I could,
Do you want to finish up? Whatever you want to do. 2 minutes.
I want him to repeat his last answer.
Okay.
What was the name?
It was Edmund. I think Edmund something.
Was the name of the officiant who was at the hotel?
Yes. Yes.
I'm fine with ending it here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the weekend. Please do not talk about the case. Don't look anything up. Don't read any articles about it. Don't watch any news or anything like that. I thank you for your patience this week. I will see you Monday morning. We will begin at 9:30. And again, don't look anything up. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't read anything. Have a great weekend. All rise. Okay, you can take the witness out.
Your Honor, just one moment. If you could instruct the witness, he does need to return.
You need to be here on Monday morning. And what time do you want him here? We are starting at 9:30, so I will see you both then. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Tell the judge to do things.
See you later. Have a great weekend. Let's talk about schedule. I'll assume there will come a time when we finish this witness. And then if that happy day arrives, then I take it you will have some more witnesses on Monday. Are there any more witnesses of a category? I assume this is his own unique fellow, but are there any other people that fall into the same category? Ms. Geddes? It is within the realm of possibility. I see. Okay. Well, you will let me know. I'm not going to ask you how much time you expect to spend with this gentleman, but I'm sure it will be productive.
I hope.
I take it you don't really have a whole lot more left. I don't know.
Your Honor, could I get an understanding as to the court's ruling as to overruling my objection?
The government was impeaching its witness by the court. Oh, I didn't let her do it.
Okay, I got you.
So it never happened.
All right, okay.
I think we suggested that she refresh his recollection and his recollection instead.
Yeah.
Because he said he was getting older, as we all are. All right. Anything else before we stop? All right. Everybody have a good weekend.
You too.
That's it on that.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it on that.
That's it, y'all.
Wow, y'all.
I can't wait to do the
What do y'all
cross-examination.
think? What do y'all think? What do you guys think?
That was long.
He is such a character.
I don't know.
He is. He is a mess. That was so long.
Yeah, he a character there. He is definitely a character. Shit.
Like, I don't know shit.
Yeah.
Oh my
I don't know what.
Feel like I'm on
I don't know what. Yeah. I don't know what to believe. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what part to believe. It's so up and down with that situation. So, they can't convict him off of that. You know what I'm saying? They can't convict him off of no bribery. So that's all this. That's all it's for is bribery. So definitely he didn't make the bribe. So we already know that. So shit, that charge is gonna be thrown out. He ain't getting charged for marrying her. Getting her pregnant.
She's deceased.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And then when she was living, she said she didn't marry him.
Right.
Look what she said. They're preaching their own witness. This is what's been happening. This is a whole mess. Now y'all see what's going on.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I want to put it out. Dottie's going to New York on tomorrow. Guys, I need you guys to donate to her Cash App to help her to get there, please, if y'all do not mind. Put her Cash App in there. Because it's 537 people. Y'all can get that woman on to so we can get some information because they seem like they're trying to hold the transcript. I just heard they're trying to hold the transcript. We requested it, they still haven't gotten it to us. The transcript after AC.
You talking about
Adjourn?
But you got the transcript for the cross-examination for Demetrius, right?
Demetrius, right? Because I don't got it. You got it? Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
I can't wait for this.
I can't either.
Well, guys, y'all want to? What time y'all want to do this tomorrow?
We can do it tomorrow. Can we do it tomorrow night?
Sure. But I can't be too late. I don't want to be up here all night trying to do. What time you get off, Steve? Stephen.
I can do it anytime tomorrow. I'm busy anytime. Well, because I'm what I'm doing early in the morning to work out, and that's it. So, but I'll be free all day.
So we need this is her Cash App, y'all. So guys, if you can bless her, please, because we need her in the courtroom. But since they're trying to play, catch craziness with us, so we gotta
tomorrow around 7.
No, let's do a little earlier. Oh, it's 6 o'clock for you then. What time you get off?
I get off around the.
So what time we do it? You said 7?
Yeah.
So tomorrow at 7 Eastern Standard Time?
Yes.
6 o'clock. That's
6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern.
Gotcha. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, guys, send her yeah, because I go back to work on can they hold tea? Can they hold tea? What do you mean? Can they hold tea? What does that mean? Trial and error? What are you asking? Can they hold tea? Well, they can hold it where we don't. Oh, welcome, Sinful P. Oh my God, I'm honored for you to be here. This is one of the big bloggers. He's here. Thank you for your presence. But what time we're gonna do? We said 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, right? Okay.
Yeah, 7.
So guys,
7 Eastern, 6 Central.
Yeah, so we're gonna continue tomorrow and complete this one off, and we'll sit here and hopefully we'll get the other ones. I keep emailing her. I call her. I left her a voicemail, and she said she was gonna get it to me. So we'll hope. But I think they're trying to redact a lot of stuff that's in there because they had a lot of sidebars, and they want to get it off. So that's what I think.
That's crazy.
And your deputy has to work tomorrow.
Oh, you have to. What time you get off?
Everybody will be asleep when I get off.
Oh, I'll be the deputy then. All right. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for everybody that's in the chat. We appreciate you guys. If you can donate to Dottie, that's her Cash App. Please do so because we need a person inside the courtroom so we can get the full picture of what's happening. We need the full pictures of what's happening because the news is going to be one-sided and not going to tell you exactly what's happening. Now you see the stuff that's happening here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. So now, does it sound like what happened in what the news is telling you? Now you just read it.
Now I can't give the news this credit. They did say this about Demetrius, that he was very rude and stuff, and he wasn't going along with what things wasn't going the judges and prosecutors' way with that. That part I can say. Okay.
But they may give you like 2% good or whatever, what I'm saying, kind of, favorable. But other than that, it's all, for the defense. I mean, all for the prosecution. I mean, yeah, in favor as far as what the media's reporting.
Right.
Well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. It makes you just want to go in and just, I don't know.
It's terrible that they're not telling us exactly what's happening.
And the thing about it, they using us. It's like they're using our own people to talk bad about us. Like I think it was the BNC network, Black News Channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Black News Channel. So I don't know if y'all listen to them report. And then of course, what's that other guy? The black guy. But he's always doing negative reports.
Did you get a chance to look at my video from yesterday with the 3 lawyers? Take a look at that video
I
from
was in
yesterday.
process of
Everybody take a
watching
look
it.
at that video from yesterday. You will see what the lawyers said. We had two lawyers who actually do RICO cases, and they talk about what, about this case. Basically, they just throw in this case at Robert because they're trying to find something to catch him on, and it's not gonna stick. That's what he said. It's not gonna stick.
And this supposed to be
Yeah,
the
he
tough
said they
case,
should have
right?
really just tried him for a statutory rape charge and try to get that. But other than that, he shouldn't have tried it for no RICO. This
Yeah,
is not a
because
RICO.
this should be a state charges, not federal.
Right. Like I said, they wasting the government's money. They wasting our money, taxpayers' money. Yeah, that's crazy.
What'd you say about Roland Martin, Latice? What did you say? What did y'all say about Roland Martin? I didn't get what y'all said.
So he just report what the media, like what they tell him, mainly in the media. It's like, it's all against Robert. He's not for Robert at all. Not for the truth. I ain't gonna say you gotta be for Robert, but for just reporting both sides, all the media is all about one side.
Yeah, they bias.
I'm like, dang. And it's almost, they taking it personal too. If they'll report the prosecution side and they'll take it kind of personal. Like he needs to stay in jail and stuff like that. So it's ugly, man. The media is ugly.
So when he get found not guilty, it's gonna be a whole lot of people mad. They're gonna be like, he getting celebrity treatment, good treatment.
Yeah, they're gonna make excuses why he get out. Yeah, we trying to tell y'all shit. This is not, they telling some false narratives, giving some false narratives out. So ain't like we haven't been telling y'all just don't listen. Because a lot of people just don't want to listen. They don't want to take the time to listen like we do.
Yeah, research. Do the research. Do the work. Find it out.
Yeah, they don't want to take that time, so they're gonna still continue to say what they've been saying. So that's the sad part about it.
Yeah.
I don't respect people. I don't respect people like that.
I just got one question.
No, the sad
What's
part
up?
about it is when, they reading the transcripts and they just don't want to believe the truth. The transcripts is basically the truth.
Yeah.
So it's just they don't want to believe because they don't want to be wrong. That's it. That's point blank period. That's what it is. That's what it is. They know this man is not guilty, but since they done dug his name in the dirt, they ain't no turning back now. So they ain't got no choice but to pretend like they know he's guilty, but they know he's not. So,
But you know what? One of the things Joe said yesterday, he said that before the government will take this as a loss, they'll just drop the case.
Drop the case,
They'll drop the case against him before they take the L. So I see that's what's going to happen because they're about to lose. Because there's no way you can say that this man, there's a RICO. They can't even prove the RICO.
Right. So who else is testifying as far as on the defense? Do y'all know all the people the defense is calling about?
No, I don't know.
No.
But what's her name? His girlfriend now is Joy is going to be testifying. That's what I heard, right?
I heard that, but they didn't say when she's going to be testifying. Because I heard that coming from her father.
Yeah, and what's his name? Don Russell, right?
I don't know if he's testifying.
I don't know if he's testifying.
Okay.
Now I got a question. If they sending the jurors home, then how do they know if the jurors gonna watch the news?
Yeah, they don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah, they ain't gonna know.
But what I'm saying, they're taking honors.
I think it'll help. I think it would help if they do watch the news because they're in the court and they see what's being said in the court. They'll see what the news
difference is. Yeah.
It actually would help. I believe. Like, hold on, they ain't reporting. They something ain't right. If there's some people with sense. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that makes sense because they'll see the lies and they'll see, oh wow, they lying. This is not what we heard.
Yeah. And so I don't know. I think we're gonna be all right.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be definitely all right. So
whether he get not guilty or they drop the charges, that still opens the door for lawsuits.
Big time. Yes. I say he just make his money out those lawsuits, stay in the studio at home, and just put music out from his own privacy, his own home. Shit, don't do no tours, no nothing, because you don't know. People try to come out and do something to him, you know. So
independent artists is the
But,
best
you know, if he
artists.
goes out the country, he could do well, because out the country don't care what's happening here.
yeah. But I'm saying the man's already, you know, in his mid-50s. He can just make music from home, and like I said, if he's found not guilty, he's done almost 2.5 years in
Not
prison.
if, when, not if.
Yeah,
when.
when, when,
When.
exactly. So I apologize. I said whoop my ass for saying that. But yeah, when he gets found not guilty, like he can get paid off of all those lawsuits. He don't have to go nowhere. He don't have to he'll make more money than he made, you know, from getting all the money from the lawsuits. Because he can sue so many different companies that, you know, tore him down. Like Lifetime, you get some of these stations, I mean, it's a lot of people and organizations. I think he can, get some big lawsuits from. So I wouldn't go anywhere. I'll just stay home and make music and put it out.
But you know what I'm scared of? Like, until they change this law, then there's no statute of limitation. Let's say like after the court case, somebody brand new would come out and say he did something from 1991.
Yeah, but if they do something with prejudice,
But they can't
and they can never come back
retry him
again.
like that.
Yeah,
If they do it with prejudice.
him.
Yeah, if they do it with prejudice, they'll never come back. They can't come back. It's got to be anything going forward. You know, nothing after the prior to the
Right.
case.
Okay. So it got to be something new, nothing old.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Because remember, the judge told them they can't go back past 94.
They do that'd be a waste of time. So,
But and remember that law gave you a certain amount of time frame if you're under a certain age. Once you pass that age, you can't go back. You had a limit to do it. Now everything's gonna be going forward.
Right. So don't you think when he win this case right here, they'll drop those other two cases in Chicago?
I think Chicago's definitely gonna be dropped.
I think they will.
Both of them, right?
I think so, because everything's hinged on each other. They're all overlapping.
Right.
The women are overlapping.
I think they're going to mirror.
Rhonda's in the case in the state.
Yeah. So pretty much all the same people in this case are going to be in the Chicago case.
Majority of them, you know.
Yeah. I was hoping that even though, even Dre was talking against R. Kelly, they need to get her ass on the stand. Because a lot of things, because she was married to him for 8 years and still kind of, when she did that Hollywood Exes in 2011, 12, 13, somewhere around there?
I would keep her away from the case.
You would keep her away?
Mm-hmm. Come on, that woman said some crazy stuff.
It'll be great, but it'll break the I don't know. I think it'll hurt the prosecution, because they'll find out that she's been lying. She'll be lying.
That's a woman scorned.
Yeah, all of them are scorned women.
Hurt the prosecution.
All of them scorned
that
women.
Doesn't make sense because she's a wife. She's an ex-wife. So basically, she would the case would be dead if she testified.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
She talking about she got what's a disease? She got what is it? Some kind of disease when she sees a Hummer. She made up something. I forgot what she said, but she's terrified every time she sees a Hummer. She called it some kind of name. I forgot. She was on one talk show speaking on that because she remembered him beating him in the. He was beating her inside of a Hummer. So that's what makes her terrified of riding in Hummers or even looking at them. I said, that's the most retarded stuff I ever heard. Never heard something ridiculous. Yeah, but well.
I'm going to show you a little bit of the other thing that I did last night. Did you get the chance to see last night's live?
With the three lawyers?
Yeah.
I was in the process of watching it. I got like halfway through, and then I had to get
Yeah, I
ready
got
for
to see it. It was
today's
good,
live.
No, there was a part there I had asked him what would he do if he was taking the case, and I want y'all to hear this part. It was funny.
Yes, that has to be foreseeable.
Reasonably foreseeable in the course of the alleged conspiracy.
Well, unless you're getting married to each one of these girls, then I guess it's not really hard to show it's foreseeable, right? Yeah. You know? So, yeah, the thing that keeps coming back to me is all these little issues we're talking about all should have been done in the motions. All should have been hammered out long
It's
ago.
an echo with the video.
Before the trial started.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that, Joel. Like, this is just crazy.
And there was plenty of downtime in COVID when there was no court and all the court dates were continued just because of COVID. There was plenty of time to hash out these motions. Once things started turning the corner and looking up. I mean, just because COVID hit doesn't mean that this case is suddenly going to go away and the lawyers didn't have to do any work. So that's unfortunate. There weren't more pretrial motions filed, but this our case, we would have motioned it up beforehand.
Yeah, I can see you just cranking out motions at the computer and filing them because they were doing everything. They could do the motions mostly by remote Zoom connection, right? I mean,
it's a echo with it.
Zoom, right?
Oh, sorry. No, but I've done preliminary hearings over the telephone. Not so much. I've done sentencings over Zoom, but preliminary. Yeah, you could do it over the telephone or Zoom. It doesn't matter if it's just pretrial. They're available either way. They're actually old school. The AT&T conference calls in the federal building.
Again, I think that goes back to the dissension must have been within the defense team at the time. And I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but it seems like they had a lot of issues amongst themselves, and that R. Kelly eventually made the decision to go in the direction he wanted to go and he felt comfortable with.
Okay. Oh, at least they had how old is the youngest now, Joe?
5.
5? How old are you going to be when he starts college?
When she starts college?
She starts college, yeah. How old?
90.
Okay. Thank God you got a young wife. There you go.
80.
80, okay.
You better be careful, Joe. They might try to start you with a RICO.
All right.
You got a younger woman.
Better not take her to Wisconsin.
Yeah, don't take her on vacation. Okay, don't take her on vacation. Okay, I got a second question. It says, to your knowledge of Robert's case, has the government provided any substantial proof so far that R. Kelly had an organized group committing illegal acts? If so, how?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm still waiting.
I haven't seen it. He's got an entourage. He's got a manager and an entourage. Big deal. And a security guard.
Well, that's all of them.
That's it.
That's the whole group.
That don't seem like the Banana crime family to me. Or the Hell's Angels.
But okay, well, if that's the case, Jay-Z, Beyonce, and you know what I'm saying, all the rest of them would need
yeah.
Well, because they have those too.
Kardashians would be in jail by now.
Yeah, they have those too. All of them have those. All celebrities
all the rock stars have it.
Yeah.
They all have an entourage. They all, these people follow and some of these bands, I mean, there's husbands and wives that are on the entourage too that travel to these different venues to see these bands and hang out with the band and be backstage with the band and be friends with the band. It's music industry. It's not a crime.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen anything coming close to a criminal enterprise.
I haven't either. I read the testimony of the witnesses and talk about having sex. So what? Since when is that illegal?
In Southern District of Illinois, Southern District of New York, apparently. Except for unless you're Biden's son, then it's not. Hunter Biden, then it's okay. Because they got him on with that laptop.
I personally think that the reason why they start charging these men with all this stuff is because of these organizations.
Me too.
The Me Too
Because the Me
movement.
Too.
Yeah, I've been saying that for 2-3 years. Like,
I agree with
they just invaded the court systems. You know, it's like people like not looking at evidence anymore or the law anymore, and it's just going by what Me Too says. It says believe women. You know what I mean? Me Too
Right.
time's up.
Who's that celebrity guy that got supposedly grabbed some woman in New York? And then he got charged with like 6 misdemeanor counts of sexual abuse.
You're not talking about Cuba, are you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Look at that tape. That woman was just following him. She was the group. She was following him around. She wouldn't leave him alone. You know, he reached over to do something else, and maybe rubbed against her.
But we don't know what she said. She could have said, "Come touch me." You know, she wanted him that bad.
Well, I don't even think she even touched her. I think it was just a mistake. I looked at the video. It's just he was just reaching across the table to get something, maybe brushed up against her by mistake, and all of a sudden he's getting charged with 6 counts of sexual assault.
Well, you know, these performers have to be careful because there's a lot of people out there that want to put themselves in that position to make money off of them, and you know, that's something that, you know, here we kind of see that here with these hiring Susan Loggins to go after the money rather than calling the Cook County State's Attorney's Office and making a complaint. I mean, what does that tell you? That tells me they're more interested in making money than they are wanting justice as victims.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And they're gold diggers, all of them.
Treasure chasers. Listen. And look, I was just saying that they was talking about some Susan Logan, but you got them Gloria Allreds out there.
Yeah.
And they have I just read an article where what's his name? The golfer, Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is suing one of his. You remember the women back in the day with Tiger Woods?
Yeah.
That was he had to pay his wife $100 million.
Yeah, but he paid the mistresses about $8 to $10 million each.
Wow. That's
so
not worth
the mistress, she had Gloria Allred at the time,
right.
And she got a lawsuit for $8 million. Right? She got a lawsuit after the Tiger Woods incident. She said she netted after the lawsuit $2 million.
Wow.
So she's now broke.
Wow. She went to $2 million that fast?
She's now broke. This was like but you got to think that was early 2000, Joe. That was like early 2000. That was about almost 10, 15, 20 years ago?
20 years ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. It seemed like it was yesterday, but I know, but it was a long time ago.
She needs a better investment advisor.
But she now says Gloria Allred messed over her and all this and that and took her money and all that kind of stuff.
And I got a guy in a prison who was wrongfully convicted after 30 years. I didn't get
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Damn.
I really, I'm not an R. Kelly fan. He doesn't do anything for me, but God, I hope he wins his case.
Yeah.
Like I said, this isn't about whether or not he went with a little,
No, this is about the overreaching. This is ridiculous to charge. I mean, my God, of all the cases I've done in the federal building with these RICO cases, I've never seen such a powder puff case in my life. I mean, this is ridiculous.
How many juries you got on your belt now?
A couple hundred.
Over 200, yeah.
I've been around a long time.
Yeah, so I'm over 100 on the felony jury.
So over 200 jury wins?
No,
I wish.
Wait a minute. Hey, we need you.
No, not in federal court, that's for sure.
Yeah, only a few in federal courts. But
Joe and I've tried a couple together.
Yeah, we
tried 3 or 4. Yeah, at least over the years.
But your
cases wasn't like this though.
Oh no.
Your cases was not like this, believe me.
There is no case like that.
Joe, tell me, what would your approach would be in this case, as far as you, if you had this case?
I'd make these women tell these jurors how much they loved it.
You would too. You would. You would.
You liked R. Kelly's penis. You would suck it when he wanted you to because you liked it, right?
I said that last night on my show. Joseph, me and you think just alike because I said that commentary on my show last night.
How
These
many
girls was
orgasms
sucking
did
they
you
butt
have?
off, Joseph. They was
I've
sucking
asked
like
rape
hell.
victims that question. You know, you had an orgasm, didn't you?
Yeah,
These lawyers, you can't be afraid to ask these questions and embarrassing questions. You have to ask them. You have to ask them.
Well, that first witness's testimony was pretty graphic, so I mean, they started.
Well, she did. She made it graphic.
Yeah.
So
You
I guess
what a lot of lawyers don't realize is sometimes you have to use the prosecution witnesses as your witnesses by bringing out all the good stuff, not the bad stuff. R. Kelly was nice to you. You loved the man, didn't you? You worshiped the man. You know, stuff like that. I mean, they've got to start digging in a little bit deeper into the psyche of these witnesses.
You're right.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's true. And then I would have. I mean, man, I'm Joe does. Joe's very famous for some of his closing arguments, like sitting in the jury box mocking a witness.
Yeah.
I mean, I like doing. Yeah, I like the trial prep. I would have papered this case with motions starting 2 years ago, and they would have had a good 100 motions plus.
I would have thrown the indictment in the garbage can in my opening statement. This is where it belongs, ladies and gentlemen. Kerplunk. That's one of my favorites. I like doing.
That was who did that? That was in the Gotti case. Cutler did that. Who's Cutler? Yeah, I mean, when you papered it, how? I mean, you just keep chipping away at what they can do with theories and
about
evidence.
these lawyers that R. Kelly has. I mean, if they've been around a while, I mean, I don't know who they are.
No, nothing. I mean, they're competent. You know, the problem was from what I
criminal
hear,
defense attorneys or
well, what I hear from Farinella is there was that internal problems inside the defense team that they were prevented from doing or filing a lot of motions that they wanted to present. And deadlines went by, and they were.
I know they missed a lot of deadlines.
And that's and now
it's inexcusable in a high-profile case.
Right. And then the judge said, well, why didn't you tell? I mean, at one of the last hearings that Greenberg was at, when that all came out, the judge looked at Farinella and the two and Becker and said, well, why didn't you say something? And that's going to kind of, when on appeal, that's going to be hard because when we've had this problem, Joe, right? You got 5-6 lawyers. It's hard to say, well, only one made a mistake. But what about the other ones, right?
Right.
So it's that's going to be a problem. But I don't know the actual details of it. Maybe there was something in writing that somebody had the right to to veto any motions.
I thought that from the recap that I read for the opening statements in defense was pretty. I mean, it was good. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was good. It hit the right points. It could have been a little more forceful, but not everybody thinks alike. But I thought they hit all the right points in the opening statement. Hopefully, in closing, they can bring all this stuff back to the jurors and say, what enterprise? There is no enterprise. This is all a fallacy. This is manufactured by the government.
Yeah. No, they did. I saw that in the opening. They went right into the misuse. They went right into the misuse issue, and that this is designed for a different purpose.
Right.
This is not an enterprise. They did hit all that. So
they did hit it. I mean, I think they did. They did. And I even posted on my Facebook page and said I thought they did an adequate job. There's no question in my mind.
And if the jury is understanding and was able to focus in on it,
jury.
What?
Hopefully, it's a smart jury.
Yeah. You saw the jury, right, Sylvia?
I saw some of them. They seem like they were.
They keep dropping off like flies. We keep dropping.
They're dropping off like flies. But I didn't see them. The faces and things like that of the jury at all. But from what my understanding is, they're up in age.
You think an older?
I know, Joe. You mentioned something about that certain jury. Like I did see an older woman there. As far as what their background is based on what I was reading in the newspaper. I know one of them is working the airline. The other one working the hospital. One is in it's just professionals. I think I heard a lot.
Who would you want to?
Not young. I didn't see anybody too young.
Who would you want?
What do you think about that?
Joe, who would you want in your jury?
I'd want professionals. I'd want people that have a little bit of education. I want people that have businesses.
Yeah, I think people who aren't going to be, who are going to understand business, like, it's the entertainment business.
Right, it's the entertainment business. I mean, they called it the casting couch for a reason in Hollywood.
Yeah, somebody's going to understand that, you know. That's I think is true. So maybe older people might not be bad, even though, and you know, everybody
Older
thinks,
people
well,
remember what Hollywood used to be like.
and they're not going to be shocked about, talk about sex, right, Joe?
No, I wouldn't think.
No, I wouldn't.
They
probably did it when they were younger, you know.
I didn't see any donkey sex or any weird stuff at all here.
No, not in this case. Anyway.
No.
In other cases, I mean that's true. You know, the closing is going to be. What do you think of the? I was kind of reading the U.S. Attorney's case. That I didn't see. You know, I saw his opening. I didn't see anything really that he was that strong. It was just, you know, it was almost like, you know, they go to that camp, right? The U.S. Attorney camp, and they go through that shot course, that 90-day course that they make them all go. It was kind of like he was following the playbook. I didn't see him really anything spectacular.
It's a she. It's a bunch of she's.
She's all girls? Oh my God.
All girls.
Chicago too. In
all
Chicago,
girls.
they saw female prosecutors too.
Oh man.
Well, that's for a reason.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
What's the reason, Joe?
The reason is because they want women to be advocating for other women because that's the right thing to do.
Wow.
Because they supposed to believe each other.
Mm-hmm.
Woman to woman.
No woman ever lied to another woman, ever.
Ever.
Never, right?
Women never lie.
Never
Women
to another
never
woman.
lie. Women never lie.
Not to another woman, absolutely not. No.
We always tell the truth.
I haven't seen that. I'm not seeing him. I'm not going out with him. I'm not interested in your husband. Oh man, it's going to be an interesting case. When is this one's going to take? This one's going to take 2 months, I think. How many witnesses do they got lined up?
I think they got like 6 key witnesses, and I think they had like 8 or 10 prior bad act witnesses or something.
Yeah.
Oh, the prior bad acts. Those are.
I mean, my God. I mean, R. Kelly actually had the nerve to give out his cell phone number. I mean, really, is that what this case is about? To meet women? I mean, is that a federal
Can you imagine?
crime too, that I asked my chauffeur or my bodyguard, hey, see that cute girl over there? Give her my number. How is that a federal crime? I mean, really, how is that a federal crime?
Yeah. But he was a married man, you know? Oh, what is it? What are they, the prior bad act stuff? I hate that. How much is, I hope they don't get too much of that in. That all should have been gone through like pretrial motion.
So he had a lot of girls. He was collecting girls. I mean, how is that a federal crime?
That's what I'm saying. What's the prior?
Because he had a lot of girls.
What they're going to say that shows that he was trying to, that was part of the. That just goes to prove the modus operandi. You know, the purpose of the enterprise. That's what they're going to say anyway. Somebody put me in timeout, and looking at all these kids. I'm new to this internet stuff.
I mean,
anyway, go ahead.
They had. I mean, I think the jurors really need to hear a little bit more on cross-examination about the fact that nobody forced them to do any of this, that they did it, they were happy to do it, they called him daddy, and they like calling him daddy. I mean, that's not a federal crime either.
Look,
I mean,
I call
I'm
you
having a
daddy
hard
if you
time-
could give me $5,000 every month, and I have.
Sure did. I call you
Call you
daddy
daddy?
too. I call you whatever you want me to call you.
Right.
Yeah, I'll call you Shirley.
They talk about they talk about hush payments. I mean, what are the hush payments? I mean, hush payments for what? What did he do wrong?
Well, I know in Hollywood, in the entertainment business, when you get a non-disclosure agreement, you know, they got those on like rip pads. They're getting those things out all the time for anything. You want to talk to an agent, you get a non-disclosure. You want to talk to a producer, you get a non-disclosure. I mean, they do those things all the time. They're going to try to make it look like an evil thing, but I mean, those are so common.
I have a question. So Jane Doe number 5 testified about her parents putting her up to seduce or date or traffic or prostitute her out, however you want to call it, to get at R. Kelly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could the parents be in the trouble in this
No,
case?
probably not.
Probably not.
If they're doing it for money, how long would it take place?
Well, what if they said, I heard they were saying that she testified that if R. Kelly was effing a daughter, so since you effing my daughter, you got to give me $20,000 a month.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like they violated the Mann Act.
Sound like that to me.
Absolutely.
What's the statute of limitations? I think that's an issue. They can't use prior bad act as a statute of limitations. And you know, I don't. Is there that also? Well, that's for prior crime. There's got to be it's got to wait. Prior bad acts has got to be at least something similar, close in time. It's got to have a similar purpose.
But if they have never been charged for those prior bad acts, how is it going to be proven they were prior bad acts?
Oh, that's the horrible thing about prior bad acts.
Yeah, they don't have to be charged. That's the problem.
Okay, but it hasn't been proven either.
Well, if it hasn't been proven, then they should make a motion to exclude it from the jury.
Right. You're not supposed to be able to have what they call like a trial within a trial. Either it's pretty established that it happened, but if there's a question that has happened, it shouldn't come in because you're not supposed to have a lot of little mini trials to prove prior bad act within a big trial. So that's all should have been taken care of on post-trial, on pre-trial motion, on motion to eliminate. I mean, you know, it's they should have made the government declare what its prior bad acts are a year ago and give them a deadline so they can't keep adding more, and then start whittling down that list. And that's what you know what right? It's like there's the 3 big things in trials, right? Preparation, and preparation. Right? That's what's missing there. And I don't think it's the fault of any of the current team. I can't wait till that letter comes out. After it's all over, you know, when they unseal all those letters.
Are they going to unseal them?
Oh yeah, Joe. I think they have to, right?
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah. So what you'll find out about what all the dynamics that went in place between the lawyers, all those letters that they wrote back and forth will come out. And that'll be interesting to see.
Well, I have a question here. They asked, what's the difference when Flavor Flav, I guess it's the guy, when he had many girls, in which some were young and some was older? I don't know.
Well, then the purpose of the conspiracy or the enterprise can't be to get underage girls if they had older ones there, right? Just to get girls, period. Which is, that's not illegal. Like Joe keeps saying, that ain't illegal, right?
No.
I don't see none of this. I think this is just a waste of taxpayers' money.
You're not kidding.
I mean, and this guy had to sit in that little jail cell for 2.
Yeah, why didn't he get bond? That was ridiculous.
Because she's a woman. Me too.
Yeah.
But I mean, where? How's he?
I bet you she regret that now, though. Because just think about it. Listening to them witnesses.
Yeah.
Listening to them witnesses. She like, I kept this man in this cell for 2.5 years, and these are not even credible people.
Joe, you can tell them how, I mean, you know, I can, if you the Metropolitan Correctional Center, MCC, downtown Chicago, what those cells are like.
Well, they're small, and when he's there,
Oh, God.
my office is right across the street from the MCC, and they said they would serenade R. Kelly all the time out there.
Really?
Yeah, the groups of people. Well, it's funny because there's a parking deck next door, and like the other day, it must have been some cartel guy's birthday because they had mariachis out there singing "Happy Birthday" and they're playing Mexican music on the parking deck. You know, and then sometimes like one of the big gangbangers has a birthday. They got the girls twerking on the hoods on the hoods of the cars out there. And when R. Kelly's in there, they're singing R. Kelly songs to him and serenading him.
But still, those cells are so small. They're all cement.
In there.
They're all cement.
I mean, he had bond in state court. I mean, and there's no reason the Fed should lock him up.
Okay, I got a question for you, Joe. Now, I'm going to say when, okay, because I'm being positive, okay? When he gets found not guilty in New York, what happens? Do he automatically go to jail in Chicago, or what happens?
Well, he's on bond in Chicago, so
not for the federal.
I understand that.
But you're going to drop Joe.
But what happens is he's either going to go back to the state court or the federal court. I'm not sure who has the first writ on him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's found not guilty, I'm trying to remember. I think he has Judge Leinenweber.
Yeah, he does.
Liney will probably give him a bond.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I mean, he let one of my mob clients that had a really checkered past during the COVID crisis for compassionate release. I mean, this is an outfit guy that was caught on tape telling a debtor, you better pay me and I don't have the money. Well, look out your front window. What do you see? I see a lawn. He said, well, I'm going to cut your kids' heads off and plant them out there. And he still he let the guy out. So he's a really good judge. He'll look at it. And I'm telling you, if R. Kelly beats this case, you're going to see a big change in what's going on with these other prosecutors.
Yeah, that's true. Leinenweber. Yeah, he'll. I think you'll see that. I think they'll see them drop it because last thing they said
is losing.
And if they say they screwed it up in the Southern District in New York, they're going to say, well, they're not going to screw up in my district, so I'm dropping it.
Here in this.
Oh, don't laugh. They will. They will
just drop it like that.
Yeah, that's what it happened. I've seen that happen. Have you seen that happen too, Joe? Right?
I've seen it happen all the time.
Yeah.
They'll dismiss case. I had them dismiss a gun case they were afraid they were going to lose not too long ago.
So why don't they drop it now? Because they look like they're losing.
Well, they always think they're winning. So
okay.
The federal court's a weird place. They got a 99% conviction rate. So, can you make the 1.5% or whatever it is, 98.9 or whatever it might be. But, again, hopefully these jurors in New York are smart enough to see through this, that they can read these jury instructions, apply into the facts in the case. And I think they're going to come up with the conclusion that this is not a federal crime. Whatever it might be, it's not for us.
Yeah, it should be a state court. Which is where this case always should have been. If it ever was a case, it should have been a state court case for statutory rape.
And that's it.
And that's it. Either he buggered the little girl or he didn't. It's just that simple.
Right.
And if he did, he's convicted, he goes to jail. If he didn't, or they can't prove he did, then there's nothing you can do. I mean, it's that simple. It doesn't have to create a criminal enterprise with, and go through all these machinations where they have to have a criminal enterprise with an improper purpose and 2 criminal acts and all the stuff you need for a week. You don't need all that. It's either he did it or he did it. And if you can't prove he did it, you shouldn't have to go through creating things that don't exist, like enterprises and stuff, to convict him. I mean, that's just, there's something just totally unfair about that and wrong about it. Anybody that's fair and anybody that fair, believes in fair play and justice, it just senses it's just wrong. It's just wrong. Either you can prove it's something or you can't, and there's no reason to try to play a game with the rules in order to get a conviction by taking something that Rudy Giuliani created to get mobsters and go back. So I think Joe dropped off too now.
Yeah, he's gone because he said he had to take care of something.
He's got to take care of his.
He's back. He's back. Joe's back. He made a mistake.
Oh,
What
okay.
you laughing, Joe?
He went to go see if the 5-year-old was still around. Right?
I can hear her. She's still around.
Let's see. Rock. How old's Rock now?
Rocco's 13.
13. He's beating the crap out of you by now. Yeah, is he big? Is he lift weights like you?
Yeah, he's 5'3", 160.
Oh man, gonna be in trouble, man.
He's pretty big. All right, well, I have to sign off now.
Yeah, me too.
So
well, it's been wonderful. Please come back. Please.
Yeah, just let us know. Let's
Lisa said she's coming back. Lisa already gave you her okay. She's coming back.
Yeah, Lisa will be back. Lisa will be back. And
let's give us another 3 or 4 days of transcripts, and we'll
I'll do that. As soon as I get this transcript, I'll give it to you guys, and you guys can come right back and give us some expertise from the Lord.
I hope your viewers were enlightened today and learned a little bit. Your viewers should know that we hope that R. Kelly beats the feds. Period.
That's it. Yes.
That's what we want.
Thank you.
Even though I'm not a fan of his, we're all on the same side. And at this point, it's us against them. And this is an overreaching case. It should have never been brought. It should have went out on the motion that was filed. It didn't go out. Hopefully the jurors will come back with a not guilty.
You know, like I always said,
And I'm not
I don't know if he's guilty or not. I just think
I've always said follow the law. So
right.
That's right.
If they can prove a guy guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that's fine. But there's no shortcuts around that, you know. And if they can't prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt,
then cut him loose. Period.
Cut him loose. That's the bottom line.
That's the beauty of the United States of America, the only country in the world that has a system beyond a reasonable doubt. So
that's right. That's right.
And people have died for that, for us to give us freedom. This has been going on for centuries. I mean, when you look at criminal justice and you look at proof beyond a reasonable doubt, all these things that these lawyers wrote way back when doctors were still using leeches to bleed people, this Constitution is still in effect. It still is good. It still is the law. And hopefully the jurors will follow it and find him not guilty.
That's right.
You know, I traveled in Russia in the 1990s, and I saw some trials there because I'm a lawyer and I wanted to see them. And trust me, after I seen what justice is like there, and I came back here, you know, I kissed the ground because you have no idea how they treat you there. I mean, how you don't have a prayer. You know, everything's against you. You got to prove your innocence, and you're all on your own. But you know, here it's a great system. But as long as you don't let the government cheat, and that's why I always tell people, if you're on a jury, don't let them get away with doing anything other than proving their case. If they don't prove it, vote not guilty, and that's the end.
That's it.
Very good. All right, we'll see you later. Thank you,
Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you
You're
so
welcome,
much.
guys.
And
Take
I'll
care.
see you guys again real soon.
All right, everybody, be careful out there. Go R. Kelly.
Go R. Kelly. That's right. Free R. Kelly.
Free R.
right,
Kelly.
Joe.
Talk to you guys later.
All right, bye, Joe.
Go lift weights at Rocco. I'll talk to you later, man.
All right,
I'm gonna
bye,
have some
guys.
wine right now. I'll talk to you guys.
That was very interesting.
Wasn't it? So
Yeah.
make sure y'all share that other video with everyone so you get the expertise. But anyway, guys, I must go to bed, and it's been wonderful.
Sylvia, I sent you a video to play.
Oh, you did? What video did you send me?
It was check your text message. It's about Lil Boosie talking about the groupies and stuff.
Hold on. Oh, where's my phone? I don't see my phone. Email it to me because I can't find my phone. I don't see my phone.
Email it? Okay.
It's the same email I send you. Now, just hold up for a second. I'm going to play his video. Well, tomorrow is going to be our last day unless somebody send us some more transcript.
1, 2, 3.
Send us the transcript.
Hold on now. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. I think it goes something like this. Whoa.
Pieces of the puzzle. I'll send you that stuff in a minute.
A 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
I'm
6.
sending
Can
you guys
somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Cause every time I turn around, there's something trying to keep me down. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Whoa, can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. When I look up, don't you know, burdens knocking at my door. So won't you come and take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Oh, come and take these burdens off of me. Off of me. Somebody come and take these burdens off of me. Off of me. Soon as I get up off the ground, my burdens knock me right back down. Can somebody take these burdens off of me? Off of me. Somebody take these burdens off of me, off of me. Somebody take these burdens off of me, off of me. Somebody take these burdens off of me, off of me. Well, off of me, off of me. Oh, off of me, off of me. Well, off of me, off of me. Get them off of me, off of me. Come and break the chain. Come and break the chain. Get it off of me. Get it off of me. I need somebody. I need somebody. I need somebody. I need somebody to get this burden. To get this burden. Can somebody take these burdens off of me?